Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies, knowing that the way is right, guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carrying silent goodbye, diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Have you felt a human grow? Open up and step right out of the shadow. Wondering what is left inside. Some may say, oh they say, it's mystery of life. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Bright as the sun in your eyes, feeling alright, I can't Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies, knowing that the way is right, guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carry silent goodbye, diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Have you felt a human grow? Open up and step right out of the shadow. Wondering what is left inside. Some may say, oh they say, it's mystery of life. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Bright as the sun in your eyes, feeling alright, I can't shine. Forget all your troubles and trust me. We'll do it together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake out the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carry silent goodbye. Diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake out the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose.
to the WCS Philippines. We are on day 2, and we saw some interesting debuts yesterday. We saw some spicy matches and literally spicy predictions. We're going to explain that in just a bit. And we are bound to have even more spiciness with our second day. Mika Fabs here leading the panel desk with Otalus and Infi. I forgot which way I'm supposed to point with this whole like weird webcam thing. But yes, Infi, we missed you over here on the panel, but I'm sure you were watching all of the amazing matches yesterday. Just, really quickly sum it up for us. What did you think?
Well, it was ecstatic to see so much team, so much improvement, and so much changes for every single team in the lineup that we have for WCS Philippines. And I am expecting a lot more things coming up for day number 2 in the following weeks.
Oh, yes, we have only just begun, but of course, this event would not be possible without PPGL, the largest multi esports league in the country, together with Riot Games. Otalus,
We
who else
would
do we have?
also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner, Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with 33 watts pro fast charging enabled by the all-new double MT technology and a 6 nanometer Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. Now, as we were saying, let's take a look back at what happened yesterday. We had a lot of revelations. We are just about to go into our series highlights for the day, but Otalus, I think, these teams, we keep saying that it's just the first day, so it's not exactly a good basis, but I think there are a lot of big surprises, and I think revelations that kind of set the tone for the WCS Philippines.
Yeah, good statement for the winning teams, right? Especially for RRQ. Going against the hottest teams that we have here in 2022, we know the history of Oasis being our heralded national team, basically national team pool. They are on fire recently at the start of 2022. They offered cheese picks, they offered strategies that were controlled by RRQ by game number 2 and game number 3. Following that up, game number 2 or series number 2 and series number 3 were pretty one-sided, but on series number 4, the heavyweight matchup, Infinity. What can you say about the classic matchup between Team Secret and Team Underground?
Well, the viewers doesn't know this, but yesterday we were having a watch party. We were looking at those matches. We were looking at those series, and we were shouting on top of our lungs. This was the highlight match from Team Underground, Team Secret. It was a vengeance matchup, and we saw such a devastating match for the side of Team Secret. We've known them to represent the Philippines in Southeast Asia in the Horizon Cup, and now they were defeated by Team Underground. But kudos to them. They have a new lineup. They have a new addition to their team. So we might just have to wait for their evolution in the following weeks, in the following days for Team Secret.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. There were a lot of teams that did make that statement, that very strong statement. Team Underground possibly making the strongest statement possible. But again, there were also some teams that, still needed to get that ground. Suddenly, Team Secret looks a little shaky. Suddenly, we're Cerebrum, they did have some, good ideas around it. I like the little sneaky strategy, but they have yet to get their footing. So we have teams like that. As we enter day 2, we're probably going to see that, our standing stabilize. We're going to see how, the first day jitter, so to say. We're going to see if teams are able to shake that off. Now, of course, this tournament, it has a slightly different format. If you have been watching the Sea Icon series from last year, and you might notice that apart from the change in name, we also have a few changes to our tournament format. You're going to see our dates on the board for our regular season all the way up until the playoffs on April 1st to April 10th. And of course, we have 8 teams competing for the title. Of course, the top 2 teams from the Sea Icon series were automatically given spots to compete in the WCS Philippines. Of course, that being Fennel Adversity and Team Secret. And now, of course, with the rest of our 8 teams complete, we'll be witnessing new storylines as we saw yesterday and new chapters. And again, our playoffs April 1st to April 10th. That is not an April Fool's joke, although I can imagine that on that broadcast day, there's probably going to be a lot of pranks. Maybe there's probably going to be a lot
Oh
more jokes.
no!
Oh no! Oh no!
It's a prank.
By the
We
way,
always
Infinity,
get the prank, the bad end of the prank here in the panel. I don't know why. Casters, where are you?
yeah, we have to find a way to get our casters in on our action. But yes, Infinity, since you are new to the panel desk, we have a little surprise for you at the end. But before that,
Ooh.
let's check out
Ooh.
our standings. Now, Infinity, again, because we missed you so much over here in our panel, I have to ask you, are these are these more or less like the standings that you expected? I mean, we kind of like saw which teams are very, very dominant, which teams will probably hold on to the top 2, top 4 spots, and some teams that might be trailing behind. Is that kind of like the landscape, I guess, that you expected to come out of the WCS?
I gotta be honest with you, Mika. This is absolutely not my expectations for the standing. Team Secret was my team that I was supporting to win yesterday for that series, but Oculus was fighting me. You know what? He said it's Team Underground. I said Team Secret, but we all know who won that series. It was Team Underground who won it through and through. However, for some of these teams, I was expecting this. Fennel Adversity winning the series. We all know they were the top 2 teams last year that were able to compete at the higher level. RRQ really strong as well from the mid lanes with some changes, with Exosen being a new addition, and Grindsky Esports as well. So a lot of these teams are some of my expectations, but Team Secret, I'm just looking for more here.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? As you bring that up, we are heading into our match schedule for today. And you're absolutely right. Infinity, Team Secret, it looks like it's not going to get any easier as our second match. Keep your eyes on that. That is RRQ versus Team Secret. Autolus, what are we looking at for today? How is it going to go?
Okay. So for prediction speaking, I think first, third, and fourth match, I will have easy access to, predicting the right outcome. But for the second series, it's so hard to choose from RRQ and Team Secret. I feel like it's going to be the barometer match or determining match as to where they really are in the early parts of the season. Because yesterday, RRQ was able to upend Oasis Gaming, a very strong team, a very formidable team. And yesterday, Team Secret, we all know what happened. They bowed to Team Underground. But that's not the end all be all. We know Team Secret, they would just shake it off and continue to fight. That's been their MO since the beginning or since the inception.
Yeah, I think when we were planning out our predictions for the day, a lot of us struggled with the second match over here and still are struggling. A lot of us can't make up our minds just yet. But Infinity, you're going to have to make up your mind because we have a little bit of a different vibe in the panel. We decided to up the ante for our predictions. So what we're going to do is for everyone who comes last on our predictions, we kind of keep score now. They have to have a consequence. You are now on the panel desk. I find it unfair because you're switching out later. We're gonna have to find a way to hold you to your word. Because Riku got away yesterday, and I'm like, no.
If yesterday the tandem was crazy Riku, today I think it's going to be crazy Envy, right?
It's crazy
and
Envy.
we'll find a way.
just
Don't
put it
worry,
here.
Infinity.
It's
Infinity and
beyond.
Infinity Beyond. Okay. Infinity.
The great school duo.
I will
Be
make
safe.
sure that if we win this, Mika, Infinity will do it maybe on Twitter or TikTok or something.
Yes.
Can I get a safety card?
No.
No.
Safety card?
No.
No.
Absolutely not.
A free pass?
You of all people, Infinity. You of all people, no.
No.
we like to friendly bully Infinity here as a way of showing our love for our youngest, of course, here on the desk. But actually, I do have to ask you guys as well. Speaking of a lot of surprises that happened yesterday, we saw the best surprise I think for everybody was, of course, the Meow Meow connection that Team Underground brought out here. So I'm gonna ask you guys really, really quickly before we head into our series, just give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down for what you think the meta will be like today. What champions you think we'll be seeing and what surprises we'll be seeing in the Rift. First up, do you think we are getting a Yumi ban? Thumbs up or thumbs down? What do you guys think?
I'll go first. Okay, thumbs up.
Oh.
Ah,
Infinity, you could explain your point.
yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Yumi is a relatively strong champion. It's actually quite flexible. I think yesterday I was listening to the opinions of players and even Otlus as well. I think Yumi can be flexed on top, it can be flexed on support. And when we're looking at hyper carries such as Rengar with strong jungler dependent teams, I think it's
Mhm.
actually quite strong when you put it on top lane or even supporting those hyper carries ADCs in bot lane. So I
Yeah.
think we could see Yumi once again.
Yeah, and Yumi is a very, I would say, it's a champion that was so new when it was introduced to League of Legends PC. Because as an enchanter support, you have to ready yourself being focused by the opposing team. But Yumi, you won't be able to focus her at any point in a clash because she's
gone.
attached onto a champion. So you have no choice but to deal with the annoyance of this champion. And I think it's warranted to have a ban against the Yumi, especially against the teams that did really practice the champion.
Yeah, and I just want to put a quick point on that as well. Imagine Yumi not being targeted by the enemy or the opposing team and still having a lot of CCs, having a lot of sustains, shields. Like, what can you ask for a Yumi or a support champion? But Yumi is a really just a flexible pick.
Yeah, it's looking like the Meow Meow connection is very popular
There you
indeed.
go.
I was looking around for my Meow Meow connection, but I think she's asleep. I actually hope to bring her over here. I'm gonna ask you guys a little bit more about what champions we might expect, but before that, we're gonna head into our first series of the day, which will be between SUNSPARKS and Oasis Gaming. Now, both of these teams they struggled a little bit yesterday, so today is sort of like clean slate take two for both of them, which means
Mhm.
that this match determines which of these teams finally gets that W on the board. Otlus, I think that Oasis Gaming, showed a lot more stability yesterday, but SUNSPARKS, we do know that this team is capable of better and more amazing things in the Rift.
I'll be honest. SUNSPARKS, the struggle of this team was more glaring, right? It was more evident, and it feels to me that if SUNSPARKS does not do anything with what happened from yesterday's action or from yesterday's games, we could see them struggling against all teams that we have here in WCS. But again, it's too early to tell. We still have a veteran laden squad here. We have Nasjo in the Baron lane, Hayes in the mid lane, and Consi in the Dragon lane is also not someone to be, I would say, counted out. Consi and Hayes, just so everyone knows, when they were part of Brent Esports, they were sharing the damage department. I think both of them were around 30+% when it comes to the damage share. And that just goes to show that they know their roles, right? The mid laner and the dragon laner will definitely be the carries of this team. I don't think Mjan will find his playing time today because Arjuk is still more stable in the current meta. But yeah, expectations is for SUNSPARKS to improve vastly or greatly from yesterday's, because if not, I think Oasis will just knock them out.
Yeah, and looking at this team, you talked about Hayes, you talked about Consi, the connection, the role that they play on this team. I'm looking at Nastro as well, because when we're looking at the stats, right? Nastro with like 80% kill participation, 1.05 KDA as well. So they're really matching up with a really strong suit here for a player here for SUNSPARKS. So if we're looking at a certain player, if we're looking at a certain champion, we're going to look at Consi on top lane.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Otto.
Yeah. This is. I was just surprised that I was right. With average damage was over 30%, and that's because Consi does play marksman. He's not a fan of playing AP carries. So to all the dragon laners out there, if you want to follow a pro player that really mains dragon laners and not AP carries, then follow Consi.
Yeah, and don't underestimate your analyzing skills, so to say. You're pretty on point, most of the time, Otolus. So I wouldn't be surprised if you were just to guess some stats and they turned out to be right, because that is Otolus's main skill, basically, like his prime skill. He can actually do that, of course. Now, of course, that's the thing for SUNSPARKS. We're not seeing the synergy of this team just yet. And sure, it could be first day jitters, it could be the sacrificial first game that we usually have, but it's about time for the teams to start getting the ball rolling, especially in day two. You might be able to get away with it in day one, but day two, now you have to bring out what you have been preparing for all these months. Now, on the other side, we have Oasis, and they had a good try against RQ yesterday. Infinity, I do have to ask your opinion. They were the first to bring out the Yumi, and it was a Yumi top lane. I mean, what was your reaction to that? Did you also throw your hands up in the air like everybody else?
I was shocked. I was shocked because they already have the support, but they're lacking on top lane. Then Yumi just goes out. It was shocking for me. It was mind-boggling. I don't know what to do. But their performance yesterday, aside from that game 2 where they brought out the Yumi top lane, and game 3 where they faltered a bit, game 1 was super clean for this team. Oasis Gaming, their coordination is spot on, and I'm expecting a lot of things from this team as well, especially Demon Kite, which was one of the players that was entitled rather, one of the best ADCs in the Philippine Wildrift Esports scene.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Yes, yes, yes. Preach. Demon Kite is. I would like to highlight this player. Demon Kite, I feel he's the best AD that we have here in the Philippines right now. He reminds me. His mechanics yesterday was so clean, crisp, and just to prove that point, he played a very vulnerable champion in the first game of WCS, and that's the Jinx. As a Jinx, you are more of a glass cannon. You don't really have a dash to escape. I would say dangerous situations. But because of his mechanics, he's still able to dish out damage while being relatively safe. Demon Kite is, I would say, he's not going to play those AP carries similar to Consi. So this is definitely a matchup that I'm really looking forward. Looking at the damage, average damage is 31%, but the average KDA is really up there. Vayne is still his priority champion. So you could expect that this Ziggs and this Jinx will have a third person joining them. I think that's Vayne.
Yeah, and I like...
Go ahead, MP.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned about the Jinx. I just want to put a quick point, sorry Mika.
Go ahead.
Because Jinx, yesterday from their match when he brought it out, he was just able to free it on the backside. So I think Jinx, even if you don't have this mobility and escape, you just have a lot of chads of Oasis Gaming. You know, frontliners protect the king composition for Demon Kite when bringing out this Jinx. Just phenomenal gameplay for Demon Kite.
Yeah, and Autolus, you did mention the Vayne. We also saw the respect bands coming in for Demon Kite yesterday. We saw actually how much a lot of these players actually are respectfully scared of him, and rightfully so. But on the other side, we also do have a very interesting head-to-head here. And Autolus, you mentioned there's a little bit of history. We have Nasjo and Isila.
Okay, let's head over. What we have right now for Oasis Gaming. We saw Oasis Gaming picking up the roster of Demon Kite and so on. So you could say that Nasjo is, I don't know, mentality is trying to prove something here that, hey, you know what? I should still be your Baron laner. So if there's going to be a grudge match when it comes to position, I believe it's going to be the Baron lane. Looking at the stats right now, I know it's skewed in favor of Vasilla because it's just two games or one series win, or basically just one series, right? Overall. And Nasjo, though, I would expect him to be still the solid rock for SUNSPARKS, even against a very solid split rusher in Isila.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about a while ago, right? Or what we've talked about a while ago when looking at SUNSPARKS. Nasjo is really strong on the top lane. His kill participation, even though his KDA is not that much, damage per minute is not that much, you just have to compare the kill participation, right? His play style. Go with a team, try to make some plays, try to make something up for his team to actually get ahead of the opposing match. So I think both these Baron laners, you talked about the history, is really a lane to look out for.
Yeah, it's going to be an action-packed one for sure. And as we head into our first series of the day, let's hear your predictions, gentlemen, as I get our panel or consequence ready.
There you go. Okay.
Oh no.
We'll start with you, Infi. What is your prediction?
Well, for me, my prediction for the very first series, I believe it's going to be Oasis Gaming taking it back here with that clean first game match yesterday. I think they could replicate that here today.
Otilus?
I would detail that sentiment, and I would say Oasis looks more clean and ready for the season compared to SUNSPARKS. So Oasis Gaming will be taking the series 2-0.
I also do think that it will be Oasis Gaming. I think that SUNSPARKS might be able to take one today, though. I think that they
Are you
will.
sure?
So
All right. So do you
Wait,
want to include
wait.
the series scores?
Let's
As the
okay.
commissioner of this panel slash fiasco or panel fiesta, I am giving you the liberty to choose if you want to include series scores here, Mika.
Here's the thing that we agreed on yesterday. If the whole panel votes for one team, we have to find a way to differentiate it a little
Okay.
bit. So we're gonna take the scores into account if the panel all votes for the same team, which is what is
Okay,
happening
alright. So
right
Mika
now.
is 2-1, right?
Yes, I am 2-1.
Yours is 2-1. Infinity, what's yours?
I'm going to go 2-0, just all in for Oasis Gaming. Let's go.
All right, minus 2-0, Mika. Be ready.
Consequence is okay. Consequence. Nobody touched their phones throughout this broadcast. Okay. Consequence is read the last text message you sent. Okay.
As in like text message or messenger message?
I think it's a text message.
Text
We'll
message.
give it text message.
SMS. Okay,
It's
SMS.
probably gonna be online payments or something.
Same.
With,
Same.
with how
Yeah.
our our world is right now, it's probably gonna
You
be
know what?
online.
I'm happy that it's not about the gallery thing because
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what.
absolutely.
You know
I
what?
don't know.
If it's not already in that bag, you just gave me an idea. Autolute.
Oh, no.
You know what to do.
Suddenly
Let's
we're
go.
wondering what's
I still
in,
have my job.
what's in the gallery of Autolutes. But yes, we do have our predictions. Oasis Gaming, it seems like, are pretty solid for the day, but we're gonna see if SUNSPARKS can manage to find that spark that we know and love from the fall season. I'm also really interested to see if we will see MJAN play and bring out maybe that blitzcrank that they actually got the momentum with from last season, but who knows? Let's step into the first series of the day. This is SUNSPARKS versus Oasis Gaming. Casters, over to you guys.
And welcome everyone to the Casters Desk. This is the first series of the day of WCS PH. It's the battle of the scorching desert. Will the scorching heat of the sun dry out the Oasis, or will Oasis be so resilient and stay as a paradise in the desert? And again, we're gonna be your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Crazy Apple. Crazy Apple, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fine, man, and I'm just so excited
Yeah.
to see this next game that we're gonna see. It's going to be SUNSPARKS versus Oasis Gaming, as the panel has mentioned as well. I believe both of these teams haven't gotten a win on their day one. Oasis Gaming did get a game one win, but not a series win against RRQ. They did bring out that very unorthodox Yumi top, as said to me on Twitter, it has been played before in League PC, but I think this is the thing that's so new about Wildrift. It's just these kinds of unorthodox picks we're seeing today in the highest levels of play.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited if Oasis is going to pull out something like a rabbit from a magic's hat again on their drafting later on. Because if they're that confident that they are going to be making it work, Game 2 was kind of close. It was just close until mid-game, and where RRQ was able to turn things around with the set plays that they were doing. They were hiding in the brushes, trying to find opportunities for themselves. But if they didn't do that, Oasis could have won that with the Yumi top lane, right?
Yeah, they could have really won that. There was that nitpick. I would say it was a bit of a nitpick, but at the same time, I think it's a very valid criticism in such a way that the item build from the Jax was kind of off in terms of what RRQ was bringing to the table. RRQ had a lot of crowd control on their side, and I think Otolus is very much correct in that analysis that
Yeah.
he should have probably prioritized Mercteds or maybe some tenacity things. But who knows? It was game 2. It really looked like Oasis game was trying things out, and maybe that's something that we might see in this series as well.
Yeah, all I can say is that during that time, Oasis is a team who really falters if they had the advantage in the early game. If game 2 they lost, they couldn't find their way during that game 3. It was really unfortunate during that time, but at least they were able to get one against RRQ, which is a big thing. But now SUNSPARKS, this is gonna be, we saw it yesterday. They had a bit of a problem with their games yesterday, but it's because I don't know if it's a big void that Rubenga left just because of how right now they have a new jungler. They have Ace, who is now basically the ace of the team right now, but they have a lot of ways to go in for this because there's a lot of players who are good in SUNSPARKS, but how are they gonna work together? That is also gonna be the question today.
I really agree, and I think that answer we might find in the player versus player comparison that we saw
Yeah.
earlier. It's gonna be probably on Nasjo's shoulders on how he could maybe push his team to the next level. And one player I think we can also look at in this series is Arjo. He's been talked a lot as one of these supports that would try to make plays across the map.
Yeah.
We'll really see right here if he's gonna be enabled. Maybe if he's gonna get the Thresh. Let's see as well if the Yuumi will be banned as predicted by the panel. We are starting our pick and ban phase, and the first few bans starting out with the Senna and a Galio.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Senna, right? They really love to ban the Senna for the supports, even on the ADCs, because they really respect the way that PH players play the Senna. They love this so much. Right now, there you go. One Meow is down. Yuumi is gonna be banned.
Yeah, one Meow is gone. We won't be seeing the Meow Meow connection as
for
dubbed
sure.
by Dash from yesterday's game. Would love to see that again from
Maybe
the team,
later.
but
Maybe later.
yeah, maybe later. I agree, but let's see here. What are the other bans that are coming from both of these teams? We might see a lot more marksman bans on the side of SUNSPARKS just because they're gonna be going against Demon Kite. We do see the Vayne that is a respect ban, as we know that Demon Kite is one of those players that are really proficient on this champion. So a respect ban right there for the side of SUNSPARKS.
Yeah, Konzi and Demon Kite, they're both ADC players, so banning on those ADCs is gonna be good. But with this, with no bans on the jungler, they have the Camille, they have the Fiora in this game, so they could pick that easily right there. Nasjo went in for the kill, and maybe a set could come out from the side of Oasis, which could also turn things around if that's gonna happen. But if they want to counter the Camille, or Renekton is also a good pick.
Yeah, I agree. Renekton is also a good pick, but we do see here that already the
That's a
Darius
safer pick,
has been picked. Yeah, it's a safer pick. It's a more staple pick. But we'll see what would be the combo, as Rico was talking about yesterday in the caster desk as well. We usually partner this Darius with a poke AD carry or maybe a poke AP carry, but we do see, the Zed being locked in this early for the side of Oasis Gaming.
That's being pulled out already right now, though, so I'm kind of excited to see. Oh, I forgot about the Jace, though. They went in for the Jace on the jungle, which would be better for the side of SUNSPARKS. They have a lot of potential to do a lot of damage, but now with the Thresh, that helps them out. That just seals the deal for this comp. This three champions that they have already is already good. They have CC, they have damage. They just need to at least wrap it up like you put the ribbon in the gift. This is already a good gift right here.
Yeah, it's already a good gift, but I like the answer from the side of Oasis Gaming. They still have a lot of marksmen, hypercarry marksmen that are open for their side. They didn't choose to pick that. Instead, they went for the Morgana, which was open. It essentially, if you put this Morgana in the bot side as the support, it can nullify a lot of the catch potential coming from the Thresh, since you're gonna just use that black shield to block the hook. So it might be a good potential right there for the bot side to still have that hyper carry for Demon Kite.
If they don't, I was about to say, if they don't ban the Corki, this could go bad for the side of Oasis Gaming. So that's great. They banned the Corki because this is a high AD composition on the side of SUNSPARKS already, just because of those two picks. If they got the Corki there, they have a mix of the magic damage that could seal the deal against Oasis. But now, with that, the Rengar, they banned the Meow Meow connection, so we're not going to be seeing at least one Meow here on this game. But Rakan is good for the side of Oasis. They have a lot of CC already. They just need to double down on the damage there.
Yeah, with the Rakan, it might be looking for maybe a Morgana in the mid lane. Could still probably be Morgana in a different lane, maybe as the champion that Demon Kite would be piloting. There's still a lot of flex right there. But on the other side, for SUNSPARKS, they have picked that Lux. It's another of those magic damage potential carries that could pop the Black Shield very early on, which would
Yep.
essentially take away that Black Shield advantage for the Morgana. It looks like they're also going to round that comp out with the Pantheon, which shows that SUNSPARKS doesn't really have a lot of late game damage for this composition.
Yeah. At least they have the Jace and the Camille on the side of SUNSPARKS. What they went for in the bot lane is a couple of CC with the Thresh and the Lux, which is good in its own way, but I hope they would be able to pull this out, because this is a very pick composition on their side. Sorry about that. But again, that's just a lot of single target damage with what they have right now. They can lock down one target, take them down. But because of how Oasis is going with this composition, they have the Zed, they have the Kha'Zix. We've seen this yesterday. The Zed and Kha'Zix is strong if they get ahead. And you won't be able to come back from it just because they can just destroy you every time they have the chance.
Yeah, exactly. So it's really gonna rely on how SUNSPARKS will be utilizing vision, utilizing information to get themselves away from the Zed and from the Kha'Zix to really make some more safer plays. But yeah, it's still gonna be a lot of damage from the Zed and the Kha'Zix in these fights, and it's gonna be these big team fights. Darius can just get his resets online, but on the other hand, there's still gonna be a lot of poke damage coming from the side of SUNSPARKS. Pantheon's first ability when he throws that spear also deals a lot of damage along with that luck. So it's just gonna be, I feel like there's gonna be a dance that we're gonna be seeing in a lot of these fights. And I think the last thing one more thing that I want to point out is that we were hyping up Demon Kite as this marksman player who's gonna be playing a lot of carry marksman along with Consi, and none of them played any marksman AD carries. They both are playing mages, so this is gonna be a very spicy game.
This is interesting though, right? They said that they play a lot of ADCs, but because they had the Lux, they had the Morgana, they didn't want them to have the chance to get them both. Because I mean, the light binding and the dark binding, that's just, you can just close your phone after that if that was able to hit you though. That is unfortunate. But again, on this side, at least they were able to take that out from the side of Oasis, or rather from the side of SUNSPARKS also. And now with this composition, I'm kind of favoring on the side of SUNSPARKS right now, because they have a very easier comp to use. They have a bigger margin of error with this composition, which is great. Grand Entrance on the bot side, they were able to get the Dark Binding though. No Tormented Soul on their side, so they were not able to finish the kill there. If Ace was there, that could have been disruptive for Oasis.
Yeah, the damage wasn't enough for the side of Oasis, but great thing as well was the flash burn from the side of Consi. He is repping that flash and go, so giving him a lot more ways to be mobile, even though he is on that immobile mage. But at the same time, burning that flash could show that Grindsky can go there for a gap and maybe get the kill on that Lux.
Yeah, the slow mobility bot laners are really hard to deal with. Right? What's hard about Ace picking the Pantheon is it's not easy to lock down one target in the bot lane, because the Black Shade is always still. Oh, the Dark Binding was able to hit though, and they might follow up with a Grand Entrance onto their side. Edap goes, and that's gonna be the kill already. Oh, they were able to survive a bit on Arjuk, and now that's gonna be the punish. Dragon falls down. Now they were not able to get the first kill on the side of Oasis.
Yeah, first blood goes to the side of SUNSPARKS right there, getting the kill, and it just felt like Oasis tried to make a play. They had Edaf already going to the bot side of the map, catching SUNSPARKS members in the river, but they weren't able to finalize the kill. Again, as you mentioned, they don't really have a lot of damage with their dragon laners on that Morgana and Rakan, so finalizing kills is going to be very hard for them, and it just shows SUNSPARKS was able to react and able to get that first blood.
Yeah, and back to my point a while ago, this is like really hard for the side of Oasis, because if you think about Assassins, they have a quest. Their quest is to take down the early game in their favor, because if Kha'Zix and Zed gets away with the damage, or rather the advantage that they have on their lanes and even in the jungle, that would be good for Oasis. But if they're not going to be able to fulfill that mini quest that they have, SUNSPARKS would just ramp up. Remember, we have a Jason and a Camille here. Late game, they have a lot of damage to work with, especially through damage from the Precision Protocol.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of damage, especially considering that they don't even have that real marksman. But right here in the bot side.
Yeah, no mana onto Demon Kite. He might not be able to save onto Dragon Ace going in. Oh, the man drop right there with his stun. That's going to be the kill. Adaf tries his best to get something, though the Deathmark might not be able to get the kill, but he was able to sustain that. That 3-for-1 for SUNSPARKS.
Yeah, 3-4-1 for SUNSPARKS, and I think a lot of the predictions right now for the panelists that is getting nervous because it's a 4-1 lead in kills for SUNSPARKS, and they have been getting a lot of the momentum in this early game. There have been a lot of action on the bot side of the map, and SUNSPARKS has just been capitalizing on a lot of these plays.
Yeah, I can see that Oasis can still go for this because honestly, the time that EDAF and also Renzi could ramp up is the first objective take. But because they're losing on a lot of these fights, they're just accelerating the growth from SUNSPARKS. If they get the damage, it would be hard even for EDAF to run around if the Light Binding and RJ's Death Sentence are always gonna hit. So there's a lot of single target, even targeted CC on the hands of Pantheon. So 4 minutes, Ocean Drake.
Yeah, 4 minutes Ocean Drake. It looks like Oasis Gaming doesn't really want to let this go. It's not going to be the handshake that we see other teams do. Both teams already forming up here.
Interesting.
There is a bit of a level lead on the side of Renzi. He is level 7 compared to Ace's level 6. A bit of a smite advantage there.
Interesting that they're going for this Ocean Drake though, because they want the safety in the lane, so that's why SUNSPARKS is doubling on the vision here, because they want this. If they would be able to take this, at least they have some Omnivap on their side, which is really great for this team composition that they have. Long drag on fights is where they thrive, and if it's Scylla, it's not gonna get the 5 stacks. This is gonna be good. 2k onto the Drake. They might be able to steal this. Going in, 1-5 HP onto the Ocean Drake. Would be able to get the steal right there. What a good play from Oasis. They might be going for more. They're converging onto one target. Haze is going to fall down. That is a 2-4-0 with the Dragon to cap it off on Oasis.
Yeah, great control right there from Oasis, slowly edging out SUNSPARKS away from that objective, then starting it out. SUNSPARKS was only able to get near the objective once the Dragon was about 1.7k down in HP, and it wasn't enough. Oasis was still able to finish it off and even get 2 more kills out of that.
Yep. And yeah, SUNSPARKS is just going for... They're going to be trying to go for this Red Pearl, but because they lost that a while ago on the side of the Ocean Drake, this is going to go good for them. I mean, they don't really need this sustain on their composition because they want to go in and go out. That's what their composition is going for. But oh, they go to apprehend onto Isilla. Might be chasing him down, but because Renzi is here with just his presence, they've backed away.
Yeah, but looks like SUNSPARKS again going for another objective right here. They are starting down this repair. They are the ones who are already here, but all members of Oasis are also forming up.
Yeah, Dragon dodge all of it. They don't have Edith yet. This is not going to go good for Oasis if they're not going to double down on the damage. Good positioning from SUNSPARKS. The Grand Entrance was able to hit on the Consi, but they were able to get it again. SUNSPARKS was able to get that good. They're running away, trying to at least lessen the damage that they had here. Oh no, EDAF was able to get 2 kills already. Oasis again taking 2 down, but the Rip Herald taken by SUNSPARKS.
Yeah, and Oasis maybe hearing us right there saying that, hey, SUNSPARKS is taking a bit of a lead before we hit that 4-minute mark. But now, 6 minutes into the game, the tides have turned. It's now 4-5 in kills in favor of Oasis. They just got the first turret in the top side of the map, and they are now with an almost 3,000 gold lead. Great series of plays coming from Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, as we said a while ago, Crazy Apple, they need that first item onto Renzi and EDAP before they ramp up on the fights. But now, with the Hextech Ultimatum under the turret, oh, they have the man drop also. EDAP, oh no, he's left alone with his own devices. Nastro almost falls down.
Yeah, Nastro almost falls down, but it's still, again, one of the plays that SUNSPARKS keeps doing around the map. They keep trying to go for these isolated players, trying to get the kills on them, but the Referral now summoned in the bot side.
Yeah, onto the backside, we have the Grand Entrance, they have the quickness also. Ace, oh no, that final spark almost getting the kill onto Dragon, forcing them out of the way, but Demon Kite might be able to get 1 skill shot in. That's going to be what they need. Demon Kite going in. Black Shield. Oh no, he was able to get the hit on 1. It's going to go good because Renzi's going to take him down, and RJX is going to be next on the chopping block. He falls down. SUNSPARKS, that referral wasn't even able to take 1 tower.
Yeah, it wasn't enough. The tower is just super low in the Dragon lane right now for the side of Oasis Gaming, but SUNSPARKS, I think they overstayed their welcome a bit. They still, again, giving up more kills towards Oasis Gaming, and it's just gonna help ramp up the 2 assassins, as you were saying earlier, the item breakpoints for the Kazakhs and the Zed. They're almost gonna get their second item. Kazakh already has that Duskblade, while Zed already has a Black Cleaver. So in terms of items, they are now a lot ahead against their counterparts. Even the Morgan already having more components against that Lux is just gonna propel Oasis Gaming for the next few objectives that may come.
Yeah, what's great about here is that if Renzi evolves, yeah, he has evolved wings already. So if he goes in with the black shield, he's not gonna get stopped, which is bad. The Grand Entrance was able to hit onto two. Arjek was able to put down the box, but Oasis is gonna back away. They're going for the safe route there, for example.
Yeah, no kills there for both teams. But at the same time, I think this has been the difference that we've been seeing the past few minutes. SUNSPARKS makes a play when they're not able to convert kills, they die. But for Oasis Gaming, when they try to go for these plays and they can't convert, they are able to get away, and I think that has been the difference here for both of these teams as Dragon just comes back up.
Okay, Dragon goes in, Hextech Ultimatum. He was face checking that, so that is just a very, very dead Dragon. And might be a very, very dead Mountain Dragon on the side of SUNSPARKS though. Oasis is a 4v5. They can't go for this, but because they don't have enough damage from the side of SUNSPARKS yet, they can go. Argent goes in with a play, but the Apprehend is just there. Estilla is just tanking a lot of damage. Exhaust has been put down, so they have no exhaust to use into Estilla, but Estilla is now half an HP. Look at that. They respect them, even though that it's a 4v5. Just because they don't have mana on Fonzie, they're going to be backing away. Oasis is just going to take this uncontested.
Yeah, it was an uncontested take right there for Oasis Gaming, and great play from them as well. Even though 4v5, they kept doing this guerrilla warfare style where they just kept chipping away at SUNSPARKS' HP. And the Dragon was also their Phantom 6-man in that play. There were Dragon kept hitting members from SUNSPARKS. It's like SUNSPARKS trying to defend the mid lane here.
Yeah, as you said, Oasis got a lot of damage there, almost getting the turret on the mid lane. That's very important though. If the mid lane turret falls down, that just opens up a lot of possibilities for Oasis. SUNSPARKS needs to defend this turret, and now they don't have any turrets down on the side of Oasis, so this is big advantage onto taking this next objective, which is the Rift Herald.
Yeah, the Rift Herald is indeed the next objective. Earlier on, it was SUNSPARKS who did pick it up for the first Rift Herald, but Oasis Gaming is the one now on this objective. Doesn't look like any members of SUNSPARKS is here to contest.
Yeah, this is smart for SUNSPARKS. They know that they don't have their item power spikes yet. That's why they're not taking any chances to fight against this. And now, look at this, Asilla, level 11. He would fight against Aiden. He falls down. That's a big dunk from Oasis. And they are trying to find for more, but they bring the flash from Haze.
Yeah, they burned the flash from Haze. Even though they didn't try to contest the Rift Herald, there's still one casualty. Well, at least two casualties on their side right
Mid's
now.
down?
For SUNSPARKS. Mid downs as well. So this game is just going in favor right now for Oasis Gaming with all three outer turrets down. For SUNSPARKS, this jungle is just going to be conceded towards Oasis Gaming.
Slow start on Oasis, but at least they're ramping up. Look at that balloon of the gold cap right now for the side of Oasis. 2 items on both. 3 members right there. ADAP not gonna be able to hit all those shurikens though. Now he's gonna be backing away. Go for safety.
Yeah, I just tried to, see if he can get the cheeky kill right there on Haze, but wasn't able to hit the shurikens, wasn't able to amplify the damage, so the Jace was able to get out alive. But looking at the items right now, even though it's pretty close there in the mid lane, only about 1,000 in difference for the Zed and the Jace. When you look at the top lane and in the jungle, but right now it looks like Nasho might be getting caught out here.
Yeah, Nasho was able to get the hook shot out, but just because Edolf doesn't have the death mark, they're not going to continue on that. They're going to be waiting for that. And Renzi is super low in HP, but there you go. Arjuk goes in. He wasn't able to get the damage, and he might fall down here. Left alone with his own devices onto the back line, though Ace is just going to get the kill onto one. Dragon falls down. That's a good advantage for the side of Oasis. They were able to get one. A lot of half HP members. Stasis. Oh no, that might have been a mistake on Click, and now Oasis is capitalizing on that kill.
Yeah, it might have been a misclick. It might have been also just he really wanted to use that stasis to be able to take away some damage, not noticing that Isilla already ran from the Baron lane, already going to the mid lane to support his team. So he was also caught out right there. It looked like a fight that was going to SUNSPARKS' favor, the usage of the Grand Skyfall to essentially put the Oasis Gaming team in half, isolating some targets. It started out pretty well for SUNSPARKS, but just the gold lead for Oasis at this point. They have so much gold, more items on the side of SUNSPARKS that they were just able to sustain away from that fight.
Yeah, 3 items on Renzi. This is pretty bad because it's a 4-0. Remember, Renzi performed pretty well yesterday, and they just need to double down on that performance right now against SUNSPARKS. This is big gold leads though. 9k gold leads onto the side of Oasis, but they're still going for more. They want to go for Nasjo. They're not going to be able to get the kill. The damage onto Ace, almost dead. Stasis to buy some time for himself, but that is just get the kill for Oasis.
Yeah, I get a kill from Wayside, but Edaf, no, almost going down against Hayes.
Ooh, Hayes looking pretty. He's going to go for more, but yeah, Edaf just faded away there.
Edaf fading away, using that shadow to just get away from that chase. But it looks like the bot lane turret is also going to be conceded for Oasis Gaming.
Okay, looking at this, because they took down a lot of turrets. 5 turrets are down for the side of SUNSPARKS. They're going for more, but Kanzi, low in HP, they don't have enough damage onto Demon Kite and just Dragon. I love the way that Demon Kite adjusted here. He went in for a more utility playstyle, and it's working out for the side of Oasis. Now they're taking the Cloud Drake without any contest.
Yeah, without any context, you could see how scared SUNSPARKS was. The Lux was at base, ulting, using her ultimate on that dragon just to check if Oasis Gaming already started. But it turns out they were just taking that dragon right now. 3 dragons on the side of Oasis Gaming. It seems like SUNSPARKS will be looking for this Baron. Already 4 members of SUNSPARKS are going to the Baron pit.
Yeah, Oasis ready to shatter with any wrong move. They went in for the teleport. They're going for more. That is going to be good for their team, though. Oasis still finding ways to get in. Dragon has the flash to work with if he wants to get the quickness onto Grand Entrance. They have vision on this Baron. They're trying their best to get something. That sentence wasn't able to hit. They're trying to go in. That's going to be it. Quickness and to the kill onto Arjik. Oasis gets a big advantage. No more CC for you guys. SUNSPARKS are just going to back away from this. Oasis is going to be taking this Baron.
Yeah, and I love how Oasis Gaming is playing this game right now. They're forcing the issue on SUNSPARKS. They use 2 teleports to immediately back up their Darius and immediately start that Baron. Yes, they are peeling off of it right now, but they're just shoving the waves. Even bot lane right now, the Dragon lane, the lane is shoving towards the SUNSPARKS, even the other side lane on the top side. But still, looks like Oasis Gaming is looking for more kills. No, they're now starting the Baron with 3 members.
Remember, bot lane is pushing really close onto their towers, so they need to defend that if they want to. That's why they're really just hovering around. Apprehend onto Asilla, 1v2. He's just walking right there. Nasjo tried to get some vision. Now that Ace is just gonna fall down. The man drop is not gonna get anything out of it. But look at this, 1v3. Asilla is just gonna run away with the shield from the Serex Cage. Oasis is gonna go. This is the fray. This is the party dragon right there onto the back line. Grand Entrance onto 2, and now they're gonna be cleaning up the members of SUNSPARKS. The last member, Nasjo, was able to get the ignite on Demon Kite. Might be able to get the kill there, but here comes the party. Quickness onto Dragon. He's just sticking down, but Hextech ultimatum to get some frames for himself. But Oasis got the ace, got the Baron. This might be the game, Crazy Apple.
Yeah, this just might be game 1 for Oasis Gaming right here. I just love how Oasis Gaming has been playing this. Asilla essentially bullying 2-3 members of SUNSPARKS to get into that Baron pit, and he even had enough time to be able to be helped by his team and got that backup and essentially got the ace. And now game 1 goes to Oasis Gaming.
What a great game 1. What a great performance from Oasis Gaming. They knew what they're going for, though. The deadline right there for their team was set. That's why they know that if they take a lot of objectives, they take the referral, they take all the dragons. Yes, we lost a bit of kills in the early game, but that's okay. Because after our first items, the power spike coming in from EDAP and also Grindsky, that is when they ramp up. That is the formula that they needed in order for them to take the objectives. They got the dragon, they got the repelled in the first rotation. Because of that, got the towers, and that just snowballed out of control for Oasis Gaming.
I agree, and I love how you keep pointing out that it's really that item breakpoints, especially the first completed items for the side of Oasis Gaming. They never felt like they were pressured, even though it was a 4-1 advantage early on. For SUNSPARKS, they were a couple of plays that Oasis Gaming was trying in the bot side of the map to really get the Morgana and the Rakan out of there to be able to roam around and really use their crowd control to get more picks for their team. But after getting those item breakpoints, they knew we're stronger at this point. We can just keep on fighting and just get more kills and essentially take away a lot more objectives away from SUNSPARKS.
It also is because they don't have a lot of damage in the early game. Yes, because they have the Camille, they have the Jace, which I think against a Zed, Jace doesn't really have a big advantage, and that worked in favor of Oasis. And because they don't have damage, even Ace didn't have a lot of damage in the early stages of the game. They weren't able to use Ace for their late gamers to have damage. So that's why it was so easy for Oasis to just stomp them down, and it's like they broke down like an Olympic diver, and it works so well for the side of Oasis.
Yeah, it works so well, and at the same time, we gotta commend as well, SUNSPARKS. Yes, they're still looking for their first win of the tournament, but at the same time, you can't discount that they always try to make plays. They had a couple successful ones in the bot side of the map earlier on, but just the understanding of the game on the side of Oasis game, you could really see right there why even Autolus and I know Osiris have also put them pretty much up there in the terms of power rankings, and why in the panel desk everyone voted in favor of Oasis Gaming, and you could really see right there how much they understand where they need to be in the map, even the timers. More members from Oasis Gaming, more often than not, are already prepared to challenge or to take objectives. I think the best example for that was when they all teleported on the Darius. They knew the importance of keeping Asila alive at that point, and just able to take the game away for them.
And the faithful shall be rewarded. I want to know for Oasis. And during this game, though, this looked like SUNSPARKS having signs of life, right? Because they were able to get those easy kills in their favor. I thought this is going to shake down Oasis. But it's a good thing that they were not faced on this early stages of the game after the first objective, just because look at how they're playing. They're converged. And most of the members of SUNSPARKS are far away from each other. That's why they can pinpoint on who are they gonna target. Are we gonna target one? Are we gonna be targeting Nastro? Are we gonna go for Haze? They know who to target every time. And the one who's pinpointing the target every time is Demonkite. Every time he hits a binding, okay, that's our target. We're gonna kill that. That's exactly what they're doing in the side of Oasis.
Right, and I think in some ways SUNSPARKS would also have that kind of tool similar to Demonkite on that Lux on Consi. But the thing is, they were not really or never in a position to really do that, because as you mentioned, Oasis looks like they are just really good at balling up in these team fights, grouping together, not allowing SUNSPARKS to just isolate one of their targets. And at the same time, SUNSPARKS needed to be the team to not be isolated, because Oasis had Kha'Zix. You see earlier in these replays, he just keeps jumping around, isolating targets, getting the bonus damage, and just allowed Renzi to just run amok in these team fights.
Yeah, and if ever we go for this, like this, the MVP of the game, Renzi played that so well, was able to enable. he was the enabler right there for the team. They were able to get all the plays, all the kills, all the objectives, just because Renzi was there to help them out, give all the lanes the gold that they need, and perfectly timed right there for Renzi. And yeah, that was really great for the side of Oasis.
Yeah, that's really good. Looking forward to what would be the adjustments for SUNSPARKS in Game 2. They've already seen a different look for Oasis. Oasis didn't utilize a real marksman for Demonkite, and it was a bit of a handshake for SUNSPARKS as well.
Yeah.
With Gonzi not utilizing either the Lucian or the Vayne. They even banded the Vayne themselves. So maybe for the next game, I would want SUNSPARKS to go to a more comfort picks, to not really mix it up, even though we have seen a lot in the WCS, Southeast Asia region, a lot of these AP bot lanes, but maybe we can go back to some of the more classic marksmen there.
Yeah, this is again the battle of the Scorching Desert. Who is gonna survive right here on both of our side? Would one be resilient? Because right now Oasis is being really resilient and are not getting scorched down by the sun right there. So now again, that was a good game one right here, right? Are you feeling the excitement right here, Crazy Apple? Because I'm feeling it.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So yeah, before we go in for a second game, we're just gonna be taking a short break, everyone. Don't go away, because we're gonna be back. We have been your casters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys in just a bit. And welcome back, everyone, to WCS. Again, this is the first series, Oasis Gaming versus SUNSPARKS. A 1-0 advantage to the Oasis Gaming side. And now, Crazy Apple. This is going to be an exciting one. But before that, we're just going to be introducing ourselves. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Crazy Apple. Crazy Apple, can you walk me through that first game?
Okay, for the first game, it was really SUNSPARKS starting off with a lot of sparks, as you could say.
Yeah.
They had a 4-1 lead earlier on. They had a lot of momentum, but when Oasis Gaming got their couple of first items, I believe it was a Black Cleaver for the Zed and the Dustblade for the Kazakhs, they were just able to roll things to their favor. Team fight after team fight on the objectives, they were able to get the first Drake. Herald fight, it did go to the side of SUNSPARKS, but kills going to the side of Oasis Gaming, and then other objectives, the next Dragon, the next Herald. It just kept like a slow and steady sandstorm, you could say, as the fight of the desert here for Oasis Gaming. They were able to take those advantages and eventually get the win.
Yeah, SUNSPARKS is showing a bit of glimmer right there, right, Crazy Apple? Because honestly, that first fight from SUNSPARKS was really good. They were able to utilize the early game advantage just because they have the Pantheon. The man drop was there to help them out every time. But because during the mid game, it was not really timed well during that mid-game part of the game, in where Ace wasn't able to get the timing right, even with the Baron call. That's why they weren't able to get at least a steal, and they weren't even able to capitalize on that global pressure that Ace was having because he was using the Pantheon, right?
Right, and it's something that I think it was more of the other team getting very much ahead, Oasis Gaming getting ahead, and SUNSPARKS was playing a bit, as we mentioned, respectful of Oasis Gaming. When they got ahead, they weren't really as proactive in making plays, as proactive in using the man drop, using the Grand Skyfall to pick off members. We even saw them utilizing the Luxalt for vision on the Dragon Pit. So it really showed how much they respected when the 3 outer turrets for their side was down. So maybe it really boils down to SUNSPARKS using more comfort picks, because I feel that if you have a lot more comfort picks on your side, even if the other guy is ahead, you can still find ways to be able to take back the advantage in favor of your team.
Yeah, remember during that game, we have set open. I thought they're gonna go for a set on the last pick on the side of SUNSPARKS, because honestly, if they went for that last pick there, that could have been good against the Kazakhs, because at least Kazakhs won't be able to burst him down on fights, and also he would enable the fights to at least happen easier, because the showstopper onto the facebreaker is a good way to start the fight. They didn't have a way to start the fight a while ago, except for that single target stun from Ace and also the hook shot, and that's also why they weren't able to get the advantage on positioning, especially when it comes to the objectives.
Yeah, it really just boiled down to, like, plays on their side, on the usage as well of their ability. So I feel like there's a lot of things that we can talk about and how SUNSPARKS would really get back into this game, but it all boils down to how are they gonna use the knowledge, use what they know of the mistakes that they made in game 1 and utilize here in game 2. As we see, it's already the pick and ban phase. Couple of bans already for the side of SUNSPARKS. They again banned out the Yuumi, the Senna, and the Vayne, but now they are still priority picking this Camille, not going for that set.
Yeah, they're not going for a different setup here. So because of that, Oasis said, yeah, we did this a while ago, so we're gonna do it again. It worked anyway, so let's just do it on second game again. So they went in for the first pick onto the Darius, prioritizing also onto the Morgana just to give it to Demon Kite, which is good. At least it doesn't really give much info, because this champions really doesn't give a lot of info on what they're gonna do with their composition. They can still change it up. And also, Camille is a good pick. They can go for a set if they want to, but again, they went for Argix Trash. They really want to get this comfort going for their side.
Man, I don't think it wasn't Argix Thresh wasn't the one, wasn't that bad. It's still, it provides this comfort, it provides this a lot of catch potential. Yes, it's again might be this Morgana going to the bot lane, but the signals that are getting here for Oasis Gaming is they pick this champ early to enable Demon Kite to have a lot more options, so that they already secured this champion. But the answer for SUNSPARKS is the third pick, Ziggs, and as you were mentioning yesterday, Black Shield Yes, it negates a lot of crowd control, but it can be broken by a lot of magic damage, and Ziggs provides a lot of that magic damage.
Yeah, and also what I like about the Ziggs in the bot lane against the Morgana is because Ziggs does have a lot of wave clear. Lux doesn't have a lot. Yes, she
Yes.
has a listen singularity, but it's not enough to clear the wave. Tormented Soul, you just leave that there, job's done. But at least here, they could at least help Consi out with a better wave clear on their end. But because they weren't able to pick up the Jace, that was left open at the side of Oasis, and on the hands of Renzi, that's kind of scary.
Yeah, it's kind of scary for the hands of Renzi with that Jace. A lot of good picks, a lot of strong picks for the side of Oasis Gaming. But on the other hand, we do see the couple of bans coming from Oasis. They know, they have recognized that this Ziggs can still go to the mid lane, even though we have been seeing Ziggs often in the Dragon lane. They have noticed that, hey, it could still be flex. Let us take away one of the more comfort picks for the side of Consi, taking away that Lucian and also taking away that Lulu. On the other hand, SUNSPARKS really focusing the bans on Dragon, taking away a lot of his champions. The Yumi, the Senna, the Rakan, and the Leona. These are 4 support bans, but it looks like it's gonna be the
There you
set
go.
finally picked in this series.
Yep, Oasis doubling down on the Juggernauts. This might go well, this might go bad because they have... I'm not really a fan of having 2 Juggernauts in the team, honestly, because they give a lot of CC, they give you a front-to-back composition, but because they don't have a lot of damage, that is going to be a problem in the long run. Yes, you have the Jace, but you need to at least have one more to help you when it comes to the damage. But on the side of SUNSPARKS, what's good about this, they have the Gragas, they have the Thresh, they have what it takes. They can go for damage or CC onto this last pick.
Yeah, they could very well be very flexible on this last pick. Let's see right here if they're gonna go for maybe a marksman to give Consi that comfort. I believe Corki is also open, one of the more contested bans that we've been seeing on tournament long. Let's see right here. Maybe what would they pick? The counter is down, and it is the Irelia providing more 80 damage on their side, another more of a duelist bruiser for the side of SUNSPARKS. So it's probably going to be the Ziggs on the hands of Consi. Let me hear what's going to be the last pick for Oasis, because it could be the Morgana again going to Demon Kite. A lot of supports already banned.
They could still go for a Corki here. If they want to go for a Corki and make the Morgana support, that could be good. Oh, 3 Juggernauts on your team? Yeah, really? Yeah, having the Olaf also? Yeah. Okay.
They want to prove you wrong, man. They want to prove you wrong.
Honestly, yeah. that's what I'm seeing here, the Oasis. But okay, let's go with that. They have the Olaf on the jungle. They're making set support, which I like, honestly. Because that's the only place that they could go for. They could go for EDAF on the Jace, and they have the support on the set, which is good because they have the Thresh on the other side. So now, with this, if they try to engage against this team composition, because SUNSPARKS doesn't have any constant DPS on their side, this could go bad for them, because this is 3 Juggernauts together with the Black Shield and also the Ragnarok from Olaf. This Olaf is gonna go crazy in this game.
Yeah, this Olaf's just gonna go crazy. Nothing can stop him. If there's one thing, as a guy who plays Olaf in the jungle often, if there's one thing you're only scared of, is a lot of damage that could kill you, because you have that Ragnarok. You can just take away a lot of crowd control. When you stick to a target, you can just life steal it all back using your second ability. So he is a very potent run you down kind of champion. But again, he is a Juggernaut. In the later parts of the game, he's not going to be able to just keep on stacking that damage. He can be melted down by the poke coming from a Ziggs if it's going to be an objective contest. So there are a lot of scenarios here where SUNSPARKS would take advantage of the innate weakness of having 3 Juggernauts, which is, it's going to be very hard for them to stick to you if you have a lot of ways to push them away.
Yeah, would you have a lot of ways? Yes, you have the explosive cask and the flay on your side, but they can still stick to you because you have the body slam. Mid lane though, EDAP, okay, the flash has already been dealt, and the exhaust almost getting the kill, but Arjek is also gonna fall down. At least that is gonna be good for their side. A 1-for-1 in the mid lane this early in the game.
I love bloodthirsty supports, man. Arjek went for the flash, ignited, didn't care if it was his life or the trade, because it's gonna be the mid laner for a support. If I was SUNSPARKS, I'm gonna take that trade any day.
Yeah. If that was miscalculated just even for a bit with the attacks from the Thresh, that could have been went sour for Arjuk. But because he took the risk, it worked out well for them. Now they have the death sentence on the bot side. They don't have any damage yet though, so they can stick right here. Dragon doesn't have anything yet, but he has the Haymaker though. Arjuk doesn't have any flash. And Oasis takes another kill against SUNSPARKS.
Talking about miscalculation right there, it really looked like Arjuk kind of overestimated the strength of his champion. That was a big miscalculation on his part, giving away another kill to the side of Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, that's one right there. And really unfortunate for Arjuk getting that kill and also losing 2 deaths on their hands. That is really unfortunate for him. But Ace going into the bot lane. He doesn't have the hookshot. Dark Binding would be there, but not enough damage yet onto Dragon. But he has the Haymaker, though, almost getting the kill onto Ace. And here comes the party, and Dragon is going to fall down. Haze is going to come through. They have the Dark Binding. They don't have any flash onto Haze, but they are backing away. What a good respect from Oasis.
Yeah, good respect right there. I'm sorry, I was laughing so much because Arjuk again gets another kill for his team. The Thresh right now is 2-0 for SUNSPARKS. It is 2-2 for SUNSPARKS and Oasis in terms of kills. At the same time, Hazelborn gets head up.
Okay, that's good. Haze is displaying this so well. I was kind of sour on their team composition because whenever I see an Irelia, you're like a 50-50. Whenever you have an Irelia on your team, it's either the Irelia is ineffective or it's super effective. And now, Haze is proving me wrong because it's super effective. They're just taking down EDAF every step of the way. And right now, if we take a look at the gold from Haze, he has a lot more, and he's level 5 compared to EDAF.
Yeah, a lot of advantage for Haze
level
right there.
6.
Also, yeah, I think he just hit level 6 on EDAP's level 4. He's just about to hit level 5 on this Sage minion. But great job as well for SUNSPARKS to recognize that EDAP's flash was burned earlier on Arjuk. He's still level 3, but he's looking in this mid lane very hungrily right now.
But it's a good thing that Dragon is also here to help out. Yeah. And look at that. Look at the map. Demon Kite is also kind of hovering around this side of the map. So this is kind of scary. Arjuk, oh no, he was able to get the timing right. Flash has been burned to EDAF. 1 minute on the clock on the objective, so EDAF doesn't have that on the objective fight.
Yeah, he won't have that flash. And again, I feel like SUNSPARKS is just really bullying EDAF at this point, focusing on taking down his flash each time so he won't feel safe in this lane. Arjuk again in this mid lane. Looks like it's going to be the lane swap already initiated. We're in the bot lane. We'll be going to the mid with that 6, just clearing the waves over and over again.
I was about to say that if Haze goes back and has the Vampiric Scepter already, he's full item. But because he went back and now he has the Blade of the Ruined King, that's the fullest item that you can have on an Irelia. And now, 15 seconds on this game, 3-1 gold. He was able to hit that even before 4 minutes. That's just so much advantage that he had in the mid lane. So this is going to be a scary solo lane right now for the side of Oasis. It's going to be a scary take for this Cloud Drake that is going to happen.
Yeah, but unfortunately, this is a very bad recall timing for Consi. He didn't have any mana, just pick up the Ludens right now. But the Dragon already started by Oasis Gaming here.
Ace is here, so if ever they're trying to go, they have the Vanguard's Edge onto Haze. He's level 7. He can deal a lot of damage, but Ace is gonna go to Showstopper, was able to deny him right there. And that was a good play from Oasis. Even though that was just so far away, Showstopper was able to stop Ace.
I had this imagination there where Seth just stood there, saw Ace coming to the pin. It's like, no. Pushes him away, takes him away from that objective, securing the Dragon for Oasis.
Oh, what a great face breaker onto Dragon. He has the Haymaker to work with, so he can still survive a lot on this one, though. SUNSPARKS backing away right here. Soul Shackles might be able to get the kill onto Arjuk. Another damage coming into Consi. Arjuk is backing away. Not going to be able to get the kill. Whoa, but a good face breaker right there. Nasjo going to be the next on the chopping block, but 2-4-0. Oasis won that fight perfectly.
Deja vu. SUNSPARKS making a lot of good plays in the first few minutes of the game, but after the 4-minute mark, it's Oasis Gaming over and over again. The momentum again on their side, and I think it really boils down to that single back timing from Consi. They did initiate the lane swap earlier than Oasis Gaming. They were able to get that mid lane shove, but the thing is, he wasn't there for any objective contest. Oasis Gaming was able to take away SUNSPARKS. It looked like they might be a dive against Nasjo.
Yeah, remember, they're both juggernauts. Nasjo is going to have a hard time. He's going to be taken down. That's going to be the ticking. Asilla is going to get the kill. And also, the tower in top lane. But, another fight onto the bot lane. They were going to go for more, and that's going to be it. That's just so much damage from Oasis' side. Arjuk backing away with the Protobelt, and they're going to be getting the kill onto him. A double kill onto EDAF.
Yeah, and it's just going from bad to worse right now. Conti being chased down by Demon Kite right here. Don't think they have enough damage to able to take down Conti, but just dealing about 60% of the HP. That's pretty work right there for Demon Kite. But yeah, bad to worse right now for SUNSPARKS. The gold lead just ballooned to 6,000, and it's 3-8 in terms of kills.
Yeah, what a big one. And Oasis already has, most of their members have their items already. So 2 minutes more, and at least SUNSPARKS would have their items completed. But because Ace isn't that fed, it's just gonna work in favor of Frenzy a lot of times when it comes to this objective battles. Look at that, 3k gold onto Ace. It's just so bad that Frenzy has 2k gold lead. Nastro, going for the fight to bot lane, body slam. He has explosive gas to push him away, and Oasis is just gonna back away.
Now it's just in a back
Oh,
up
no.
and end up though meeting caught out here.
EDAF is going to be the target too. Disguise won't be able to do anything, but Oasis, oh no, they're working their way out. Ragnarok right there, but they're looking for the damage coming in. Almost getting the kill onto Haze, but no, Demon Kite is left alone with himself. He's going to back away, but the Satchel Charge was able to pull him back. Dragon is here to help his teammate out. He was able to get the kill, but the Mega Inferno Bomb was able to help him out. Late of the Ruben King, remember, they have the Showstopper. That's good. Consi is going to be dealt a lot of damage. Oh no, almost getting the kill with the tower shot. But Dragon, he doesn't have enough damage.
Yeah, it doesn't have enough damage because he's a support right there, but good series of plays from both teams. SUNSPARKS catching out EDAP, getting the first kill, and Oasis Gaming coming in one by one into the fight, trying to support their fellow teammates. But in the end, I believe it's a 2-for-2 exchange for both teams. Correct me if I'm wrong right there, but yeah, it's now 6-10, and still momentum is on the side of Oasis Gaming. But it's that feel good moment for you if you're SUNSPARKS. You know that you can still catch out Oasis Gaming when they make a bit of a mistake right there, but at the same time, it's still gonna be a hurdle right now for SUNSPARKS.
This is what we were saying a while ago. It's rather hard to pull off a composition where you have to a lot of fighters, where you need to at least kite out a lot. But Oasis, look at what they're doing. They're just going in, and Ace is just getting the brink of it. He's not having fun right now because Oasis, because they're all tanky, it's easy for them to get in every fight that they can have.
Yeah, Oasis Gaming just flexing their muscles at this point. A lot of muscles on this side, literally with their juggernauts. And they are on this Dragon Pit. They have been the team that's been really good at just being at the objective early on. There might be a contest here.
Okay, remember, they have the Ragnarok Mega Inferno Bomb to deal more damage. Oh, the flash again to the Showstopper. Denial, and Ace is just gonna fall down. He's left alone onto the pit, and most of the members of SUNSPARKS are running around, and they might be able to get more. Isilla is gonna get one, and that's gonna be good for their side. Demon Kite was able to get one more. They're chasing them down. Dragon is super low. Consi wasn't able to get the kill of 4-for-1 in favor of Oasis.
4-for-1 in favor of Oasis, along with the Dragon. Again, only Conti is the guy alive for his team. He almost got taken down by Dragon right there. Dragon didn't have the Haymaker to be able to finish the kill on the Ziggs. And just Oasis Gaming having a great understanding of where to go, when to be there on these objectives. They are now pinging the Rift Herald. They win the fight. They all go for the recall, buy their items, and go for the next objective.
What I can just say is that Ace, it's just super unfortunate whenever Ace tries to go in, try to steal the objective. It's like, Dragon is always just grabbing him. No, you can't go here. This is our turf, so you can't. So that's why they are always able to take all of these objectives without any contest from SUNSPARKS. It doesn't even matter if there's more damage from Ace and Haze in the late game. If that late game doesn't happen, you won't need to care about that right now.
Right. And it's, again, Oasis forcing the issue on SUNSPARKS. The inhibitor turret at the top side is being sieged.
Ooh, explosive cast onto the Battle Slam, but oh, the Showstopper was able to stop them down onto the backside, but mission complete for Oasis because they were able to get the inhibitor turret.
And inhibitor turret, the base is wide open. Super minions are just gonna flow on the top side. The mid lane turret, first here after turret hasn't even taken yet, and it's going for another kill.
Yeah, Consi was apprehended. The way Argic is not going to be hitting that death sentence, so that's why they are just backing away from this fight, though. Oasis once more, just because that Asilla is so fed right now, it's gonna be easy for them to take this kill whenever they want to. Ace going in with a Hexic ultimatum. Okay, this is gonna be a 4v2. Not gonna be a good fight for Asilla, but they're going for more Demon Kite. Oh, the Black Shield is just so good. Oasis is just running away. Look at that. They're being chased down by the Mad Viking right there. He was able to get a double kill. Nacho almost getting more work, but that's going to be a 3-4-2 in favor of Oasis.
Axis need victims in the 2 kills for the price of 1 axe right there for Renzi. He does go down, but still the momentum is on the side of Oasis Gaming. They have control of this map and they're about to take another turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, Axis denied right there against SUNSPARKS. They might be able to take more turrets in the mid lane, but being chased down by Nashjo. They have the speed. He does have the explosive gas if he wants to, but he doesn't have the flash, so Oasis is just going to run away there.
Yeah, Oasis Gaming, again, they're just gonna recuperate a bit after all that action. They were able to get the objectives that they needed to chip away against SUNSPARKS. Later on, we might see them again forming in another objective. Dragon will be up a bit later, but Oasis Gaming again and again has been forcing the issue on SUNSPARKS. They're like, come at me, bro. We can take you. We can fight you. And SUNSPARKS can't really do anything at this point.
Yeah, well, they're doing that, right? They're flexing their muscles where they're doing, yeah, come at me, bro. So Oasis is again going on for another one. Nashjo was forced to use the explosive cast and the lantern to safety for this side, but now a lot of turrets are down. Oasis is just... they're just crumbling down. They smell fresh blood. They want more. Drake is going to be the target. Oasis backing away. Ace is not going to get anything. They have the Hextech Ultimatum. Mega Inferno Bomb. Not going to be dealing a lot of damage. Oasis. they're just wanting to take this Ocean Drake.
Yeah, they're looking at the Ocean Drake right now, seeing the timers. It's going to be in 10 seconds. I really love the discipline as well for Oasis Gaming. Haven't really seen a lot of them making a lot of individual very aggressive plays so far this game. I believe the only mistake they've had was when EDAF got essentially got caught out on the transition into top side of the map. But Oasis Gaming again and again has been focusing these objectives. Not only Renzi is the one who's taking the Drake right now. 3 members already going for the recall because they know that the Baron is going to be up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, I love that Demon Kite is enabling a lot of plays from Oasis just because they have the Black Shield to work with. That's why they're always confident whenever they try to go in. Even just one of them, Asilla, even EDAF, one of them goes in, it's gonna go good because the Black Shield is there to help them out. Just because there's not a lot of effective AP damage except for Consi, the Black Shield is maximized on the side of Oasis.
Right, the Black Shield has just been very effective. Also, how they play, it's just been, they're really good at grouping up, to grouping together, but there might be a Baron fight here.
Oh no, Arjuk flash in the wrong neighborhood and he's caught and he's left alone. That's going to be the kill. 5 stacks onto Hayes. He's also going to fall down. The Face Breaker was able to stun a lot of the members. Hayes is also going to fall down. Nasha is going to be the next target. Consi is going to back away, but okay, Nashjo. Oh no, they're just walking through the turret. Imagine, that's just so much tanky they are, and Oasis might be ending this game. This is gonna be the 5v2. Not gonna be a good fight to be in. Renzi, he's denying Consi the back. That's why they couldn't push the Sour into the bot lane again. Look at this. He can't even defend his own turret. They might be able to get in this game. 5 stacks onto Nashjo. He's gonna go and disappear, but Asilla, okay, that's good. Asilla's dead. He deserves it. He deserves it.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, Oasis Gaming still aren't able to finish this game. Death timers are still a bit too short. Only 14 minutes into the game, and as you were criticizing that this is a triple juggernaut composition, but the thing is, with what we've seen right now, if you're a triple juggernaut composition and you can get ahead, doesn't matter when you get to the late game. In the mid game, you're just gonna your damage is just gonna be enough take a lot of these targets down, as you can see in the gold right now. Only
Ace is
Hayes.
just unfortunate.
Yeah, only Hayes is the one keeping up. Ace, man, is so far behind Renzi.
Yeah, he's almost as close as RJ's gold earned. Just because he's always denied the objective, he can't even have this chance. Even if they have the Blade of the Ruin King, it doesn't really matter at this point in the game, in where they're just building a lot tankier. Oasis is just working their way. SUNSPARKS, they need to contest this. That's why they're here. This is going to be the last battle for the members of SUNSPARKS, but Nashjo was left alone. But look at this, onto the other side. Asilla is going to fall down. This might be the chance for SUNSPARKS. One fell down. A 4v4 might be bearable for their side. Don't have a lot of effective damage, but oh, the showstopper was able to get the kill onto Ace. And this is going to be it. The man advantage onto Oasis. Arjak is going to fall. He might be next. Ace is trying his best to get away, but they're being chased down. They can't even back away. They can't even recall. Look at Renzi. He's clearing all the corners. He's leaving no stones unturned because Renzi is stopping them down. Even EDAP, he's sacrificing himself just for them to finish this game. Oasis Gaming won the game on a 2-0. SUNSPARKS got taken down.
Yeah, SUNSPARKS, they couldn't even go back to their base. They ran the other way just because of how big and beefy these juggernauts are. Renzi just keeps on being on the behind of Konzi right there, stopping him from making these recalls, and that was a desperation fight for the side of SUNSPARKS, because they knew if the Baron was taken, it would just be an eventual slow death for their side. There's going to be 3 super minion waves that are just barreling down their nexus, so they really needed to take that fight. Unfortunately, they were just too far behind. I believe the Olaf was like had twice the amount of gold with Ace right there, and just really good plays, really good understanding of the game coming from Oasis game.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate for the members of SUNSPARKS. I mean, they always show signs of life on the earlier stages of the game, because it's like the stages of a day, right? During the morning, yeah, the sun is right there, but now after some time, it's just gonna fall and night comes in. That's exactly what's happening with SUNSPARKS every time. The early game is where they thrive, and if they don't win that early game, even the late game is just gonna get taken down, just like with a team, especially like Oasis.
Right, and yeah, SUNSPARKS, they got a lot to prove in the next couple of days. Currently, the record is 0-4. They are 0-2 down in terms of series, and we had some expectation from this team, being former Bren members. A lot of them already competing in the Icon series. They are not just a couple of unknown players. But the thing is, I think in game 2, they also had this anti-synergy in their team. I when I noticed it was a Gragas and a Ziggs, it's something that you don't really want to see often, because there's a bit of anti-synergy right there. The Mega Inferno bomb along the explosive cast. It kind of happened in that Baron pit where there was a lot of desperation plays, and you can't fault the players for making those kinds of mistakes, just because it is a very desperate play. You're trying to get back the game in your favor, trying to get that win, so it happens. But the thing is, when you have a simpler composition to play, when you're in those stressful situations, it's a lot easier for you to not commit those mistakes.
Yeah, we said it a while ago, right? Because they have a bigger margin of error on the side of Oasis. It's easy to pull off these kinds of composition because because they have easy mechanics on their side. But when you pull off Irelia on your draft, that just makes it way harder to pull off, especially that you have a lot of CC. And remember, if they had the Morgana on their side, that could have went better for the side of SUNSPARKS, because Hayes would on their side, if the Irelia would just go in and would be able to get all the resets right there onto the flawless duet to the Vanguard's edge, that could have been better for the side of SUNSPARKS.
It could have been, but at the same time, Ardric was able to use his thresh early on, got that early kill. You could really see that they were really trying to get Hayes ahead, and it showed, because even at the end of the game, Hayes was the closest in terms of gold to his counterpart, even I believe ahead in that mid lane matchup in terms of gold. So you could really see where the gears were turning for SUNSPARKS, really thinking that we should get our mid lane ahead, but you have to think about the whole game. I felt like Ace fell really far behind in these 2 games. They really need to help support their jungler to get in the position to help them win these games. And I think SUNSPARKS still has a lot of room to grow. We still have a lot more weeks, a lot more games to play, and would love to see SUNSPARKS getting back and taking more games away from these teams.
Yeah, it's a double round robin format anyway, so it's easy to turn things around. It's just a 0-2. It's still possible for them to get maybe a 14-2. That's gonna be a good run for them though, but still, it might be a big challenge, but at least they have a challenge going for them. They have a goal to turn things around onto the next weeks and even tomorrow on their game. So that is just good for Oasis. I mean, the Paradise was just resilient and the sun wasn't able to dry down to Oasis. Oasis was able to make it work. Again, that was just, honestly, it was just hard for Ace just because Oasis was always, Dragon was always making it hard. The showstopper, the face breaker, he can't even get close onto any objectives though.
Right, right. And Dragon, this guy, the twin brother of Demon Kite, has just shown to himself to be a really, really good support. He used to be a mid laner, I believe, when he started at League PC, but going into the Wildrift, he shifted to support position to support his twin brother. You could really see the connection from Dragon, even getting the kill rate. If you saw the delayed flash to be able to get the kill on the Thresh, and just this, if you look at these highlights, it just shows how much Oasis Gaming keeps trying to push the game, make these plays to be able to balloon their gold lead, and it really boils down to the plays that are being made by Dragon across the map.
Yeah, he was just everywhere. Whenever a fight is gonna happen, Dragon is there to start the fights off for themselves. Because he can start it because there's Demon Kite. He has the Black Shield if ever they want to. And also, look at that. Look at the way that he saves. Even though he doesn't have any damage because he's building a lot of tanky items, Dragon was relevant. They need to be scared of him because if ever they deal a lot of damage against him, the Haymaker just makes it so that he's also... Look at that. Look at the back line. It's being tanked by Dragon on this whole time, and
He
it
doesn't
was
die here.
almost a kill. Yeah, it was almost a kill. That was super unfortunate for Consi.
Yeah, super unfortunate. It just really shows how much ahead Dragon is at that point. Even the double kill right here from Menzi, just running it down essentially against SUNSPARKS and getting these kills. And this right here, the replay, is the last Baron fight where you can see essentially SUNSPARKS was routed. They were body blocked away from their base. They couldn't even go to defend. Grindsky trying to recall, but Dragon again is the one chasing him down. If you look at the map,
Look at that though. I mean, Asilla was just tanking all the even inhibitor that shots right there from the Nexus, and that just says a lot on how far ahead they were at this point in the game. That is just 15k gold lead and 3 dragons on their side. Even the 2 Ref Heralds was taken by Oasis. That was just very perfect game for their side. And again, player of the game, Renzi, just enabling his teammates. It's just the reason why they always win these games.
and I think a close second, or maybe for me personally, I think the player of the game would have been Dragon, as we were talking about him a lot earlier, hyping it up. Yes, Renzi was able to secure a lot of these objectives, but I really think that when your team plays around the objectives along with their jungler, clear lines of communications, the jungler shines just because of how much the team is able to play and support him. But at the same time, Dragon was making a lot of these individual contributions. He knew well what his role was, and that was to prevent Ace from getting to the pit, to prevent these 50-50 smite steals. And he was just able to use, as you mentioned, the showstopper over and over again to throw him away from these objectives and secure the first few dragons.
Yeah, and it's also great that Dragon was able to roam around the map just because it was easy, because Arjak is not there anyway. So, and bot lane, both of them are gonna just farm anyway. We're not gonna be getting a lot of kills here. So yeah, Dragon and Arjak just went around, roamed, and it just went in favor of Dragon just because they have the early game advantage, just because they have a lot of juggernauts. That's why it's just gonna work with their comp.
Yeah, and yeah, just juggernauts. It was the name of game 2, and you were a non-believer, man.
Yeah,
you were a non-believer,
honestly.
and Oasis Gaming just showed us how good juggernauts can be. Can't wait that maybe other teams would try this out.
Yeah, and again, the triple juggernaut is, yeah, that's just, they're just gonna be making it work again next time. Again, Oasis is just pulling out a lot of these wild cards when it comes to their composition. I really like it. It makes it fresh for us. And again, before we go on for our next match, we're just gonna be going for a break, everyone. We have been your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys in the next games.
Welcome back to the WCS PH. You are back on the panel desk, and Oasis Gaming has taken the first series of the day, 2-0 versus SUNSPARKS, which means on our panel predictions, I
You,
am now trailing
yeah,
behind
Mika's
for
in.
this. Yeah.
Right.
I'm
Oh
not. I'm
no.
not. I hope I get to bounce back. I hope I get to
Oh
bounce
no,
back over
Mika.
here.
I'm planning to change my predictions now
I,
on the second series because of what happened. Oh
oh
no.
no!
That's okay. That's okay.
I wasn't copium for that, but yes, SUNSPARKS indeed still struggling. Where Oasis Gaming managing to find that W, managing to get that point on the leaderboard. Let's jump into our series highlights for that matchup. But as you guys were saying, SUNSPARKS, they did have some moments, and there were times wherein there were windows for them to make that comeback. Autolus, you talked about how in theory there were SUNSPARKS could have taken both game one and game two.
Yeah, because they had the lead at the early stages of the game. If it was a more coordinated team, a more formidable team, I feel that Oasis Gaming could have been on the bitter end. They could have lost the series because looking at the replay, you can see here that SUNSPARKS did draft for the early game. If you draft Pantheon, you basically are shouting, "We're going to win the early game," because Pantheon is very strong in the early game. And you also have a Lux and a Thresh that is just all about crowd control. Now, if you control your opponents when it comes to movements and being able to move, then basically you are giving yourself the chance to win skirmishes. That's what happened during game number one. However, we're talking about Oasis Gaming here. They know their windows and they just came back from the dead from game one and game two, and they just wanted to rush things out and prove to everyone that they are still a favorite team here in WCSPH.
And you got the word out of my mouth, Autolus, for that one. I feel like SUNSPARKS constantly gets this early game, but when it comes to the mid game and the late game, they don't know what to do next. Right?
Yeah.
When it comes to objectives, they're gonna lose it up against Oasis. And I like how you talked about the certain champions, right? Their winning conditions towards the early game. And I think that is why we see this hyper aggression even in game number 2, wherein Thresh went into the mid lane, flashes under the turret to try and get that kill. The first blood was theirs. That was their early game foundation. But then, again, the mid-game, late game was a bit more iffy. They don't know what to do. And now, when it comes to the rotations, Oasis comes out ahead.
Yeah. And you know what? You mentioned this Infinity a while ago. We were talking about SUNSPARKS and how they still can't seem to find their footing. What adjustments do you think they need to make, given what we've seen, yesterday and now today?
I think it's going to be very hard to tell because we're looking at the new SUNSPARKS, right? Prior to this year's WCS, last year we have a different lineup for SUNSPARKS, and now we have the SUNSPARKS today that we know it, wherein Bren was transferred over, right? So pretty much this is the Bren lineup without Rebenga on the team. So I think they just have to make do of their team coordination and improve in that aspect so that their roaming, their rotations, their ganks would be spot on.
For me, they have to get their confidence back. When it comes to, okay, all right, students of Wildrift, I'm going to use, again, terminologies that may not be familiar for everyone, but we are talking about micro and macro here. When we talk about micro, we are talking about mechanics, being able to outplay your opponent mechanically. Meanwhile, macro is all about map movements. Now, on game number 1 and game number 2, if I could change something, if you already have the lead and if you're not really confident in going toe-to-toe in 5v5 skirmishes, you could opt for a trade and then do some rotations that can catch your opponent off guard. How do you catch your opponent off guard when it comes to, or after the first dragon? You basically do some quote-unquote lane shadowing, catch the rotations that are coming from your opponent on the side lanes, and that will open up the map for you. That I think is what SUNSPARKS has to do in order for them to regain their confidence. If their 5v5s isn't there yet, maybe it's time for them to focus on the map, on the macro, in order for them to get the chance.
Yeah. Totally agree. And there were so many times wherein SUNSPARKS was caught unawares. They looked like they were gearing up towards something, but Oasis Gaming was just one step ahead, and they were able to capitalize on that. hopefully they will be able to bounce back. But congratulations to Oasis Gaming, and we have a representative, or I think it's the whole team again, of course, because everybody is there joining us from the side of Oasis. I think we do have Demon Kite representing the team for a quick interview here with us on the panel. Hello, Demon Kite.
Hello
Hi,
po.
thank you
Good
so
afternoon.
much for taking the time to join us. And hello to the rest of the team. Hello, you
Oy,
guys.
hello daw
There
sa
you
inyo.
go. Posting on social media
Snappers.
already. It's okay. Of course, everybody is busy. So, Demon Kite, we do have a few questions for you. My first question is your team dynamic. Of course, medyo bago yung roster ng team. The team is a little bit new. So, who calls the shots? Sino usually yung shot caller na?
Yung ano po namin, yung support sa jungler. Tapos yung iba po ano na lang, mga extra na comms like info ganun, mga flash. Yan po. Pero mostly ano talaga yung support ganun sa pag-engage.
So of course your twin is helping you out there, and we definitely saw the impact that the Dragon did, the show-stopping plays, of course, that Dragon did. So my second question for you is, based on what we saw yesterday, all of the matches, and of course the ones that are coming up right now, which team do you think is the strongest in the lead and the one that you're preparing for the most?
Sa nakita ko po kahapon, parang AXS talaga. Yung inaabangan namin na makalaban ulit kasi nung kailan yung group knockout stage ba yan? Qualifier?
Yeah, the Swiss.
Yan. Just po na na reverse sweep nila kami after namin manalo ng game 1 sa kanila, kaya gusto namin bumawi sa kanila. Pero inaabangan din po namin yung Team Secret kasi alam naman natin na sobrang lakas nila, kaya yun po.
Very, very interesting. It seems like all the teams really have their eyes on those top two teams. Autolus?
Demon Kite, huge fan here. You know what I mean, man. When it comes to the Dragon laners, I definitely have you at the top echelon of the Philippine scene. Now, yesterday you played 3 marksmen, and today you played 2 mages, and it's kind of anticlimactic. But as a fan, right, of you and your mechanics, what's the decision like? I mean, do you personally prefer playing for the team and going for mages, or sometimes do you feel that you are being held back and that you want to play the marksman, the heavy mechanic champions?
Parang same po tayo ng like minsan sa sarili ko gusto kong mag-ADC talaga, pero para sa team ko na like need ko mag-adjust kasi yung meta kasi ngayon like yung ibang team kasi like passive maglaro sa bot Di mo pwedeng gamitan ng ADC na aggressive, like di mo sila pwedeng ganunin na lang, like need mo din mag-adjust para sa meta ngayon. Kaya adjust na lang din po ako, kahit hindi naman sa ayaw ko, pero gusto namin manalo kasi, kaya talagang need ko gawin yan.
Well, follow-up question, Demon Kite. If there is a change in Wildrift that has to be implemented for the marksman to come up or to rise up again, what will that change be, do you think?
Yung yung siguro yung mga nasa LoL PC siguro ngayon na
Items?
yung item. Opo, yan.
Heartbreaker and stuff, yeah.
Yes po.
Okay.
Kasi sobrang OP ng ADC ngayon sa PC.
Okay. So, Riot, more items please for AD. Let's go, Infinity.
You got something here, Infinity?
Yeah. Demon Kite, similar to Otlus, I idolize you when it comes to ADC. And I just want to ask you, like, what do you suggest for like ADC players? Because I also wanted to test out some marksmen there. Suggest on heroes or tips for new players for Wildrift.
Depende po sa kanila kung may comfort pick kayo na ADC, like sa akin, katulad ko, Vayne, pero kaya ko naman gawin lahat. Pag feel mong mapapasok mo siya sa meta, kahit di ginagamit na iba, pwede mo siya ipasok talaga. Tas pag dating po sa ADC, yung goal mo talaga is mag-damage ng most deal sa buong team nyo. Tas bawal ka talaga mamatay. Kasi napaka-importante ng ADC kasi siya yung bumabawas na pinakamalaki sa sa team. Kaya yun yung number 1 talaga, wag ka mamatay.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Human Kite.
Sounds so
Thank you
easy
po.
when Demon
Don't
Kite
die,
says it.
don't die. That's it.
Just
Don't
don't
die.
Ay,
Easy, that's easy. Demon Kite, before we move over to your shoutouts or any messages that you might have for your fans, I have one question. It's a little bit of a personal one. It involves your brother, Dragon. So when you guys celebrate your birthday, isang gift lang ba yung binibigay sa inyo?
Depende sa nagbibigay po. Yun lang.
Okay,
Oh,
Demon Guy,
depende.
if you're going to ask Mika for a gift, what would that be? All right, okay, I'm going to put you on the spot here, Mika.
What's that?
Ano po? Hindi ko maisip. Ano po, yung figurine siguro.
Oh, Resin, let's go, Mika. Okay, 60,000.
Okay. At least I'm thankful that it wasn't anything a house and lot, car. Okay. Pero isa lang Demon Kite.
Thank you po. Thank you in
Alright,
advance
let's
po.
hear. Let's hear, of course, your actual thank yous to your fans and to any shoutouts that you might have.
Thank you po sa pamilya namin. Like, grabe yung supporta nila kahit pinayagan pa din na kami pumunta ulit dito sa Kasi galing kami nung last month 5, kakarating namin ulit dito. And sa mga supporters po namin dyan na to the supporta since day 1 namin. Salamat po sa inyong lahat, tas mas gagalingan pa namin. Tas thank you po sa sa A&B, anak ng baka ni ni Kaustep, sa support din namin. Sa lahat po ng sumusupport, thank you sa inyo. Yan lang po.
Alright, thank you so much, Demon Kite, and congratulations once again to Oasis
Thank you
Gaming.
po.
Good luck.
Sabi kayo eh.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay,
Bye.
so shout out to the children of Cow. Let's go.
The children of Cal. All right, of course, that wraps up our first series. Now we move over to the most difficult series to predict for the day.
For today, yeah.
It is RRQ versus Team Secret. Oh my goodness, Otoluz, I'm gonna give this to you first. It looks like based on yesterday, odds are favoring RRQ.
This is so hard to predict. I don't know what to do. To be honest, when we talk about RRQ, we have to look at them preparing for Team Secret the most, right? When they did their roster revisions, they had one thing in mind, and that's to own the Philippines, and that's where they thought that bringing the historic player in Exosen will bring them stability, and having the flexibility of having Helios and Exosen swap from Baron lane to mid lane will actually get them or net them the advantage. And talking about RRQ, we talked to Chaz yesterday, and Chaz, so humble, but a lot of the Filipino players in the top leagues or the top junglers that we have really heralds Chaz as the best jungler out there. I would like to emphasize though, or I would like to highlight Exosen here. Exosen, again, if we're tracking numbers here, the number of games competitively played by this guy has been so up there. I feel that he's the record holder for most games. Maybe if we have one historian over there, and if you would like to share the number of games Exosen already has played competitively, you are free to share, and we would highlight that here on the show. And Exosen, again, it's not just the stability that he brings, right? He also has this charisma that you have to respect him. Wait, what? I did not expect the average KD of 0.17.
That's cute. That's cute. We know.
Yeah, well, that's still the number one numbers, but I wasn't prepared. Maybe production could help me in advance of this. But yes, this average KDA, I'm pretty sure that will just go up moving forward. And again, shout out Kuya Exosen, Daddy Exosen, Infinity, take the reins.
Yeah, I think Exosen at the moment, we all know, right? You're talking about history, you're talking about the past teams. Exosen came from Liab, now in RRQ, has played a lot and ton of games. RRQ and Liab Esports, we know them. Past from summer season, we know them playing all throughout these games and even back then from the preseason. So Exosen, when it comes to experience, Exosen is the guy.
Yeah, and he really is, like, as we mentioned, like Chaz mentioned yesterday, he really brings that Kuya factor. So the team has somebody, there's that clear person to rally around in the Rift. So that's why it's looking really solid for RRQ right now. And not to mention, individually, all these guys are very, very strong. On the other side, we have Team Secret, and of course, there is no doubt that this is a team that is basically the standard in the Philippines, thanks to being the representatives of the at the Horizon Cup. However, when we saw yesterday, they are dealing with some adjustments. There is the addition of Rocks on over to the team. However, you now have these superstar players on Team Secret, and rather than like on the side of RRQ, everybody's rallying around Exocen. It seems like they haven't gotten the reins just yet, Infinity.
Yeah, I think Team Secret, y'all know, right? They're kings of Southeast Asia. They're kings of the international stage. Their leaderboards when it comes to Wildrift Esports is up there. And I think we entitled them to be the comeback kings, the miracle kings, the king of the kings, right? Because of how they played last year with so much power that they showed us in the international stage. So I believe Team Secret just needs more time to grow. We know that Hamiz is now playing on the back end, going in for that drafting, champions, right? Coaching, player coach. So we'll see how this would turn out. I think Rox is just so powerful at the moment. It just needs time.
Definitely. A lot of the people in the comment section, and maybe even in the Twitterverse, were calling for the general to come back, and I feel that it's so unfair for Rox. I think for the Team Secret fans out there, we know who we are, right? I just gained the top fan badge for Team Secret, by the way.
Flex.
I can show
Team
my badge
Secret.
later. But yes, I feel that Rox is so capable to really match what Hamiz brings to the table. Yeah, we do know that there are what we call intangibles, the calming factor, the shot calling of Hamiz cannot really be discounted, and that is also one of the reasons why he's the MVP in Southeast Asia. But in that regard, I feel that we have to give Rox some time, and this Team Secret that we are talking about is still the top 3 team in the whole world. So just relax and chill down, and Team Secret will definitely get back on track.
Yeah, definitely.
Don't get me wrong though, Rox is one of the best supports in the region domestically so far, and being in addition to Team Secret, you know what, talking about, time play, right? Rox team coordination of this solid team, you just have to wait for their evolution, as we have talked about a while ago.
Yeah, I totally agree. I do think it needs time, and everybody is just kind of like jumping the gun at the moment when we haven't even seen, the team really warm up just yet. Of course, there's going to be an adjustment period. They've been playing with Hamez and, in the role of the general for so long. Now you have somebody new come into this, group that's been very, very, like almost like a hive mind. Of course, there's going to be an adjustment period. That does not mean that this is a team to be discounted. Of course not. We are just getting into the very meat of the WCS here, and we do know, of course, what Rox is capable of. If we did, we remember his amazing plays from DR Esports. So this is going to be a real test for them going up against RRQ. I would like to highlight, of course, our solo player for the day on the side of Team Secret, which will be Tatsuri. Now, yesterday we saw a lot of respect being given to Tatsuri on the loose. I mean, Underground was really making sure that he wasn't able to, make those plays that he is so well known for.
Yeah, and this is far from the numbers that we expected Tatsuri to have. Right? If I'm not mistaken, he was above 10 when it comes to KDA during the fall series. And Renekton and Set, they are bruisers, right? This is not the Tatsuri that we love to see. Katarina, even the control mages, Galio could even be an option, but we know what's happening at the back end of things. We know that they are drafting for the team, and I know that Tatsuri will just find his ground again and will get these numbers up there again.
Yeah, we entitled Tatsuri last year Icon Series as the Penta King, right? Because he is probably the only one who has gotten 2 pentakills or more in the fall season, 1 pentakill in the summer season, probably the first in the whole
Yep.
Icon series. Absolutely insane player. And now bringing in Renekton, bringing in Seth. These are untraditional picks for this player here, Tetsuri. I think if he brings out, you know what, his prior picks to comfortable champions, this is going to be an insane player to watch.
Oh, of course. I mean, we all know the hype that comes out when Tatsuri picks Katarina, for one. And, I do think that, that having these champion pick yesterday, we can tell that there is a little bit of experimentation on the side of Team Secret. They're no stranger to that, of course. It is interesting to see, what else they might have up their sleeve if we now see Tatsuri picking these more bruiser champions. So I wonder indeed. But as we move over to our head-to-head, this is going to be really, really interesting because I do believe we will have the solo laners over here, Helios and Azar. Now, Odalus, of course, we saw Helios was a treat yesterday, but we have to remember that he is transitioning from mid, and now he's going up against one of the best Baron laners we have.
You know what? I feel that there's something wrong with our numbers. I don't believe that Helios
Erase.
is at 0.2 because if I remember correctly, yesterday Helios was popping off on that Zed. So
Yeah.
we're going to get that fixed. Don't worry. We're going to get that fixed. And the reason why I wanted to highlight this key player clash between Helios and Azar is because, again, when it comes to the Baron laners in the Philippines, Azar is the barometer, right? If you get to defeat Azar, then you're capable of getting, or of facing off the international competitions that we have out there, because Azar has played a lot of games against international competition and has held his ground. So, Helios, this is your first test. This is Azar that we are talking about.
Yeah, and I just want to follow that up. Yesterday we saw Helios, and I think the KDA based solely from that day one yesterday. Helios KDA 11.67
There you
with
go.
an average of
Thank you.
6.33 kills, only 1.33
That sounds better.
deaths, and 7.33 assists. It's insane how Helios plays on this role in the top lane, and we all know Helios being one of the more flexible mid laners before, right? Bringing out the Fiora and bringing out the Renekton mid lane, and now that he is in top lane, matching up against the hidden weapon of Team Secret, Azar, one of the best Baron laners so far in the region. I don't know what to expect. It's gonna be a rumble here in top lane.
Well, of course, I'm gonna ask you what you're gonna expect. What is your prediction, Infinity, for this series, the most difficult series of the day to predict? I'm scared.
It's so difficult. It's like a million times more difficult than looking at other matches, right? And I think I still believe in the Team Secret power. I still believe in the hidden weapon. I still believe in Capitan James on the backline supporting his team. I'm going for Team Secret.
Odalus?
Yesterday, I made a mistake of choosing Oasis over RRQ. And I feel pressured to not do the same mistake again. To Boss Lan, to the Kingmaker, I'm sorry, and this is my way of saying sorry. I'm going to choose RRQ in this particular series over Team Secret. It's going to be a close one, but I feel that this is my way of at least saying my apology.
This is a Odalus oath taking over here.
Yeah, there you go.
Repeat after me. I, Odalus.
I ought to lose. I'm sorry for counting out RRQ and putting RRQ on number 5 in my power rankings. And as my way of saying sorry, I would like to choose RRQ now over Team Secret. There you go.
A peace offering. Okay, so this was really difficult. I'm trailing behind with our panel scores, by the way. This was really, really difficult. I mean, you guys know how much I love Team Secret, but I still do think that they are undergoing this adjustment phase. And I think this is going to take the whole week to kind of like adjust. So I still do believe in this team, but I don't think they're taking this series. I think it's going to be a 2-1 in favor of RRQ. Infinity, you wanna win me back? I'm looking the other way again. You wanna win me back, Infinity?
King of the Kings, guys! What are you doing?
King of the Kings are RRQ.
Yeah, but there's a Kingmaker that's on my ear right now. Yeah, and I think
We'll see.
whatever prediction that we have right now, either of us could go wrong. RRQ and
Yeah,
Team Secret.
absolutely.
I just think that RRQ their whole preseason was to topple, or their plan was to topple Team Secret. They have studied Team Secret. They have a lot of games to watch Team Secret progress. And that sense of familiarity and that sense of preparation, I think, is what RRQ will be using to get the upper hand in this day number 2.
Yeah, although don't get me wrong, guys, just chill for a bit. We know Team Secret to be the meta makers Icon series last year, so we don't know what trump card they can put out on this series. You don't know, because they were the one who invented, or they were the one who pushed the unbeatable Olaf, unkillable Olaf in the Icon series. They were bringing down the mage bot lane right in the Philippines, so you don't know. Maybe they are gonna bring out something big and something new here in the series.
Maybe. And of course, since we have decided to up the ante for our panel predictions, we have our panel desk consequences, or panel or consequence.
Yeah, text message, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a little friendly, and I'm thankful because I'm trailing behind and I'm losing points here. But it is indeed, read the last text message that you sent, and I was saying, like, this is a little wild because do we actually have,
let me suggest a consequence.
Oh,
like, now?
No,
Like
for future.
No?
Okay.
Because I feel that this is a very underwhelming, especially when it comes to SMS. None of us really do use SMS
That's true.
nowadays. So
It's like
I'm thinking
online
that
search.
maybe the winner will be able to at least send a text message to a random person in the contacts of the person that's losing. I don't know. Just
Oh.
random.
Oh, I like that. Will we go with that? Maybe.
I don't know.
Stay
Maybe.
tuned. Stay tuned for the next panel desk for this for the continuation of this. I will take you up on that offer, Luz. But right now, let's get back into our games. It's the second series of the day, RRQ versus Team Secret, our spiciest match of the day. Casters, over to you guys.
The series that will shake up the group rankings, the power rankings in our group stages. This is going to be the epic battle between the King of Kings versus the Comeback Kings. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the second series versus Team Secret and RRQ. This is that I with me is Dash. I'm very excited for this epic series, Dash. And our panelists here have a difficult time to predict whose team will win in this epic match. How about you?
Honestly, I'm not really sure too. I'm not really sure on who's going to be winning against RRQ versus Team Secret. I kind of also on a 50-50 on who's going to win. I'm excited to see on who's going to win though. But would the former Kings claim back their glory and their place in the Game of Thrones? So, or would the King of Kings solidify their own claim for the Iron Throne? That is going to be our question for the day that but yeah, you said you were excited about this game, but again, I mean, I searched a lot of synonyms for the word excited, right? Because I think I'm feeling a bit more than excited, like exhilarated or ecstatic. That's what I'm feeling about this second series. That's why I'm kind of excited. Yeah, let's go win it already.
All right, so yesterday we have seen, of course, the battle of Team Secret and Underground. I think that was a statement match as well. And we can't compare this here in day 2 against RRQ this time around. You know, before the WCSPH commenced, we have all eyes have been on the Team Secret there. I think that loss against Team Underground just proved that they're also vulnerable this time around. Though I think on the interview of Chaz there yesterday, they're really looking forward for the power of Team Secret, and this is it, our second series, and let the games begin in the Wildrift.
Yeah, let's go with this drafts. They went in for the ban with the Camille and the Jace already, which is really understandable. Honestly, these champions are just so strong on the meta right now. And again, the set getting banned for the side of Team Secret. They used this yesterday though for Team Secret, but they wanted to ban it just to be safe.
right, so there you go. Yumi as well has been taken out. Olaf and the Gragas. I think this RRQ, this is one of their priority picks. Actually, the same thing as yesterday. We've seen the Gragas now being locked in. So you have the crowd control, you have as well the power spike here in the early stage of the game, and the burst damage is really needed there. And there you go. And we have talked about the Baron Laner matchup as well. Other panelists here. Renekton, one of the best champions here on the top side, is going to be used by Azar.
Yeah, what I really like about RRQ is they always, whenever they have the chance here, they always go for the flex picks on the first picks, which is really nice. Honestly, they went in yesterday with the Morgana, they went in yesterday with the Galio, and now they went in with the Gragas, which is a good pick, especially against compositions who engage a lot. And that Darius on Helios, that's gonna be good. That is just an easy lane, especially in the top side.
All right, so this is going to be a pretty good matchup indeed. Renekton and Darius, we have seen that frequently in that matchup, and against Azar and as well as Helios there. The versus player highlight, what we have seen there in a while ago. This is going to be interesting battle on the top side. But look at this one, Darius. Okay, they do have somehow the front liner now, but the first three picks coming in from RRQ's more the burst here and long range capability as well. So I think they do have the advantage when it comes to objectives as well.
What I really don't like whenever a Rakan gets picked on the first rotation is that it gives a lot of info on what you want to do. Rakan just does one thing. Go for a quickness, go for a grand entrance. So that just says that they want to engage. What they did with the Lux here is very smart because after they engage, the binding from Lux would help and the final spark would be able to finish. And that just says a lot for the team secret here. What they want to do is engage. They're going to be doubling down on the CC or at least the damage that could help out Rocks get the skills whenever they can. I mean, yesterday, they weren't able to pull off a lot with this Rakan, but that's just because they were fighting against the Meow 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 connection. But maybe now, without one Meow, hashtag release the Meow, maybe that would be better for the side right now of Team Secret.
And I'm also lacking the vision game coming in from side of RRQ. I think this is going to be a really important dash because without vision here, they'll be the ones being initiated here on the side of Team Secret. And there you go. I think this is going to be the Kha'Zix pick, which will give the vision game for the side of the Team Secret. But the Riven pick here for RRQ. Now you do have two bruisers here. Great follow-up on the backlines as well. Make it free. Tanky champions being locked for RRQ. I think we have mentioned, of course, this is going to be an initiation game, but I think this is going to be a brawl game between the two.
Remember the composition that they had against Oasis yesterday? This is almost as close as they can get with that. With Shaz doing a lot of damage and RRQ has a lot of CC, this might work against the members of Team Secret. Because yes, they don't have any enchanters on this composition, but they have a lot of CC. So later on, if Chaz would be able to pop off after getting the 2-item power spike, that would be good for the side of RRQ. If that worked yesterday, maybe that could work now. But because Team Secret pulled off 2 assassins on their side, it'll be easy to pinpoint Chaz, which might pose a problem later on.
Indeed, so many peel tools here on the side of a Team Secret. I think right now, we have seen, of course, in the previous series that Bruiser's composition can also work. But against here, the Team Secret with so much burst damage as well. And we have talked about the aggressive rotations with the Vision game.
Yeah.
I'm pretty somehow concerned with RRQ's pick here right now, Dash, because this is somehow a front-back team composition. We don't have any assassins there to go into the backlines or the pick of the Lux here on the side of Team Secret as well. Oh my goodness. I think when it comes to team composition alone, this is looking great for Team Secret.
Yeah, yesterday I wasn't confident that they pulled off a composition like this. So I'm kind of on the supportive side with what RRQ is gonna do with this, because yesterday they were able to pull it off against Oasis, but would that work against a team like Team Secret? Because honestly, yeah, Team Secret is the highest standard right now of the PH playstyle. So now with this is gonna be quite a challenge. But would they be able to pull off? Look at bot lane.
Wow, Maze is here on the front lines here, and Marky, and this is one of the strategies here on the bot side for the side of RRQ. Of course, putting Ziggs here on the bot lane. Now they do have some poke potential, but yes, this of course rocks on there's Rakan is somehow predictable, as you have said. So with the Alistar right now, they do have the protection with the headbutt as well. So I think this is a pretty good matchup on the bot side. But what's
Ooh.
interesting for me, Dash, is the top side battle between the side of Zar and Helios there.
Yeah, if ever, we said it a while. They said it a while ago onto the panel that Azar is the standard of top lane on the PH. So if ever you would be able to beat Azar, you would go the heights. So that is the first challenge here for Helios. Would he be able to defeat Azar in the top lane, or at least would be able to hold him off? That is gonna be his challenge right here. But again, as we said, this composition from Team Secret ramps up after they get their first item. After Trevor and Tatsuri gets their first item, that is when they get the damage onto the clashes. So their mission here is for them to get their first item before the Rift Herald and the Dragon comes up, because that is RRQ wouldn't be able to answer back with this composition that they have.
So far here in the mid, look at the rotations coming in from RRQ. They know that Team Secret's one strategy here is to be very proactive here in the Wildrift, and I do love the responses here as well. They're somehow countering the rotations as well coming in from side of Team Secret. But when it comes to the team objectives, the battle later on, Dash, I've mentioned, of course, that Marky is there on the Ziggs. You have Exosin as well on this Gragas. You have so many burst damage here. But speaking of burst, Team Secret here, I think they need to peel off players first in order for them to get those objectives. Because when it comes to a 5v5, Team Secrets is somehow very vulnerable here.
I really like that Rox always goes for this Rakan. It might be one of his signature picks other than the Thresh or his side, so he can shot call whenever he tries to go in. That is exactly what's wrapping up for Team Secret right now. That is what they're going for right now with the changes that they have, with James being a sub right now. But the top lane, though,
apprehend here, and Chaz is here as well in the backlines, but it is going to be a recall. So unsuccessful gank for now for the side of RRQ. It's so far here in under 3 minutes. So the players, the teams here are just so passive right now. I think the battle will start here on the objective takedown.
Yeah, if ever 1 minute on the clock for the next objective to come out. They're gonna be waiting for it. If we would be able to see the items, they're slowly building up on their first ones. Almost close for Trevor and Tatsuri. So that is the timing that they need to go for. They need to fasten up if they want to get the bigger advantage on this first objective. That is what happened on the match a while ago. When the Kazakhs and Zed gets their first item on the first objective, that is big win. And also, one thing that they need to think about is that if Azar needs to push this lane. Look at this, because Helios is already rotating.
And now I've seen, of course, Rox as well as Maze here securing this proto belt first. And I think we have just mentioned this as well in the draft, that initiation is also a key here.
There
so
you
whichever
go.
going to initiate first is somehow getting a slight advantage here. But I'm really still concerned for RRQ's sustainability. Will they be able to have that capability to prolong the team fight with so much burst coming in from TS?
They have vision on the top side of the map, so Team Secret, they're aware that RRQ knows, so May's going in.
Here comes the initiation. Nice counter with the grand entrance, but that final spark did not connect. Explosive cast destroys the formation inside Team Secret. This is going to be Chaz being bursted down with the death mark coming inside Tatsuri. And now we are advantage in numbers for the side of Team Secret here, but they're not forcing this Rift Herald though.
Team Secret opening it up on this Rift Herald. That was a good play, honestly. They went in for Chaz because they know if they take down Chaz, this is going to be an easy objective, and Rock's going in more.
Yeah, there's going to be a delay here. No smite coming in from side of RRQ. It is going to be Trevor now securing one. And is now a team fight as well. Azar on back lines. However, it's so sad. Still be picked up by Rocks there. Chaz out of position. Middle of the battlefield. A double kill here for the side of Trevor. But it is going to be Team Secret securing the Rift Herald the moment in time.
4 for 2, Tatsuri. I mean, Team Secret had the advantage here because they know that Chaz isn't here anyway. Let's go for a spread out fight. They can't go front to back, because if we go front to back, we have the disadvantage. That's why Team Secret went to the back line, went to the front line. That went well for them, and they were able to take the Rift Herald. Now, the Infernal Drake is up. Trevor has his first item also. So on this fight, they still have a bigger advantage against RRQ.
This is important. We have seen, of course, in the previous skirmish dash, it was the initiation coming in from Maze there. Great counter for the side as well of Rocks with the grand entrance here. Unfortunately, though, of course, that final spark did not connect. But you can see, of course, our assassins coming in from Team Secret here, trying to target Chaz. I think this is going to be the same strategy we're about to see on the DR takedown.
Okay, they were able to get it. And mid lane is always going to be a priority for RRQ and Team Secret because it opens up a lot of possibilities. That's why right now, even though they have this Rift Herald on their hands, we're not taking any chances because Trevor wants to put this in the mid lane just for them to open up more possibilities for this side.
There you go. So this is now going to be Team Secret aggroing this DR takedown. This is going to be the Infernal Drake, one of the coveted objectives here in the Wildrift. It is going to be the Chaz on the forward as well. Again, the grand entrance from Rocks, delaying the forward there.
Chaz.
There's going to be a kill. It is still going to be Trevor securing the objective as well. RRQ cannot do anything about this one. No one fall down on TS side.
Oh no, Chaz falling is the actual answer the Team Secret needs. He's gonna be the Covenant right here for the team. That's why it's super hard when this happens. Whenever Chaz falls down, they don't have enough effective damage. Marky is not gonna be dealing a lot at this point in the game. That's why Team Secret always needs to support Chaz whenever he tries to go for it. I think that explosive cast was too early. That's why they weren't able to get the disruption that they need on that fight. But okay, Hatsuri.
They need his pick up play. Tatsuri here been crowd control, trying to go back away with that flash. But the turnaround, my goodness. This is just insane performance for TS this time around.
Okay, Chaz. Just right here. That's the flash though.
Let us see. Will he be able to escape? Oh, no way. That wind slash will dictate his life there.
Okay, RQ slowly going for it. I hope that they would be able to do the things that they did yesterday. They were just trying to get the shutdown goals whenever they can, but at this point, Team Secret has bigger advantages. At least there's downtime before the next objective. This is a chance for RRQ to get their items before the next one that Team Secret would have. But what's scary here, though, second item already has been picked off by Trevor, so they need to get this timing off right now because they only have their first item before the next objective comes in. They might have a half of the second. So the next mission is to get a second item onto anyone to at least boost their damage on the next objective.
And they do have 3 bruisers here, but we haven't seen yet that damage mitigation items coming in from the side of RRQ. That is why now the Assassins is just shining through it on the side of Team Secret. But meanwhile, again, another initiation here. Rocks, Lone Light Protobelt, outground entrance, escape as well, but still cannot do so. He will be picked up there by Exo Sen with that Ignite.
I really like that RRQ always goes for this. When they're on a desperate situation, they always go for a pick-off before a fight is happening. They always go for Death Rush. And they found success against Team Secret, a 4v5 fight, especially when you don't have a Rakan in where all your engaged potential is actually into. It's gonna be hard on this objective fight.
Let us see without Rocks in the picture, but they are going to transition in the split push instead. It is Tatsuri on the bot side, putting pressure on the lanes there, while the rest, of course, Team Secret here trying to play that response. And, it is going to be a push, though, in the mid. Oh, great initiation! Great knock-up on 3 as well! And look at the sustain on the side of RRQ! That seals the deal there in the team fight, eliminating that mid turret as well, while the side of Tatsuri there, just doing his best for the split push.
Smart play from RRQ. Went in for the juggler Chaz, flashing in, getting all those knocks-ups coupled with Maze's knock-up too. That was just so much CC for Team Secret that Azar wasn't even able to get out of that fight. He wasn't even able to use his flash just because there's a lot weaving onto the CC right there. But now, Team Secret at least has the timing right on this next objective that is coming up 30 seconds on the Dragon. RRQ, now they're slowly giving Chaz the gold that he needs.
And you don't want that situation to happen again on the side of Team Secret because that is the power of RRQ. Team fights. Now Team Secret should peel, of course, those to go for the pick of play rather against RRQ. Isolation place is the key here. But when it comes to a front to back action in 5v5, man, RRQ is just very, very dangerous, and that is why Tatsuri is doing his best for the split push instead.
Yeah, RRQ was made for a front to back. If ever they have the chance to always get that, if their positionings are always right, they're always gonna be winning this fight. Team Secret's composition was made to disrupt that. And if they won't be able to get their respective win conditions when it comes to fights, it's gonna be hard for Team Secret. It's a good thing that RRQs is easier to pull off. Team Secret, they need to put their best foot forward onto this next fight if they want to win.
Yeah, so I'm just surprised. No contest there on the DR takedown for the side of RRQ. So they're just giving it away. Anyway, RRQ's strength here is to be in one unit here. If they're just going to stick together here, go for that, concentrate rather on the pushes. I think they do have the advantage indeed because Team Secret right now, split push is not what they are doing here, guys.
Hey, I like that they're keeping a lot of their flashes right now, even though what's great about this, whenever they have flashes, they can have a big chance for a clash, but everybody is playing it safe. They're playing it back, they're playing because Team Secret has more towers down. Even though that they have more, RRQ was able to take down the mid lane turret, which is the most important first tier turret in the game, and that just opens up more possibilities for them. That's why they're confident that they can go for this fight. A 5v5 fight is what they want, and Team Secret, they're just going for the split push with Azar on the top side.
Exactly, but look at the wards here. Look at the warding here coming in from Team Secret. I think this is very important. I've mentioned here that vision game is really the key, especially for this team composition of Team Secret here, because more on the split push, pick up plays, you need to know where RRQ's formation is across the Wildrift. But when it comes to team objective takedowns, I'm just surprised, of course, RRQ is not prioritizing it because they're very strong when they are together here. So far, Team Secret looking for isolation plays here. Helios is the target. This is going to be a 2 versus 1. Protobelt out, but that is going to flash in. And an upper end here for the side of Helios. Not enough, though. Great pickoff for TS.
Good timing for Team Secret. They used their tower advantage onto the top side. That's why they were able to get the pick off, which was important because right now Rip Herald opened up, and because Tatsuri is putting pressure in the bot lane, Exosen is not there in that fight.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be a clash once again. Oh, it's really rocks though with that initiation. Chaz low in life. Oh my goodness, Team Secrets. I do love how they play around RRQ dash.
Yeah, Tatsuri absorbing pressure against the members of RRQ was great. That's why they were able to pull that off. It was a 3v4. RRQ tried, but because they don't have enough damage there, Team Secret just capitalized. We're 4 members in. We have man advantage. We're just going to take this down. And now, because of that, they got the Baron. This mid lane turret is not going to survive for much longer.
Oh man, this is great for RRQ here. They are just pretty strong in the early stage of game with this space right now being given here by the side of Tatsuri on his Z with the split push. They have just been pressured on the bot side. Look at this one. Now they are looking across the map here of the minion waves being incoming here in the bot. It is one of the factors right now that Team Secret has the advantage against RRQ.
Yeah, just imagine you have the Infernal Drake and the Cloud Drake on 2 assassins. That's just so much that's exactly what they want. They want the speed to go in and out of fights, and also they want the damage. And that's exactly what they got. That's why they prioritize those Drakes. Now with the Baron, it's easy for them to put more pressure on all sides of the map before this Drake comes in.
Again, great initiation, explosive cast there with the follow-up. Helios is there, no upper hand, but the burst is enough there to take down the side here of Chewy. And look at the formation of RRQ. They are just very creative in this formation. Oh, Tatsuri with the death mark. Will it be enough? Yes, it will. It is going to be a trade. Exosen falls down.
Okay, they lost a bit of damage on RRQ, but they also lost Chewy, who has a lot of damage also. But that doesn't matter because Trevor and Tatsuri would still deal a lot of damage. Mountain Drake is up. Their Team Secret backing away because they know with Chewy, it's going to be quite hard right now to burst most of these members.
Let us see if RRQ is going to go for this GR objective this time around. That is why I'm surprised here. They're just giving away these objectives for the side of Team Secret. This is really important for the side of RRQ. And I think they do have the advantage there in the early stage of the game. They're just giving so much space for the side of Team Secret here and doing their thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
They went in with the final spark, almost getting the kill on Marquee. That was kind of scary. I thought that was going to be it. But what's great about that, they burned the flash, they burned the stasis, and Mountain Drake has been secured by Team Secret.
Man, I think the damage is really now there for the side of Team Secret. 2 assassin lineup against 3 bruisers here for the side of RRQ. Team Secret looking great here compared, of course, to our battle yesterday there. I think Team Secret's with Rock's performance right now, I think the chemistry is now building up here, Dash.
Yeah, they made mistakes yesterday, and now they're building up towards those mistakes. That's a healthy Team Secret right there. They're keeping all their secrets tied to themselves. And what's great about this, though, even though that it's 2 assassins against a bruiser composition for the side of RRQ, because they were able to get a lot of those drakes and were able to snowball with Trevor and Tatsuri, it doesn't matter because they're going to be dealing a lot of damage anyway, though. That's why it's super good that they're taking over, and the bruisers can't even defend themselves against the 2 assassins.
And one factor as well, Dash, I've just noticed that we haven't seen damage mitigation items there in the early to mid, because it was the moment that our assassins here for the side of Team Secret just shine the most, pick of plays after pick of plays. Plus, they have control of the map here.
Yeah,
I don't know why RRQ is. It doesn't play on their team composition strength there in taking those objectives, and now they are. This cost them this game here. But let us see. Objectives is up. Now, the strength of RRQ is in the team fight.
No.
Will they be able to force this one? But look
Look
this
at
one again.
Tatsuri.
Tatsuri on the bot. My goodness gracious.
no.
Big brain move here for this assassin.
Oh no. Yeah, he's absorbing a lot of the pressure, and they need to invest someone there, but it's now too late. They got the inhibitor turret, and that's actually the signal. Yeah, because we got a turret in the bot lane. When Helios is down there, let's just take the Baron. It's gonna be an easy take for sure. It's gonna be a 4v5. One pulse down, Maze is down. They don't have any CC anymore.
Team Secret has a major advantage right now here in this game. This is somehow difficult, Dash, without someone to chase a heavy mobile assassin champion here. As you can see, of course, RRQ's composition having no assassins here. No one can chase Tatsuri across the Wildrift. Now, man, it's a very, very difficult situation here on how they are going to face Team Secret. Fully online, fully items. Look at that.
Yeah, what's hard about this is because there's not a lot of options anymore because they were banned a while ago during the game. Kabil was banned, Fiora was banned. You're left with not a lot of options on the side of RRQ. That's why they were forced to use Riven. They were losing on the damage department during the draft. And what's hard about this, though, as you said a while ago, they don't have a lot of damage mitigation items, right? But because they can't afford losing damage on RRQ, because they don't have a lot, they were forced to make a choice. Are we gonna be building armor? But if we build armor, we're gonna be losing on damage because we don't have a lot anyway. That's why they were forced to sacrifice that damage mitigation in order for them to have at least some damage. But because of that, they're now getting bitten in the back.
Yes, exactly. And man, Tatsuri is doing a lot for the side of Team Secret here. This split push, providing pressure, no answers for the side of RRQ. Now with this BR buff in favor for the side of Team Secrets, this is gonna be a potential GG. Explosive cast, that is gonna be a flash though for Maze, and the light binding caught him with a follow-up of the grand entrance. No escape. Heavy controlled CC against the Knowledge Star there, and I think this is going to be it, Dash. GG indeed. Team Secrets is going to take the game 1.
Ooh, they were able to claim back their glory from their defeat yesterday, and they are making it work. And their place in the Game of Thrones is just kept right there for the side of Team Secret. 1-0, but still a chance for RRQ to come back from this. But having an advantage on a best of 3 right now, it's going to go good for Team Secret. So RRQ, they need to think about their draft on the next game.
I do agree, Dash. They need to think about the draft composition, but look at the faces here, the smiles. Ooh. I think the morale is up right now for the side of Team Secret. And really surprised, they are isolated here. They don't have a boot camp for now, but still, the chemistry is pretty good compared to the yesterday's game against Team Underground.
Yeah, chemistry is kept for the team. Team Secret just making it work. I like that they're showing their shine here. They're still keeping themselves up there in the power rankings. And that 1-0 was just a statement on how they're going to be playing towards this victory that they're looking for against the King of Kings. And pulling out the double assassin right there was a very confident move for their side, because even though that a lot of bruises was pulled out, they were confident that they will be able to pull off the early game, and that they did.
Exactly. You know what, Dash, that Team Secret loss yesterday, somehow some fans have been doubting, of course, their power when it comes to the start of the series here, but only shows right now that they are still the comeback kings here. This is a great moment for them to go for the comeback here, to say that they are still one of the best Wildrift teams here in WCS. RRQ, again, this is going to be a best of 3 series. Despite, of course, that heavy team fight bruiser composition, they have been outplayed by Team Secret strategy there. Split push coming in from Tasser Z here is just very, very sweet.
Yeah, honestly, that was a heartbreaking loss yesterday, but now they're turning things back. Rox is making things work with the Rakan that he did during this game, but I could put the spotlight onto Tatsuri and also to Trevor because their damage was just up there. And also the pressure that Tatsuri had during that whole game was just so much that they can't even go for a 1v1 against him. Even if one of the bruisers was there onto the bot side when he was pushing, they're not going to be winning against him because he's so much ahead. I think it's 1 or 2 items ahead. That's why it was so hard for them to think, are we going to go for a 5v5 fight, or are we going to go and put someone into the bot side to fight against Tatsuri? And it was too late before they were able to make any decisions.
And this is going to be breakdown of our game, Dash. Here in the early stage of the game, still it is going to be Team Secrets dictating the tempo here. And you know what, when it comes to a 5v5 brawl, you can really tell that RRQ's composition here is very, very strong. Yeah. But, man, they're just being outplayed here time and time again.
Yeah, just because look at how all these fights are gonna go. Look at how Team Secret puts their crosshairs on the right targets every time. One takedown, a 4v5, that's a fight that we can win. Because RRQ's composition was made to go for 5v5s. And on the late game, they can't even go for 5v5s just because there's always someone that is going for split push. Look at Tatsuri. Even though they lost here, because they were able to get 1 kill again, that just paved way for them to go for split push again. Tatsuri, look at that. He was taking down turrets while everybody is going for a brawl, right?
That is the beauty of these players as well. They really know how to work their compositions very well. That was a good game indeed against the side here of RRQ. No doubt, man. No doubt. And I do think our KDA is okay right now. He is really indeed the Tatsuri, the player of the game in this game 1. That split push did a lot of pressure there for against the side of RRQ. It's very, very difficult for them to counter there. No mobile champions there to counter the set.
Solid 7 KDA for Zed. I mean, having 5 items at this point in the game, he doesn't even need to build a Serilda's Grudge because they don't have enough armor anyway to stop him from going on a rampage. So now, that just paved way for Tatsuri to go on a killing spree. Every time that he smells blood, he would go for a fight. Every time that someone is left alone, he would go for the death mark. He's not even hesitating because even though they have CCs, if that's not enough to take him down because they have a lot of bruisers, Tatsuri is just not going to be afraid.
I think this is also one of the strategies on how to counter the front-to-back composition without an assassin in that lineup, to go for the split push. And now with those split push, securing, of course, objectives is also giving the power items here for the main players of the side of Team Secret. But anyway, Dash, that was still our game 1 of our best of 3 series here. The second series match rather between Team Secret and RRQ. So we will be right back, guys, after a quick short break. Don't go away. This is Deadeye together with Dash. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here, the second series of WCS between Team Secret and RRQ. This is That Edge. With me is Dash. We will be your shortcasters here. But you know what? Chaz has been looking forward for battling Team Secret.
Yeah.
Now he just tasted the power of the Comeback Kings. I'm really excited here for their adjustment in the second round, and I do think that composition right now is pretty good, countered here by the side of Team Secret.
Would they be able to break the code? That is the questions for RRQ because they lost the first game 0-1. That is a bit... Actually, a best of 3 is still easy to come back to, so RRQ still has a chance. They just need to arrange on their draft. The things that they did to Oasis yesterday is not going to work on Team Secret. They knew that now because with this last composition that they pulled out, that was just an homage to Game 2 against Oasis yesterday. But because they weren't able to pull that off today, they need to change things like a 100% overhaul with this next composition that they're going to be pulling off.
You know what? I also just noticed that compared to their battle yesterday against Oasis Gaming, RRQ just risked, of course, their composition with those packet picks. You know,
right.
I've seen that one. But here against Team Secret, we're not seeing that one. They are just respecting this team, and you can really tell they want to win the series here. And, you know, Chaz here has been shut down, to be honest, in the early sort of game. He was the target. And you have mentioned this one. All target locks are on him here. Without him in the picture, it's going to be easy for the side of Team Secret to take those objectives here. In the second series right now, let us see. I do believe they need to prioritize comfort pick for Chaz. I think this team, RRQ, also relies so much for this jungler player here. But against Team Secret, they really just know how to play around their team compositions.
Yeah, they just need to play around like what they did a while ago. Trevor and Tatsuri did really well during that game. I can say that if we can have a second MVP, that could be on the hands of Tatsuri because of how much, I mean, on the hands of Trevor. Also because it was just good plays by good plays on their side. I mean, it's a Kha'Zix. Getting all those pressures on the hands of Tatsuri was great. But because Trevor was the one who's dealing more damage when Tatsuri is out of the picture, that just made it easier for Tatsuri to be doing his job. Yes, I can ignore my teammates because I can go for a lot more with the towers that I'm pushing right now. So they got pressured, and it was just so hard by Denver RRQ.
Here we go, Dash. The match point game here in our second series. Team Secret versus RRQ. Bans are up. It is going to be the Garen and Fiora, top lane bruiser champions here. Has been priority bans for the side of Team Secret. I think we are going to somehow predict that they are going to have the priority here on the top side.
Hashtag release the Meow. We might have the Yuumi here though. If ever RRQ, they won't be banning that Yuumi, which could be used and utilized by Rox here. Because yesterday, if Orthros was able to use it, maybe Rox could use it also on this game. Because Seth is banned. I was expecting it to not get banned because I was thinking if they're going to be banning Seth or Yuumi. Now, Team Secret is much more confident. Because they picked priority pick Azor's Renekton, there's a chance that RRQ could pull off a Yuumi here.
Yes, meow meow connection. Meow meow connection. Let us go. But if this is going to be countered by Team Secret, I do believe right now it's also going to change on how the teams right now are going to prioritize if Yuumi or not. But then again, the Kha'Zix still, it is going to be secured here by the side of RRQ this time around. Shazix!
Yes.
Shazix, ladies and gents, is now here. The comfort picks. But the listen is open. I do believe, Dash, this is the first time we're about to see the listen. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think we saw one yesterday, but other than that, we didn't see anything more. But remember, RRQ uses Zed. If the Zed Kha'Zix goes to the hands of RRQ, this might go good for their side because Helios used it perfectly yesterday against Oasis on that last game. But now, are they thinking? What are they going to go for? They went for the safe route. They picked up the Darius.
Same thing, same matchup on the top lane here. But of course, I think the Ziggs picks is better as well to deny is here being given for the side of RRQ. You don't want, of course, this connection with Galio as well as that Mega Infernal bomb the back lines. But having the listen right now coming inside of TS, you know, they need to be very aggressive here in the early stages of the game. But Shaz, of course, compared to all the jungler champions here, I think the Kha'Zix needs his level and his item power spike as well to go online. Unlike the Lee Sin here, in at least level 2, he has the ability to pick off on the dive towers here.
Smart play on banning the Morgana, because there's a lot of CC going through just the Galio and also the Darius, and they denied Tatsuri's Zed, which is also a good respect ban onto their side. But RRQ is the first one to pick here. If they can pick something like a Corki, right now that they have a lot of AD damage on the side of RRQ, because they're losing a bit on that constant DPS for RRQ a while ago during the last game. But now, they might have a chance to go for more damage on their side.
I do agree. I think we have seen the Lulu Vayne combination is one of the scariest duo here. They can't go for the, but instead of Varus here, they need to go. They are still going to go for that AP route here. So I think you can see the Janna, or what's called the Enchanter Varus combo, classic combo we've seen so far. But instead, there's gonna be, of course, a Lucian pick here for the side of TS. So both teams here, a duo battle. The last picks, but let's see.
Yeah, I love the constant DPS that they could pull through with this composition though. But Rocks, they had the possibility to use the Senna a while ago, but they went in with the Leona. I like that. I like that Leona picked together with the Lucian against a Varus, because Varus would have a hard time. We all know Varus has good times early in the game because of the piercing arrow, but before he hits the first item power spike, Lucian has the big advantage. So now the bot lane is secured for the side of Team Secret. So what would RRQ go for here? Would they go for Galio on the mid lane, or would they go for the support to at least stop the Leona from getting the aggression? And that they did. They went to the Diana in the mid lane to couple the CC from the Galio. Every time that they go for a hero's entrance, the Yana would be safe. With the Moonfall, the Yana would be safe after that.
Yeah, now you have the synergy here between these two ultimates, but those are big ultimates, Dash. They need to capitalize, of course, in using that one. But I'm still looking at the bot side here, of the side of Team Secret. It's very strong, to be honest. With this Leona, I'm really surprised and really thought it is going to be a fresh. The same thing, very aggressive here with a fresh with the box. Megan Fornal bomb to follow up here the box lines. But now, having this Leona here, they do have the CC. Single target CC here is pretty badly needed here, especially they are somehow lacking in that aspect compared here for the side of RRQ.
Honestly, we don't see a lot of Leona. Every time that the Leona gets picked on games, I really get excited just because of how Leona... Okay, sorry for stopping myself right there, but because the Lucian is on the top side, Ziggs Virus would be better. I like this that they switch Sharu with Chewie going for the Ziggs into the bot lane against a Varus. Varus has good wave clear. He has good early game pressure. But if you're fighting a Ziggs, that just gets neglected because Ziggs is just gonna wave clear and he's not gonna be committing in any fights. So this just paves way for both of these supports to go for that route in where they always gonna go for a roam. They're gonna be roaming supports. But what's great here is that Azar is on a good spot against Helios. Darius is not good against top lane. I mean, range top lanes.
Yeah, correct. Great points, Dash. Man, with Chewie be able can be able to wave to clear the wave rather here the bot side. That's true. Rox has the potential to go for the roaming here. And look at this one. They are invading in the early stage of the game. They know again the strength of their composition here. There's no gonna be no challenge here coming inside of RQ. Instead, Chaz knows about this one. Chaz knows about this one. One of the best junglers here in PH. He has this somehow innate, what you call it, experience. That's the senses of being a jungler here, experienced jungler that they are going to go for that aggressive invasion.
Yeah, especially that they have the senpais from the RRQ side. Chaz going for the aggression, especially with the senpais XL and Marquis holding onto the bot side. That helped them out on doing that because they know they're confident that these players are gonna react if ever someone from Team Secret goes in for the cancel right there for the update. But good thing Team Secret was able to answer back with Trevor taking a lot. That's a lot of chunk of the jungle from RRQ.
Wow, this is a nice move indeed for the side of Team Secret, having that matchup on the top side, right? But anyway, on the bot side though, this is going to be somehow a team fight we're about to see. It is so far Rox on that Leona. Going to expect, man. Rox, we have to talk about this player, Dash. Rox has been one of the supports I idolize. He's very, very aggressive. I think I can say he's the most aggressive support here I've seen so far.
Yeah, the Rox is very aggressive. He knows how to play his engaged supports every time that he's given the chance to. It's a good thing that always Rox is really cold right now with the Thresh. He's not playing a lot of Thresh right now during this day, because if he would be able to pull that off, he pulls crazy plays with the Thresh.
Yeah.
But with the Leona, at least it's a bit safer. They have the solar player to go with, and it's easier to stop this Leona. But what's good about the Leona? This just screams a lot of a front-to-back situation for Team Secret.
That's true. That's true. That's true. I think this is going to be one of the strategies indeed for the side of Team Secret. Anyway, they do have the follow-up damage as well on the backlines here. Chewy is also going to be having that role to fill in when it comes to additional damage contribution. And the team fight here, when it comes to a team fight, compared here for the team compositions of RRQ and TS,
Yeah.
I think more bruisers still for the side of RRQ.
And what I like about this listen pick from Trevor is that it's one of the only champions that could 1v1 against a Kha'Zix and win. Just because he has more burst damage, especially early on in the game. And with the person holding it, which is Trevor, I'm confident that he would be able to pull this off. But on a comfort pick on Chaz, this is like a 50-50 for me. Whoever gets that first objective here might actually stress out or change the way that this is gonna go. But look at this. Over the top side, don't have vision though. They saw Rox. They have vision on where he is, but Rox is playing it safely, and Trevor is gonna back away.
You know, we have talked here before the player versus player matchup. It is going to be on the top side, Azar versus Helios. But man, the second game, Dash, Trevor and Chaz. This is much more interesting here to see this two here in the jungle role right now. Comfort pick of Chaz, the Chazix, as the panelists mentioned. This is now somehow we can really tell that RRQ is very serious here. They want to take this game too. And let us see, here under 5 seconds, team objectives are up in the Wildrift. Now this is where the game gets interesting.
Okay, that's gonna be the timing. Mountain Drake, that's extra stats, but they're gonna be shaking hands here. RRQ again, the one who holds the Kha'Zix always gets the easier chance for taking the Drake, but Rip Herald is a safer option, because also Heal is gonna come in.
Wow, that is going to be a kick, but this is going to be a contest on the top side. However, speaking of contest, Team Secret transition here to the bot side, and that is going to be Moonfall. Beautiful setup there. However, the Rift Arrow there to be taken, but the first blood here on the bot side being taken as well by RRQ. And however, it is going to be a chaotic formation here between these two teams here in that Dragon takedown.
Yeah, RRQ was able to get the better end of that. They were able to get the kill on Trevor. Trevor was able to get the Rift Herald, but it's because that Chaz was able to get a Mountain Drake together with 2 kills on their hands. That's a good early game advantage. That's extra stats for their beefy members here on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, so far Team Secrets, it is going to be a kill here against Trevor on the top side, right? So anyway, RRQ, when it comes to a 5v5 brawl, they do have also the advantage here. The damage is there, especially when the side of Exo sent out the setup here, the Moonfall. We have talked about that one, Dash. It deals a lot of crowd control with a great follow-up on the backlines as well for the side of RRQ. And I think this should be consistent for the side of RRQ in order for them to shut down these early aggressions coming in from Team Secret.
Azar going in though. They have the advantage. Upper hand coming in.
Oh, this is going to be... so far the taunt though. It's not going to connect against Azar. Trevor here in the brushes as well. So far, both teams is just going to disengage.
Ooh, they were able to pull through that. That was kind of scary for Azar. He dashed in against Helios at this point in the game. So doesn't have a lot of damage, but he still has the range advantage. And again, at this point, everybody's just going to slow it down. They got their first item builds a while ago. And it's because that Chaz right now went in for the Duskblade. He has a lot more burst damage. Later on, if he goes to Azar, he's going to get taken down super fast.
Now that is going to be somehow a strategy we are about to look out here between the two. Anyway, Rift Herald been summoned already here in the mid side. Again, we have mentioned here that mid turret is very, very important, and I think Team Secrets really needs to control this one because you have Trevor here on the Listen. Listen needs to roam across the Wild Rift here, but without, of course, this mid turret here against RRQ, it's gonna be easy for Trevor to roam around.
Yeah, with the win conditions here, Trevor is not getting a lot of kills though, but Moonfall.
Again, this is going to be the strategy here for the side of Team Secret. That is going to pick up against Exosen. Hero Centris just too late already. Rocks backs away low and life being chased here. One slash for Chaz. And that is going to be a kill.
Yeah, Trevor was able to get a kill, which is great, but they were not able to utilize a lot of their objectives that they were able to take on the side of Team Secret. RRQ, just because Chaz is in his comfort, he's confident that he can pull off a lot of this cheeky plays whenever he has the chance, but Helios, top side.
So, with regards to the late stages of the game here, you have to rely as well for Azar's power spike. But, you know, Lucian is not the typical hyper carry that can really carry the game here. But you need to respect as well the contributions on his firepower in the back lines here. I think the damage will also be really in use here when it comes to team fights. But so far against Varus here, Varus is also, for me, Dash, is not also one of the best hyper carries, but his poking potential is also comparable to a Lucian. So I think this is going to be an even game when it comes to late stage of the game.
Oh, they're going for a fight though. Shield of the Rod onto Rocks.
Wow, that taunt connects indeed, but Rocks still very tanky on that Leona. As expected, of course. However, the poke, the Purging Arrow, canceling over the recall. It is very important here for the side of RRQ because objectives is now spawning here in the Wild Rift. They are going to ping here on the bot side though. What will be the priority here for the side of RRQ? Is it going to be the Dragon or the Referral?
Oh, they're going to the Dragon though, because they didn't see the members of Team Secret onto the top side, so that's why they went in for that. But because Azar is not here, and also Chewy doesn't have a flash and heal, it's better for RRQ to go for the better objective in the long run. They went in for the Cloud Drake so that Chaz could be enabled later on. The Team Secret, they're going to be on the back seat here, but top side, they have more people there.
Yeah, I think this is still going to be a contest here. Again, for the side of RRQ, Helios being kicked out. It's now taken by Trevor. The Refattled, but look at the Tono too. No follow-up here for the side of RRQ. They're not healthy here. Mega Inferno Bomb did not secure anyone there. And then again, Team Secret handshake on those objectives.
At this point, I think Chewy doesn't have enough items to be dealing a lot of damage. If we can take a look at the items right now, they have not reached that point in which Chewy is just going to burst down, especially Chaz, but look at this fight top side.
Again, taunt. Popping, of course. The Sage is here trying to back away. Azar is here in the vicinity as well. They managed to negate, of course, that pick-up potential on top side. Meanwhile, Helios there with that upper hand and a Noxian Gulleted kill. Same thing as Satsuri's move there on the back line, securing the back lines here. Chaz Marquis down. And this is going to be RRQ going to go for the chase. Satsuri low on life. Noxian Gulletin will be able to survive here. That is going to be an escape. Honey Fruit save, but still, they will go on for the pursuit kill.
Yeah, still good advantage for the side of RRQ, but what's really surprising for me here, because Team Secret was able to secure 2 towers down, especially in the mid lane, that opens up more possibilities for them in the mid game. Remember, Team Secret's composition, they have a lot of damage to work with. They have like 4 people who has some damage onto the mid game, and we're slowly transitioning to that point in where they could be significant. Chaz was able to get a bit of a snowball earlier on, but later on, Marky and Exosense damage is not going to be that significant, which is why RRQ needs to fasten this up. I thought RRQ has the better amount of gold, but because of this gold gap, they're going to be having a hard time.
However, in the mid, this is going to be a Moonfall,
no Moonfall,
but it misses with a flash.
No
In use coming side of Rocks now to counter attack. It is going to be the calling here. Look at the damage here from Azar. Trevor going to go for the kill. And another one falls down. Maze is down. Exorcist is down. Perfect re-engage for Team Secret.
That is the punish from Team Secret, but they want more. They want more blood.
I think they are just going to back away, but no, Chaz is here. Hungry for kills. Void Spike. Oh! The Purging Arrow hits a 2.
Here comes
on the backline, though. Zatsuri is here trying to go for a chase. Dominance is up. RRQ holding for the life, but to no avail. Team Secret has those kills.
Yeah, Team Secret was able to equalize that. I thought that is going to be the win for RRQ already. They were able to get the shutdown gold onto Azar, which was great. But because Team Secret was able to find their own shutdown against Helios, that went better on the hands of Team Secret. Look at this. The gold has stayed at 4k gold lead, and it didn't budge just because they were able to get an equalizer on both ends, which is good for the side of Team Secret. Remember, as we said a while ago, RRQ's composition is slowly dwindling down, and Team Secret's damage is slowly going up. Even though we said that the solution is not going to be dealing a lot of damage in the late game, but because he's the only constant DPS source on the game, he is the only candidate for being a hyper carry in the late game. So I think it's working out for the side of Team Secret.
Indeed, Ash. And however, of course, this gold lead translates, of course, for this early game Herald takedown. But look at this one on the replay.
They want to go for more. Look at the replay, though. That was just... Honestly, that is a great arrow from Marky. That turned the tides around that I thought that was the sign of life for RRQ to turn things around. But now, 15 seconds, Infernal Drake, Team Secret is going to contest this now. A while ago, they weren't contesting it, but this is the time that they do. Because right now, they have the items to fight against them, but oh, the upper hand!
It is going to be Helios there, initiating team fight, making for the bomb, the backlash here, follow up with that Traverse initiation as well. Moonfall is not enough. Team Secret has the damage.
So?
They are going to go for the more kills here. Trapper is unsuccessful though, but it paves way for this DR objective for Team Secret.
Ooh, Team Secret. We said it a while ago during that fight. The Mega Inferno Bomb from Chewy was scary. It took down at least a third of most of the health from RRQ. Now, they need to be scared on Chewy. They need to focus their eyes on the right targets because Rocks absorb a lot of the CCs, a lot of the stuns, a lot of the skills from RRQ. There's nothing more that they can pull out against the other members of Team Secret who has a lot of damage.
Oh my. RRQ. This is a sign here that Team Secret is going online here in the game 2. They have secured the early stages of the game here. But what's great about Team Secret, they have secured turret objectives here, Dash. That paves way for this aggro rotations coming in from Team Secret. RRQ, none of the towers here for the Team Secret has been secured.
Yeah, it's really, you're playing really aggro on the side of RRQ. They're trying to be aggressive whenever they can. That is the playstyle of RRQ. They try to find opportunities for themselves, but right now, it's gonna be real hard to do that, honestly. Even Helios, with the damage that they have, they don't have enough burst to take down most of the members. Maybe they could take down Chewy, but because Azar went in for the Black Cleaver build, he's a bit healthier compared to normal. That's why they can't even take him down when the time mattered a while ago.
Oh my. RRQ. I don't know, man. This team right now looking pretty great in the early stages of the game. Again, their strength there revolves for Chaz as well, and Exo sends Moonfall initiation. But you're right, Dash. The follow-up, I think, is not enough here. The Black Cleaver, of course, pick-up item here gives that additional sustainability here for the side of Team Secret. They cannot just been bursted out in a single combo here. Now, RRQ, they need those isolation plays, but without those turret security here against the side of Team Secret, it's going to be difficult for them.
Yeah, they need to pull off this combo that they have been waiting for since a while ago. The Moonfall to the Hero's Entrance, that might be enough to shatter Team Secret, but now they're going in Rocks.
Again, Rocks, aggressive support in action. Trying to go forward, but that is going to be a flash being used there, trying to go back away. Respecting still the power of RRQ. They know where the formation right now for the side of RRQ. Now Team Secret translates here in the split push in the mid.
Yeah, RRQ hanging on the knife's edge, especially with the items that they have. And we're not going to be seeing a lot of damage from Exosen right now because he went for Crystal and Reflector. So he's not going to be that bursty. He went for the defensive route because Team Secret is just so much to deal with. Right now, RRQ, they need to find the answers. They have Exosen with the Rabadon set cap. This might help on the next fight that they're gonna have, but Team Secret has been leading this 5K gold lead. They've been holding on this like 5 minutes ago. They've been holding on this. It's too long now. Team RRQ, they need to take their chance on taking that down one, because this Baron is going to be taken by Team Secret right now.
Yes, indeed. And I think they do have the wars there from the side of RRQ. No,
They had
Team
a while ago,
Secret,
yeah.
Yeah, but Team Secret is not going to force, of course, this BR takedown. But yeah, that Rabadon's Cup here for the side of Exosun is indeed really needed for that additional damage, because I think Chaz is not enough there. Crowd controls are there, yes, that's true. But if you cannot finish the job, Team Secret can punish you with that great counter attack. Look at the organizations also for the side of Team Secrets here. They are pretty much online.
Yeah, it's super hard for Chaz to find opportunities for himself, because every time the Team Secret goes for a fight, it's a 5v5. He can't get any isolation against them. The Team Secret is very smart in doing this, but Elder Ocean Drake, this is something the Team Secret needs to deny against RRQ, because long drag on fights is where RRQ thrives. So Team Secret needs to deny this. Everybody's already here positioned for a big fight. They have the shield around. No vision for Team Secret.
Oh, Helios is there, but it's on the other side as well. Mega Infernal Bomb with a damage, but Tatsuri out of position. However, the GA pops. Here comes Team Secret for the re-engage. As expected, they will punish you hard. RRQ cannot do anything about this one. Oh, the dive. It is going to be Trevor, though, surviving still in that engagement. Moonfall, not enough. The damage, the backline attack for Team Secret is insane. They're gonna pick up Chewy, gonna pick up Azar, and this is going to be the punishment for RRQ.
RRQ took their chances. A 3-4-2 is at least good, but giving the Elder Ocean Drake, oh no, they're not going for the Elder Ocean Drake because they were super low in HP. But look at this replay, everyone. They went in for the right target. Without Helios, you don't have an effective front line on the side of RRQ. That's why they were scattered around. They can't even get their positioning right on their side. They can't even go for the combo. Exosen, this was a late Moonfall, but it showed signs of life. It might be the chance. If Exosen starts fights against Team Secret, if he has the flash later on, that could be the greatest Moonfall that he can do right now in WCS, that could turn the tides around for the side of RRQ.
Exactly, man. That Moonfall, fortunately for Team Secret, it was just rocks been picked off there. If everyone was caught in that AoE, it's going to be a disaster indeed for Team Secret. Still, it is going to be RRQ holding to the line here. They do have the damage right now as well, but Team Secret just knows how to position themselves without a pickoff of Azar as well as Chewy backline. It's going to be difficult here for RRQ to finish their job, but let us see. Helios is the front liner here. He needs to initiate the fight, but Tatsuri is here. Great contest, but a kick on the flank, a maneuver. Tatsuri is there. The calling and the damage coming from Chewy as well in the backlines. That is going to be a double kill as well. The stun connection against RRQ. No escape. Chaz left alone in that engagement, and that is going to be the dagger.
Yeah, Trevor found the chance there. The final nail in the coffin was getting the kick to his teammates, and Team Secret won that fight decisively. And now the former Kings are still here. They're still showing signs of life. They're taking down RRQ, and they're not going to stop, because this is a big statement. A 2-0 against RRQ.
Taste the power of Team Secret. The Comeback Kings is here once again, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, the smiling faces, the morale is high, and the doubters will doubt again. Doubting the Team Secret. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Team Secret, ladies and gentlemen, that was RRQ being swept by the Comeback King.
Yeah, the faithful shall be rewarded. Team Secret fans out there, this is the team that you were rooting for, and they got a 2-0 against RRQ. It was hard, honestly, during the first parts of this cast. It's a 50-50 for me against Team Secret versus RRQ, but now Team Secret solidified their place at the top of the power rankings, taking down RRQ, and now how are they going to be going with this? I mean, remember, it's a round-robin format. They might be able to get more wins. It's a good thing that they adjusted from the mistake that they did yesterday, and now they're back, they're strong, they can take down more.
Man, I'm just happy, to be honest. I'm just happy for Team Secret because I've seen doubters, man. I do believe the Team Secrets. I do believe the power of Team Secret here. And it only shows here. This is RRQ. RRQ is very, very strong as well. They have been looking forward for this match against Team Secret here. And I think the composition really show there for RRQ that they want to grab this series against Team Secret. But, you know, the Comeback Kings are here. They're back. They are back, Dash.
Yeah. Whenever you find opportunities, especially for the composition that RRQ pulled out there, they have the Kha'Zix. What you want from a Kha'Zix is to snowball the early game. But because they weren't able to do that, Shaz wasn't even able to do any damage. And also, 5v5 fights happened every time. That's why Team Secret kept the lead from RRQ close. And they were able to balloon it after fights for fights. They got towers. After the tower pressure is in the mid lane and the top lane taken down already, it was done. That was the chance for Team Secret to come back from it.
And I do have to comment as well the formation coming in from Team Secret. Yes, you do have the Kha'Zix here on the side of RRQ, which will go into the backlines here. That's the main mission of Chaz there, to pick off Azar or Chewy in the backlines. However, it's just difficult for Chaz to pull it through. And it only shows here how really well the formation coming in from side of Team Secret and doing those team fights.
Yeah, and we can see how scary Chewy is in the late game, right? A Fed Ziggs on the late game, he just deals a lot with even with the satchel charge. He was dealing a lot of damage with just one satchel charge and even the Mega Inferno Bomb to take down most of the HP from RRQ. I mean, after that, Team Secret is just going to capitalize. They're just going to go in. Tatsuri is going to go in. Azar is going to be the constant TPS that they need in the team. And as we said a while ago, Lucian is not a hyper carry. But because he's the only DPS source, constant DPS source in this game, he was. That's why Azar was able to pull off a lot of things during that game.
And we have to give credit as well for Rock's dash here. Rock's somehow is doing pretty well here compared to the series yesterday. I think he's pretty in good shape here. He's feeling the role of that being aggressive. I think the characteristics of Rock is still there. Plus the improvement here with the Team Secret's synergy. It just doubles up his performance here. I think this is great. Looking good for Team Secret.
I like the way that Rox plays here, right? He goes in front. He gets a lot of their utilities. He gets a lot of the skills. He gets a lot of the ultimates. And after that, Team Secret just capitalizes. Rox is basically just the sacrifice every time. But this kick from Trevor was so good. That was the way that they won that fight. Ballooning that goal lead, ending the game. That was good timing, good vision control from Team Secret during that time.
Beautiful game indeed, ladies and gentlemen, between Team Secret and RRQ. Oh my goodness, Chewy,
look at
your
damage,
player of the game. Look at that insane damage, Dash. Holy pancit canton, sweet and spicy damage indeed.
Yeah, and like what happened there, I mean, Ziggs just dealt so much damage. It went into the point in where Chewy would be dealing a lot of damage. The Mega Inferno Bomb chunking at least a half health from most of the members from RRQ. It was just at that point that it's really hard to fight against the Ziggs. They can't even go to the backline because just Chaz isn't going to be dealing a lot of damage, especially if Team Secret is just sticking together every time. Trevor just found, if I can get another MVP or at least what do you call that, honorable mention, I could give that to Trevor out their rocks during that game because they played the roam, they played the play right there. That was so perfect timing every time. They actually put the eggs on the Chewy basket during the whole time.
Great shape for Team Secret, ladies and gentlemen, but also a good game for RRQ. But that wraps it up here in our second series. Team Secret winning the series in a 2-0 fashion against RRQ. And we will proceed into a third series after a short break. So this is That with me is Dash. We will be right back.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clear perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome back to the WCS Philippines, where Otolus and myself, we have something to say.
Wait.
Yeah, we have
All
something to say.
right.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
I,
Okay. All right. So this is my hand, and
yeah.
Nika has
I,
her
I,
hand
I have mine
up.
also. Yes.
All right, Nika, take the lead. Let's go.
Okay. I, Mika
I,
Fabs,
how to lose,
do solemnly apologize
do solemnly apologize
to Team Secret
to Team Secret
for being a doubter.
for being a doubter. Thank you. All right.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
We're
yes. We're
I
not.
am not part of this because my vote is Infi. Infi's vote is also my vote. So yeah, we are the faithful.
Wow, claiming that all of a sudden we are the faithful. Welcome, Crazy Apple, to the desk. And again, the desk just got a little bit crazier, of course, because Team Secret, the comeback kings indeed, have finally secured that 2-0 against RRQ. And it was quite definitive for a match, Otolus, that we thought would be a little bit harder, that we thought that would go the full game 3.
We dubbed this match as the determining match, right? At least in this game number 2, we will have a clearer picture as to where Team Secret and RRQ really stand when it comes to being prepared in WCSPH. And Team Secret, on game number 1, we saw how they controlled by just winning one clash. After winning one clash, even though this is a very good setup coming from RRQ, it wasn't enough for Team Secret to not be able to out macro RRQ. And this is actually one of the best things that I would like to highlight. Trevor and Azar. Trevor was just shadowing Azar all throughout. Helios, his item choice was to go for the duelist Darius, going for the Trinity Force rather than going for the Black Cleaver, and was punished perfectly by Team Secret time and time again. On game number 2, this is just all about RRQ not being able to catch Team Secret because of their mechanics. Looking at the composition Team Secret has right now, they already have an auto win on the top side because they have a Lucian that can really bully out Helios. I did say that this is basically the game for Helios to prove his worth in the Baron lane in WCSPH, because basically Azar is our barometer, and Azar has proven to everyone that Helios still has to eat more rice. Or in Tagalog, marami ka pang kakaining bigas, brother.
Himself, he was able to get the Z in game 1. As we've seen yesterday when he was on that set, he wasn't able to perform, I believe, his best. But seeing him today on 2 champions, that he's so comfortable and he was able to be more proactive on the plays and essentially help Team Secret get these quick victories.
Yeah, and we talked about how there was an adjustment period, and I thought it was going to take about probably the whole week 1. Apparently, all Team Secret really needed was 1 day to get everything in order, and we saw them. And again, the team fights. The thing with Team Secret is that when it comes to team fights, they always somehow manage to come out on top, and their macro, that signature Team Secret that we know them for. And okay, I have to like defend. I feel like I have to defend myself. I feel like whenever I like do not go for Team Secret in a series, that's when they win.
So that's your anecdote. Well, I have a story of my own here.
Oh yeah, that's good.
All right, I feel that Mr. Zuckerberg is actually giving me already a foresight or an advice as to who to choose, because just today, I mean, earlier this morning, I was selected I was given a top fan badge in Facebook for Team Secret, and 1 hour ago, for some reason, my badge for Grindsky Esports has appeared. Is this a foreshadowing as to what I have to predict for later? I don't know. The metaverse is already killing me right now. Let's go.
Check out Autolus's Twitter for that, for a little bit more discussion on whether this top fan, this auto buff, is coming in for these teams. But right now, we have a representative on the side of Team Secret joining us. It is now Chewy joining us for the interview. So let's welcome him over to our panel desk. Welcome, Chewy, and congratulations, of course, to Team Secret. We are here, me and Autolus are like, Mega Fabs and Autolus, we do solemnly apologize for...
Go Minasai.
But of course, course, Chewy, congratulations to you guys. My first question for you, of course, is the addition of Rocks. How was the adjustment like, especially since kayong Team Secret, the whole team, you've been playing together for a really long while?
Okay naman po si Rox. For the most part, ako lang po yung nahirapan kasi siya po yung kasama ko palagi sa early game. Pero nung tapos naman po yung laning phase, okay naman po siya. And fortunately, fast learner po si Rox and mabilis po siyang makapag-pick up ng ginagawa namin. So, naging okay pong addition si Rox kasi mechanically gifted players din po siya.
Oh yes, and we saw that especially in this series, the Roxas, strengths really coming in. Second question for you is, of course, the team has competed locally and then internationally, of course, with the Horizon Cup, and then now you're back in the local scene once more. How is the local scene leveling up?
Parang ganun pa din. Lumakas po sila pero parang same level din last year.
I think it's more of like the Philippines was already on an international level from the very beginning, of course. Right. Autolus.
Crazy Apple, I want to save my question for last, so if you can take the lead.
Oh,
interesting.
Okay.
Interesting.
I guess the question for me, it's related as well to your experience from last year. I wanted to ask about what you guys were feeling yesterday because it felt like you guys weren't on tip-top condition. Was that pressure? Was that being a bit nervous getting back into the local scene after having that high expectations put on your team?
Nung game 1 po, naglalag po si Harry. And nung game 2, okay na naman pero meron lang kami mga mistakes. Siguro dahil first game, pero not to take away the credit from Team Underground, na-surprise po kami sa kanila. Pero and siguro sila po yung nag-level up. Pero di na po mangyayari ulit yun. Katulad lang po last split, yung first game po namin sa group stage, yun lang yung pinagsak namin game. And tuloy-tuloy na po yung panalo namin. Confident po kami.
That's good. Yeah. Thank you for that. Autolus, go ahead.
Okay. I'm trying to remember who has the kitchen buff. Was it you or was it Tatsuri? Do you know the kitchen buff? It was Tatsuri. Okay, can you ask? Because we saw from the viewers perspective that the kitchen was no longer there. So yeah, I mean, we miss it. So my question for you, Chewy, it's actually not related to the kitchen because it's not you that has the kitchen buff. My question for you and for the gang is, who's the best dancer? Because we remember from the Horizon Cup, right, that you guys are just celebrating, like doing this and that and this. And so, Chewy, who do you think is your best dancer in Team Secret?
Si Tatsuri po kasi parang siya po yung pinamadaming unique na sayaw na ginawa.
Okay.
Wow.
Fair enough. All right,
wow.
That's my
I guess there's a wide sort of like talent pool for Tatsuri. So I think we're only breaking the surface. So this means that if we want to see Team Secret dance a little bit more, of course, we will be keeping our eyes on the international scene, and maybe Riot can come up with some new videos to showcase that talent. Chewy, do you have any shout outs, any messages that you'd like to give all of your fans and Team Secret's fans?
Sa mga patuloy pong sumusuporta sa Team Secret, sana po pagpatuloy lang po yung suporta nyo kasi laki po ang tulong yan sa moral sa amin. And sa family ko po na palagi nanonood, sa friends, thank you po sa pagsuporta. And yun lang po.
All right, congratulations, Chewy. I actually was impressed by your dancing sa Horizon Cup.
Oh,
so
yeah,
I
me
think,
too.
yeah, it was very good.
Everyone from Team Secret, I feel that their dancing shoes is always on. Let's
yes,
go.
indeed. All right. Thank you so much, Chewy, and congratulations once again to Team Secret.
Thank you po.
All right, there you have it. I love that question, Autolus, because we didn't get to actually ask them how they felt about all of those fun videos that they had.
It's been months since I wanted to ask that question.
You held it in just for this moment, day 2 of the
Yes.
WCS.
I woke up today and I just remembered that I can ask that question already. Thank you.
That moment when you got the top fan, top fan badge, and you knew,
Yeah,
oh, there
that's
you
a sign.
go.
I know.
Yeah. It was the metaverse again, giving you that hint that, like, okay, that question, you can ask it now. Now, of course, we will be moving over to our third series of the day, which will be between Fennel Adversity and Grindsky Esports. Now, these were two teams again from the C Icon Series fall season, but it's a little funny because they've never technically met before. But because Grindsky's new members were from formerly Lakan Esports, they kind of have in a way. So Crazy Apple, the interesting thing is that that was just the crazy thing. Yeah, the crazy thing is that every time Fennel Adversity and Lakan met, Fennel always won. Are we assuming that Fennel does have that familiarity with half of Grindsky Esports?
I mean that's a fair assessment because track record wise, Fennel Adversity I believe has won every game series against Grindsky Esports, and in some tournaments Grindsky wasn't even to get a single win, and I think that's a testament to how different their play styles are. Fennel Adversity is consistency. They will get to the late game. They will win mid-game team fights to be able to get an advantage and get that lead to topple their opponent. While on the other hand, Grindsky has been very coin flippy with their games. They are also very aggressive, always looking to make these plays. And Fennel Adversity seems like a sponge whenever they go against Grindsky. And I think that's why Fennel Adversity has been able to get these wins. But I have a feeling that Grindsky might be able to pull something off today.
Yeah, and I guess there are a couple of person that I would like to highlight. One of them is Arise in the mid lane because Osiris by himself has been very critical of the champion pool of Arise. And yesterday we saw his Orianna, his KDA and his damage up was so good, and also unlocking that potential has been the jungler that we have been following for months now. The progression on this guy has been so good, so big, and I'm talking about Doming. In fact, we actually have a nickname for him already, Doming Phobia. Whenever he plays the jungle, or whenever he plays, you could expect smite steals from everywhere, right? And his favorite champions is definitely the Lee Sin. It's actually a surprise that he went for the Gragas, but I think that's because their composition calls for an AP jungler. The average KDA of 10.00 is actually a testament as to how effective Doming is just on the first day. I expect him to do relatively the same against Chianese 1. Actually, that's more of a foreshadowing because I know that we will highlight Chianese 1, but I feel that Doming has the upper hand in the jungle.
Yeah, he does. I think that has been one also of how, Fennel Adversity has really been taking these advantages away from Grindsky. It's just really the battle of the junglers. And Chianese, as we all know, is this kind of player that really gets the ball rolling. But from yesterday's games, I think even looking at his stats right now, 60% average damage per team doesn't really say a lot just because Danny was using a lot of his Vayne, and as we were talking about yesterday, he was able to Fennel Adversity was able to utilize the Lulu Vayne composition, which is very strong in the late game, which is really their flavor. I'm wondering if we're gonna see the same setup, especially Senna has been banned a lot in a lot of these pick 10 bans. They might be looking at yet another Vayne composition, or maybe if it has been banned, what other compositions will Fennel to us?
And Fennel
Are you
Adversity.
asking me that question? Because I feel like yesterday we were filled with AD carries, and today we are relegated back to the AP carries meta. That it's as if that day number 1 was just a tease for marksman main. I don't know. I feel that we are going to go back to AP carries again this time. Apple. I definitely hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, people seem to be going back towards more comfort picks today. Something that's a little bit more. It's like experimentation was yesterday. But that said, though, Fennel Adversity, they had a very clean game yesterday. However, Grindsky Esports, more experienced opponent, and for Grindsky Esports, this is their chance, Crazy Apple, to step up.
Yeah, it's their chance, and I really believe that as I mentioned earlier, the metaphor I used was sponge. Like Fennel adversity is the sponge that just absorbs everything. But there comes a point that the sponge just slips up. Like there's too much liquid in there. Needs to be it's gonna leak out, and Grindsky might just be able to have enough pressure to be thrown on Fennel adversity to be able to take a win from, especially the momentum. I feel that Grindsky might be more of this this team. He can surprise a lot of people, even though they are shaky. A lot the main player we're looking at as Chianese, but if you enable Bo and Conte to help carrying the team, I just think that they might be able to take down Fennel adversity. So one weakness I always look at whenever a team is breaking tempted, you just pressure the early game, they might just fall. The cracks and it could just end the game from there. Although there is a clear weakness that we've been talking about with, and it's that they hard game. I feel, and I just have hope that they can amend this coming into these games.
Yeah, so a lot really relies on Chianese one. If he gets the strong early game that we're looking for, that they are looking for, then hopefully they can break the curse. Because so far, Grindsky has been, Fennel University has Grindsky's number. Almost every time in the past couple of tournaments, I think 2 or 3 tournaments that they have met each other, Fennel University almost always comes out on top. And Chianese won with 9.67 KDA. I think this is his time to introduce himself as a contender for the best jungler in the Philippines. And what better way to do it than facing Doming himself that has earned the nickname Doming Phobia.
Yeah, we definitely have our eyes on the junglers, but we also do have our eyes on 2 particular players. We have Horizon and Tante for our head-to-head. Now, Horizon, he had a great game yesterday, but the question is, Nautilus, can he get that momentum going against Tante?
To be honest with you, I was actually surprised with the performance level of Tante yesterday. Actually, just a background info. I've been talking to a lot of friends from Grindsky, and they said that the work ethic of Tante has been second to none. By the time that he wakes up in the morning, he will just queue up for a rank game. And I think that's where this Grindsky Esports will progress. If your work ethic is relatively close to what the work ethic of Tante is, the Mamba mentality will just follow through. Horizon, on the other hand, he's more of a proven name. We know his name from the NXP days, and the KDA that's showing right now 18.00 was because of the flawless game yesterday against Cerebrum Esports. This is definitely a matchup that I am so eager to watch because Tante, this is the game for both the Baron laners to prove themselves, and whoever gets the upper hand in the Baron lane, I feel, should be able to break the game for their team.
Right, and also day 1 stats are pretty skewed with what we've seen. And one thing I would also like to highlight with Conte is that I think that the work ethic shows with how his 1v1s were going yesterday. He was able to get these cheeky first bloods, just knowing the matchup better, knowing when to bait out his opponent. And it shows the experience that he's been having in these games. So I really think when going against these two, the head-to-head Arisen versus Conte, is that we're gonna see if this is Tante's series to prove that he is in the conversation up there, and for the whole as a team for Grindsky, I think this is gonna be this could be their breakout game to say that we are not just a coin flip team. We can take series and win games.
I love what Nautilus mentioned that, Horizon, yes, he has a proven name, but what he mentioned about Tante, just having that hunger and, really putting the grind, I guess, in Grindsky, ready for that challenge. And I think, going up against Fennel adversity is quite an interesting matchup, and sort of like a perfect matchup, I guess, for Grindsky Esports coming into the WCS on the second day at least. The experimentation has gone down a bit, so now it's like, okay, now this is like the scratch paper is out of the way, and this is really where we show our true colors. And of course, this means for our panel predictions, I am trailing behind, by the way. Just a recap on what our panel scores are. terrible on me. Infinity, you are beyond over
Beyond.
there. Yes,
Yeah,
crazy apple.
Infinity and so you're beyond. Okay,
Yes,
Mr.
I
Beyond.
just
Let's go.
put that there. But yes, currently Team Infi has 2, and that includes Crazy Apple. Otlus has 1, and I have 0. It's not going well for me today.
Should I choose something that I don't know? Maybe I
Top
should
fan?
go
Top fan book?
against or go back against my word here. Direct, can I do that? Because I feel Metaverse is already telling me to choose what I need to choose. Mika, I'm sorry.
What you think? What you think? What you think? I'll go with Crazy Apple first
Okay.
to buy you some time. Otlus, Crazy Apple.
Okay, as if you guys notice, I've really been talking up Grindsky because I really think this team has something to prove. They've lost over and over again to Fennel adversity, but WCS is the big leagues. Is the biggest stage that they're gonna get in the country, and they need to prove themselves that they can go against a team like Fennel adversity to break through them, to be able to show that they can be one of the representatives for the country. That's why I'm putting my vote right now on Grindsky Esports. But I
Does
think
Infinity know? Does Infinity know? just wanted to
Did you
ask.
align on this?
I mentioned it earlier today.
Okay.
Don't worry. Infi knows
All right.
that I'm putting him
Okay, he
also
knows.
in jeopardy
He knows,
with
he
this
knows.
risky prediction.
Risky.
But yeah,
He knows and he disagrees.
he disagrees.
Yeah.
Don't worry. At the end of the stream, just like yesterday, I will be the one who will do the consequence
Okay,
at
so
the end.
the Kuya will be the one to do it. Okay, all right.
I hope
Um,
Infi also does his own on Twitter.
Mika, I know that you are voting for Fennel Adversity, and I don't know if I can do this direct. I'm sorry, and I apologize, but I will have to go with Grindsky Esports because Metaverse is telling me that there's a sign already. Do not ignore the sign. The premonitions are already there, and Grindsky Esports, they have been very solid against Fennel Adversity during the early game. It just so happened that small mistakes, the hiccups, if they could clean that one out or those mistakes out, then I feel that they have a chance against Fennel Adversity. I will be predicting Grindsky to take the series.
It's that auto buff. It's that auto buff. The metaverse dropping him hints over here, and I feel like it's not going well for me today. But I don't know. Like I feel like Fella Adversity very clean game yesterday, and they have just been a team that knows how to adjust, consistently improving. So yes, I feel like this is for Fennel. But I also feel like there seems to be some kind of Mika debuff today. I am sorry, Mika curse. I think I inherited the Osiris curse here on the
Curse.
panel desk, at least for day 2. I'm gonna see what I can do to kind of like release this curse.
The
Maybe throw
thing here
salt
is, Mika, if
over
I
my-
get to if I lose this prediction, then we are tied, right? So I could join you in your endeavor.
Yeah,
And another
that's
thing
true.
is, if I lose this, I could blame Metaverse. I'm just playing safe.
I love it.
actually.
It's possible, and you have evidence for that too.
Oh
You have
yeah, because
evidence for
it's
that too.
crazy
It's on
for me to
Twitter.
be a top fan of two organizations on the same day. It just
Yeah.
shouldn't happen.
It's a
right?
sign. It's a sign. I mean, maybe that top fan badge will come out for for fourth series. Who knows? I mean, you still have a few minutes.
We'll see. We'll see.
But of course, you guys, make sure you are also watching us on all of our other channels. We are live on Facebook, PPGLGG, on YouTube, PPGLGG as well, on Twitch at PPGL, and on TikTok at Hello PPGL. And there you have it. Production, thank you so much for making that adjustment.
you.
There you have it.
Thank you.
I have a bad feeling about this. Not because I don't believe in Fennel adversity. I just don't believe in myself. So I feel like, oh my gosh, I'm nervous now. I think it's gonna be me. I think it's gonna be me.
We'll see. We'll see,
For-
Mika. I could join you. All right.
We'll
Don't
see.
worry, don't
We'll
worry.
see.
Yeah.
We'll see. But of course, we are gonna head into our third series of the day: Fennel Adversity versus Grindsky Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
Premonitions, signs. Is this going to come through? I don't know. But welcome once again, everyone, to the next series, third series of the day between Grindsky Esports and Fennel Adversity. And I'm excited to see who will win this series, Dash. And I'm just pumped up.
Yeah, I'm not really sure on what's gonna happen during this game though, because honestly, Fennel Adversity versus Grindsky Esports, they have a history in where Fennel Adversity was the one who always wins, who was always on top against Grindsky Esports. Would Grindsky Esports be able to mature from their shortcomings during the off-season? Would Fennel Adversity be still on the top of the levels and would just stat check the members of Grindsky?
Well, that's a question today, Dash. Fennel Adversity from last year, top 2 invited teams in the regular season for WCS PH, and Grindsky Esports has been so dominating in day number 1. And I'll be honest with you, Dash. Yesterday, I was taking notes, looking at both teams, and these two series in particular was the series that I took the least notes of, because Fennel Adversity and Grindsky Esports yesterday in their respective series looks so clean.
Yep, again, Fennel Adversity, they really are good at those types of plays. Honestly, whenever it comes down to it, Fennel Adversity would just wait off to the late game as long as their mid lane turn, as long as there's not a lot of things open on the side of Fennel Adversity, they are going to be winning against that. And so far, they have been using that against Grindsky. Grindsky needs to double down on taking down the mid lane for sure against Fennel Adversity, because most of the time, whenever that happens, Fennel Adversity has a hard time fighting other teams whenever a lot of things are opened up against them.
Yeah, definitely the things that are open is things that we need to look at for the viewers watching at home and for the casters here today for the series.
Yeah.
And just looking at this one, Fennel Adversity, they were known to have this controlled aggression, and now Grindsky Esports, looking at it, has this aggression, because when we're looking at the stats, I think Fennel Adversity has the least amount of combined kills plus deaths per minute stats, wherein that states that they're not really that aggressive, and this shows up in their playstyle of that controlled aggression. But in comparison to Grindsky, there's a whole nother different story, because the amount of combined kills and deaths per minute that they have is double the amount of Fennel Adversity. So I'm just losing my mind. I don't know what's gonna happen. It's conservative versus controlled aggression.
Yeah. And also on the side of Fennel Adversity, yesterday they were using Lulu in Vayne a lot during their games. During the 2 games that they fought with, they had the Lulu in Vayne. I think that composition doesn't work against Grindsky, because Grindsky works on those types of composition. If they would take down that early game, if they get the advantage there, that would be super good for the side of Grindsky. But looking at the bans, they're taking out a lot of the picks that they did yesterday on the side right now of FLA. So now, with this bans, it's gonna go good. I hope Fennel Adversity would be able to ban the Thresh from bow that he used yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Now looking at the first 3, we're just swiftly going throughout the bans. Priority by Grindsky Esports, Fiora, Seth, removing these supports from Rafi, and also a target to Horizon, as we've seen him play Fiora at the highest level. So with these banned away, I'm curious on what Fennel Adversity is going to pick, but Fennel answered with Camille, Gragas, and Jace, ban away Grindsky Esports.
Okay, they went in for that Thresh. They're gonna go all in with Bo having the Thresh again on his hands. This was actually the key that they did yesterday. Whenever Bo gets the chance, he goes for it hard. But now, with a lot of mana effects banned, Morgana is still a possibility for the side of LA because it's open. And that's gonna be a good safe pick on the bot side.
Yeah, and we are yet to see a Morgana in the jungle. And I think that's also quite difficult, but I'm hoping for a lot of things here for WCS. But Horizon going in, it's going to be Renekton as a priority here by Fennel Adversity. We still don't know. It can be flexed into the mid lane if Arise wants to play the Renekton. But looking at the state, we have Lee Sin picked up by Fennel Adversity. It's looking Renekton priority for Horizon here for Fennel Adversity.
They went for the Lee Sin Renekton. This is gonna go good if they won for safe lanes, but because they have the possibility of still holding on to Darius and Garrett onto the top side, that could actually be good against a Renekton. Renekton wouldn't have that early advantage that he wants to go for. Chiani's holding on to this Kha'Zix against a Lee Sin. Really, you're really sure about that, Chiani's, but this is an aggressive jungles that we have on both sides.
I think Grindsky Esports is waiting for the premonition, as Oculus have stated a while term. They're waiting for signal on what Fennel Adversity wants to do, because at the moment they're only looking for jungle at the Baron lane. So Grindsky Esports wants to go for the counter picks and going for the support and going for the Kazakhs, so that there is no idea for Fennel Adversity. This guy is going for Ziggs. This guy is going for Lucian. So that is still going to be open for both these teams to pick up, with Corki being the last pick here for Fennel Adversity in the first phase.
Yeah, going for a full AD composition. I mean, with the ones that they have right now, Renekton and Lee Sin, then you couple that with a Corki. This is a really good pick, honestly. If they don't add another layer of the AP, Corki is the best pick that they could have right now. They have the balance that they need at the side of FLA. But as you said, they are really going for a trap. I really like that they went for the Darius and also the Kaz. Because honestly, on the side of GS right now, there's not a lot of info on what they're going to do. This is still a flexible lineup that they can go. There's nothing that wraps the composition for Grindsky at this point.
I mean, when we're looking at this draft at the moment, when you talked about ED focused lineup, we're looking at both teams, because Thresh, you know what, you can consider him as AP, but still, Darius, Kazakhs, these are going to be their main damage dealer for Grindsky Esports, and Fennel Adversity, with Corki being a bit of a hybrid, can still go full AD. So we're looking at a scary place here for both teams. Any of these teams can ban away AP champions, right? But Rakan being banned away, we'll see who's the support here for Fennel.
Okay, so they're canceling the aggression from FLA. They're giving them less options for aggression, especially against the Thresh that they have right now. What's good here is that on the other side, on the side of FLA, they banned those two poke champions in the bot lane, the Ziggs and the Varus, to at least have the safety onto the Corki on bot lane. What's good here is that Grindsky can still go for a Morgana, but they need to, if they go for a Morgana, they need more damage onto the second pick, which is the fifth pick that they could have on their side.
Yeah, and that is what I'm looking at. Ziggs ban, because it was open all along for the first phase pick. No one picked it up. And both of these teams requires an AP damage dealer, but with Corki being the last pick for Fennel Adversity in the first phase, they can rely on Brianna, they can rely on other things, or even go for a Marks, because they have Corki as a hybrid champion that can either go both ways, also with a shred available for his Gatling gun. So this is really good for Fennel Adversity, and now Grindsky Esports is on the edge with Diana being picked up. This is their answer on lacking AP damage champions.
Okay, they don't have a lot of AP champions. That's why they went for the Diana, who really gets off on the damage on the third item. Because most of the time, they go with Crystalline Reflector for the second item just to the safety for this full AD composition. But what I like about this is they went for an aggressive bot lane to at least decelerate the power that Danny could have with this Corki.
Ooh, but Lucian, last pick for Grindsky Esports. Looking at the lore, Lucian and Thresh are both rivals, but now here today, they're going to be allies up against Fennel Adversity, and FLA answered that with a Nami bot lane alongside with Corki.
This is kind of hard to actually picture for the side of FLA. They don't have a lot of damage. I mean, they have a lot of damage going forward, but because they don't have a lot of ways to go in for the fight, they're just going to be waiting for Doming to get a really great Dragon's Rage. And that's the only engage tool that they could have with this composition. But because Grindsky, their composition screams a lot of aggression, FLA doesn't need any aggressive tools. They're just going to be reactive on what GS is going to do.
Yeah, I love how you mentioned about Fennel Adversity on lacking that engage.
Yeah.
Because when we're looking at the whole draft for Fennel Adversity, they're lacking bruisers. They're lacking that sustainability. And you also have Lee Sin, which is relatively only strong in the early game. If they don't snowball, it's going to be very difficult for Fennel Adversity to have a scratch onto a Lucian, into a Diana. A lot of peeling for the marksman on tactical for Grindsky Esports.
Yeah, but the problem here is for Grindsky, because they don't really have a lot of damage. If ever their early game gets, if they don't get ahead also in the early game, the Corki would be a problem that they need to deal with. So Grindsky needs to get all those clashes if they can, because they have a good front-to-back composition in the early stages, especially in the early objectives. So that is what they need to use in their favor.
Yeah, well, we'll see how both these teams, how both these lineup will turn out for this game number 1. Welcome everyone to Rift. It's Grindsky Esports versus Fennel Adversity with 4-man roam Fennel Adversity in their game.
looking really close for Grindsky and map, and he's going for rather Domen going for an aggressive push onto Grindsky's jungle. That is really cheeky right there.
Yeah, both of these teams are playing quite safe, I could assume, because Fennel University, yes, they had the 4-man roam into the mid lane, but they were just waiting. If ever Grindsky Esports forces a fight, they will counter. But we all know Fennel University playing a safe playstyle, having the controlled aggression, so they're not really going to force that in this early game. Having just Lee Sin invade the jungler, and Kha'Zix will just be surprised. Where's my blue buff?
Yeah, they don't even have any visions on that part of the map, so Grindsky is just, oh no, they're just one step ahead on the side of FLA. So right now, Domeng is just going to be having a better time here, unless Shiani's caught wind of that, just because he's not able to see Domeng with the rotation of the scuttler onto the bot lane.
Yeah, and we have to look at Lee Sin because he can respond against Tante. The bait is there if ever they could force it, but they're not opting to go for that route. Doming is going to play safe in this early game, and they're just going to handshake on the wrist cutter. Lee Sin gets top, Kha'Zix gets bot.
Okay, that's good. They went into opposite sides of the map, so that's why Chianis is just having a good day here. Doming, now because of that ward a while ago, they were able to catch on what Doming did during that time. They were able to go full clear, so now Chianis is just going to capitalize, take their blue. He took my blue, so I'll be taking his blue too.
Yeah. I mean, they signed a contract, right?
Yeah.
We're going to trade in objectives. We're going to trade in blue buff. We're going to trade pretty much everything so we can stay pretty much the same. But
yeah,
look at this. Kha'Zix is leading at 200 gold up against Lee Sin.
Yep.
So that's the difference that we're looking at here for Kha'Zix. Chinese one is actually having a head for Fennel University.
Oh, he might get a red buff. Good for Chianis here because he was able to see this, especially in the early stages of the game. I mean, Domeng still has the advantage, but because Chianis might be up on one level against Domeng after this one, okay, he can go for a fight here if he wants to.
Yeah, and Zed actually having a 1v1 against Bambi, but just a little bit of damage there. But the ultimate actually connecting, and now Rise forces out the flash for flash against Chinese.
That's gonna be good. Bambi, at least they don't have any flash onto Rise later on. They're going for a fight. Look at this bot lane though. They were pulling out the culling, and they're gonna be backing away.
Just a bit of a teaser on what we could expect in this series.
Yeah.
A lot of damage, a lot of fights that will not go to a kill from one way or another, and that is the interesting part here. And I'm gonna ask you, Dash, what do you think will tip the scale to one team or another, to Grindsky, to FLA?
I think Shianis is gonna be that factor that they need to look out for, but Doming onto the top side though, they were able to get a stun onto the Dragon's Rage. Arise and Radder was able to get the kill, and that's a 1-0.
Great first blood for Fennel Adversity, and Domeng, he knows. Tante, constant wards on the river, but nothing in the bush. So let's hide there. Let's wait for that opportunity to jump in, and now they get the kill. So fantastic play from Fennel Adversity, and now I'm waiting. What would happen next with his first blood from Fennel Adversity, having a bit more gold, Rift Herald, and Cloud Dragon is up next. Who will get the Drake? Who will get the Rift Herald?
They're not gonna handshake this though, because Domeng is waiting for them to go forward. But because of the back timing for FLA, this is gonna be an easy Drake for the members of Grindsky.
Yeah, and I think Fennel Adversity is quite clever, waiting for that opportunity and just instead trying to force that Rift Herald, because in this early matchup, you have that Rift Herald as an early game setter. And with Lee Sin on the team, you just want that early game.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of flashes to work with on both sides, so this is going to be an intense matchup though. The package is up onto Danny. They want to go for a fight. Grindsky goes in. Oh, the Tidal Whip was able to hit, and look at this fight. That's going to be one kill already onto their side. The package is just working in their favor, and this is going to be the fight. Maybe they want more, but look at this Infinity taking over right now.
Yeah, and Bambi wants to go for more. However, this is not the opportunity to go for it, because the Rift Herald has already been taken by FLA, and also 3 kills. If they go for more, it's so much risk.
Oh no, FLA going for mid lane. Arise needs to protect this because that is a target for Grindsky, but because of that, big advantage for FLA. They took the tower down onto the top side.
Shake hands on the objective, but not on kills, not on turrets, not today. Fennel University having the first blood turret, having that triple kill. puts them at a 3K gold lead in this first game.
Okay, great advantage for FLA, taking the tower onto the top side. Grindsky, oh no, they didn't get the first, or rather the early game advantage. We said a while ago, and also the panelists said that Grindsky is having a hard time against... I mean, if the early game isn't taken by them, they're going to be having a hard time finishing the game. So, Grindsky trying to look for the needle in the haystack here.
Yeah. And it's actually quite difficult to look for a needle in a haystack, right?
Honestly, yeah.
It's hard to pinpoint where's the location of that needle.
Yeah.
And I think that's the difficulty right now that Grindsky is facing. What will we do to have that weakness targeted against Fennel Adversity? Because at this point in time, Fennel Adversity is showcasing their controlled aggression to the highest level. They haven't given anything away from Grindsky Esports aside from the Cloud Dragon, but that's already considered because they're trading it for the Rift Herald. So that's difficult task here for Grindsky Esports.
Okay, Grindsky going in. Look at Bo with the tidal wave, would be able to stop them after because there's no flash onto Ralph. Oh, that was Rupert great, but again, on their side, they're taking down Danny, but he was kicked out of the way, and this is gonna go good. The Valkyrie was able to help him out, and that's gonna be a 2-for-1 in favor of FLA again.
Massive play from Fennel Adversity. This is what we looked for the top 2 team in Icon series.
Yeah.
Having this controlled aggression, fast responses. Oh, but now we have another fight. Moonfall going through. 2-man knockup. Now Bambi wants to go for more, gets a kill.
Yeah, they're gonna go for more Domain. Oh no, he's super low in HP, but Bambi, at least he was able to get one more for himself.
And now that just simmers down. The opportunity here for Grindsky Esports. We're slowly getting there, having just 2 kills in the 7-minute mark, and I'm actually interested to see the items. Who has the goal lead? What role is actually leading in this matchup that we're having tonight?
I was kind of expecting that it was a Rise, but because Doming has been level 9 for quite a while now, maybe Doming is having a lot of gold on his hands. That's 3.5k gold lead on the side of FLA. Right now, look at how they're playing, right? FLA really going for this mid lane turret. They're doubling down on the defense because they don't want this taken down. And because they have the tower advantage in the top lane, Horizon just needs to push this wave. And they're safe for this Infernal Jake take. Look at this fight, Infinity.
That shadow onto Bambi, very low. They don't get killed. Oh, miracle from Grindsky Esports. Bambi still lives.
Ooh, the amount of shielding from Grindsky, that was enough. This is at least good for FLA. Because they lost the flash on Bambi, that would not enable him to get that fat moonfall later on in this Infernal Jig. And the package comes in for FLA. This is a good setup for their side if they want to take this trade.
Good call. And now it looks like everyone wants to go for mid, that the Infernal Dragon is alive. This is one of the high priority objectives, and no one can give this for free.
Ooh, this is going to be hard. This is going to be the setup from FLA. They went in with the death sentence. That's going to be good with the apprehend. They were able to get the kill, but side away with the 4. That's going to be good also with the Dragon Straight. This is going to be good. FLA taking them all down with the Rampage, and might be the Drake for their side.
Clean swipe with Fennel Adversity with 2-4-1, and now they want to go for more. Grindsky Esports is looking for that kill, but they get killed instead as FLA removes 2 more.
Oh no, that left a void onto Bambi. They thought they are going to be winning that fight, but because of the tidal wave and Rafe, perfect timing with the older CCs, and now the Infernal Jig is free for the taking for FLA. But now, trying to be desperate, tactical. Look at him, going for the Rift Herald.
Darius is there, clear into the mid lane. Lee Sin is not available for this Rift Herald, but they know they have the vision on the Rift Herald's pit. And now View is there, ready to hook, ready to CC, but Lee Sin is so far away, and Grindsky Esports takes a free Rift Herald.
Good answer, good answer. They really needed that Rift Herald because they lost the Infernal, especially that they have a lot of damage in FLA. Taking that Infernal Dick is pretty big. But at least now they're going for the top lane tower, but FLA is already here.
3v3, FLA looking for that response, but Grindsky Esports easy to go away. But now the flash has been burned. Horizon coming in. Lee Sin with a kick gets the kill.
Oh, they were going for more. That's going to be the tidal wave. Look at this. FLA Doming flashes in. Danny is already here to help them out, but they're going to be back in wave playing the safe route.
Stop for a minute. He already got killed on 1. It's 5v4. It's a bit of a disadvantage here, Grindsky Esports. FLA just stopped for a minute. But now we're looking at the 3-9. 6k gold lead for Fennel Adversity. It's looking dire for Grindsky Esports.
Yeah, they want more though. Look at this. Domin goes in with the apprehend, might go for a kill, but Sante is just gonna back away.
quick micro play from Domeng. Just kudos to him. He was CC'd with Tante going in for the hook to follow up from Chinese 1. He still survives with a little bit more HP than we have had hoped so for a Lee Sin that is so squishy. So now that we're looking at this one, it has now simmered on that consecutive battle. Now I have to ask you this, Dash.
Yeah.
What do you think is a comeback potential for Grindsky Esports looking at this dire situation for their team?
The only light that I can see for their side is if ever Rabadons has been taken by Bambi already, FLA has a lot of squishy members. So one Moonfall with the Rabadons onto Bambi, that could be their chance. But every chance that they could take, get some shutdowns, that could be a slow way to go for it. But the fat Moonfall is the faster way to go for it if they want to. But what do you think?
Yeah, I actually echo your thoughts. I'm glad you talk about the Moonfall because that is pretty much the AoE setter that Grindsky Esports has. Chinese one doesn't have any. Tante, yes, he has Hook, but doesn't really have that massive AoE. Tactical doesn't really set. View can only go for solo, so it is going to be such a difficult task for Bambi to set the play for Grindsky Esports. He is the dependence here for Grindsky. As now Danny is a bit too deep, but still goes away with that Valkyrie, the safety.
Yeah, I was kind of scared on Danny taking a lot of chunk of damage there for the side of FLA, but now with half HP on Danny, I think Grindsky would be a bit more confident with this. Look at the push on the top lane. Because they put pressure on mid, that's going to be an easy taking for Chianese onto the top side.
Yeah, that's the first hurt for Grindsky Esports. No one to defend it.
Yeah.
That gives him a bit more gold. 4K gold lead still for Fennel Adversity at this state of the game. Where we want to see the items. What is the state of the items at the moment?
I want to see if Danny went in for the Black Cleaver. That is what I'm curious about since a while ago. Because we're not seeing a lot of damage from Danny. That could have been the only answer on why he's not dealing a lot. But he went with the classic Essence Reaver to large charge play. This would be good towards the late game. So at least they're secure on the damage, especially on the magic damage department for the side of FLA.
Yeah, it's more on the crit. No more Triforce for Corki. It doesn't
Black
matter.
Reavers.
We're going for the crit immediately. Because they're also building for the Infinity Edge for Danny. Right? So a lot of crit, 150% extra damage if that is born. But now Tidal Wave, no one to get hooked at. But now it's going to be Zed with that ultimate. No kills, but the turret secured by Fennel Adversity.
Good push away from the Tidal Wave from Rafe. Since a while ago, Rafe has been enabling most of the plays coming into the side of FLA. It's looking good. But now without the Tidal Wave, this is going to be hard, and they heard the package. They know that Danny is not here. So if they go for a fight, Tante needs to be a bit aggressive here. They want to go for a push to get the Ocean Drake ticking on 6-5 HP.
Ooh, but Horizon is there to front line.
Oh, the
a lot
stun.
of stuns coming in. A lot of damage onto Chinese 1.
Bambi.
How they can steal this is going to be a hard task for them, but Ocean Dragon is going to be reset. Grindsky Esports is hanging down a bit. A bit of a free time for them, but they can't penetrate this front line for Fennel Adversity as they try to get a kill. Bambi is trying to go away with Stasis buying more time.
Yeah, Stasis buying some time, not going to be enough because that's going to be a kill for Danny, and they ping the Baron. They want to go for it. The 4v5 is a signal for them to take this. Look at Grindsky. They're crumbling down with this, but this is a bait. They don't have any vision on the top side. I mean, they have, though. They have.
Yeah. I think Grindsky Esports is playing the double bluff here. You know what? We have the vision there. You could go for it and try to bait us, but we're not going to get baited.
Okay, look at Domeng. He's going to go for it. Went in for the dash, but wasn't able to catch anyone. But they're just buying some time here. GS is very smart because they're buying some time before the Baron happens. 5 seconds in the clock for Bambi, but that might be too late.
A lot of visions here. Tidal Wave actually connected onto 2 to follow up with his Zed ultimate. And Baron Asher has fallen down. Fennel Adversity has taken it for the bag. And they're going in for more. They're trying to go for the kills, for the damage output. Grindsky Esports is forced to back away.
Rise pushed him back away. That was good, but he lost his life in the process. But it's a sacrifice that is worth it for the side of FLA because they got the Baron anyway. They got... Oh, these are my favorite dragons. They got the Ocean Drake. They got the Infernal Drake, which is going to be good for a composition in where you have a lot of damage doming. And for Sonic Wave, I'm going to be hitting it.
It's just a bread and butter combo for Dragon Boss.
Yeah.
What do you want? Peanut butter and jelly? You have Infernal Dragon and you have Ocean Drake for that sandwich.
Yeah.
Fennel Adversity has it in the bag. They have this extra damage for late game scaling.
Yeah.
And they have Ocean Dragon. So it's really going to be hard and difficult for Grindsky Esports to tear down Fennel Adversity because of so much damage alongside with the coordination of that Ocean Drake with a lot of lifesteal. So
Yeah.
we'll see how Grindsky will target this, if they could even come back from the 7k gold
This
deficit.
is hard, yeah. It's gonna be hard for them to turn things around because they're just taking all their towers, they're taking all their belongings right now. FLA, with the band that they have, it's gonna be easier for them to take down more. They might go for a safe route here, but I'm doubting that because Horizon is on a very good place. Upper hand right there. Horizon backs away right here.
Tante so low, and now Tidal Wave into the mid lane also have a consecutive matchup, but no follow-up, no damage, tactical is safe, everyone's safe, no kills will be done. But the turret into the mid lane is looking spicy.
Yeah, playing the safe route here for FLA. This might go good for their side, but Danny not having enough mana. Oh no, the Death Sentence wasn't able to connect, but Arise was able to get the upper hand. He was backing away, but FLA goes for more Sonic Wave onto Doming, and he was able to get the kill, gets more, and takes the inhibitor turret.
Yeah, massive objectives done by Fennel University. We got 2 inhibitors, we got 2 kills, 2. And Fennel University is happy with that. Let's go back, let's wait, let's not force anything and go too deep. We're a bit low HP. Go for the reset, buy some items, and we're going to dominate this game number 1.
Okay, let's wait for the Elder Mountain Drake, and this might be the last chance for Grindsky to have a fight against FLA. This is gonna be hard because they have the package right. So, Infinity, what do you think should be the case here? Because 15 seconds in the clock, they might have Dante. They don't have a lot of flashes to work because Dante doesn't have his own. But FLA has everything on hand, on deck for this next objective.
I mean, you pretty much answered your own question. FLA has everything. Grindsky pretty much has nothing. Only the Cloud Dragon, only 2 turrets. And with them having, what, 6k, 9k gold deficit? It's so hard to make a comeback. I don't even think a Mountain Elder Dragon can make it back for them. Because of 2 inhib turrets down. With Baron Nashor, if they don't take it, it's going to be difficult to push back with a lot more turrets up for Fennel University than we had hoped so for 17 minutes into the matchup. In mid lane, tier 3 turret is still up.
Yep, FLA is just pushing them back though. They're making them choose. What are you gonna risk? Are you gonna risk us taking the Elder Mountain Drake? But now with the timing here, we're pushing on the top side. Baron is also up. What do you think are we gonna get? They're making GS think about what they're losing here.
They don't even have an option here.
Yeah.
Fennel University starting the Elder Mountain Dragon already. Grindsky has to answer because if they don't, that's burn damage, that's extra shield, extra sustainability. And now with the ultimate against Bambi, huge damage as well. Only a tick, but now you have Horizon going in, a bit of a dance move here up against Grindsky Esports with Tidal Wave to set up and zone away the enemy.
They're putting around 6k HP onto the Drake, so they're really doubling down on this. They don't have a lot of things to work with. They didn't have the dominance. They don't have any tidal waves anymore. Bambi is in position for a fight, but Horizon is half HP. This might be the chance that Grindsky is looking for. Tante is not in position. They're buying some time for Tante. Bambi is looking for this FLA. They need to go for this, but the Moonfall out to 5. That's good for FLA, and they're going for more. They're losing all their members. Look at this Infinity.
I can't believe it! Grindsky Esports has stolen the Mountain Elder Dragon at the cost of only 2 deaths. And Fennel University has lost the objective that they want. And Grindsky Esports, Bambi is back with that ultimate. What a massive play from this team.
What a good moonfall. They lost the Baron, but it's okay. We're still alive for a bit. They're going to be going for more siege, but at least we have more firepower. We have a lot of tanky members, so at least we're beefy enough to fight you on the next fight. FLA, look at this. They lost a lot of members. That was just too close for comfort on a big gold lead, and they lost at least 1 member on their side.
Yeah. Grindsky Esports is saying, hold up. The game's not yet done. The Nexus is still up. We have 2 more turrets available for you to take down. And I guess that's going to be much more easier for Fennel University now that they have taken the Baron Nashor. But Grindsky Esports is showing their perseverance is this game number 1. And let's look at the replay from that match. Look at that Moonfall. 5-man knockup. And able Chinese one to go in and steal that dragon.
Yeah, if Doming didn't have Guardian Angel here, that could have been more. Right? That could have been 2 kills on their ends, even though that they're so backed up. Look at how Bambi itemized. Even though he doesn't have any Rabbit, it's Zcap Doming going for a fight. Dragon Strait's not even enough damage, but Tidal Wave would be able to stop them down.
Oh, and now it's gonna be the Woundfall only connecting onto one. That's a waste of massive AoE ultimate. And Fennel Adversity is slicing and dicing one by one. And Taunting is on the front line, but gets eviscerated by Corky to follow up with another. And now she needs one, the lone survivor for Grindsky.
Okay, they might go for a Penta. Sacrifice your lives. Give this Penta to Danny. He deserves it, man. He dealt a lot of damage. It's on Legendary. Chienese goes in. He is giving it. He's baiting Danny, but he wasn't given that Penta kill during this game.
GG's for game number 1. Fennel Adversity has shown us the champion form, the second placer form in the Icon series last year, and look at the smiles on their faces winning against Grindsky Esports. And I guess the premonition of Autolus is slowly diminishing at this point in time, but the game's not over. We still have another game to decide if Fennel Adversity is going to take this, or are we going to game 3?
Yeah, as we said a while ago, it's really hard for a team like Grindsky if ever they won't be able to get the advantage in the early game. They're going to be having a hard time if this push through to the late game. Fennel Adversity just found their chances here. They're playing the late game. They slowed down the game so much that Grindsky wasn't even able to answer back. They used their weakness against them.
Definitely. The weakness. Grindsky Esports still has to look for that. The needle in the haystack, but now they have got a handful of haystack, removed it from the deck, and now they only have a little bit more to play with. And I think game number 2 will be that deciding factor. Is Grindsky Esports going to be on top against Fennel Adversity? As we've seen and heard from the panel a while ago that these teams are looking quite strong. And Fennel Adversity with a rise on this team, it's quite a difficult task here for Grindsky Esports to beat this spectacular team in the Rift.
Yeah, what's hard about Grindsky during that game is because Grindsky was answering when you're taking an exam, right? Because when you're taking an exam, if you don't know an answer to a problem, you skip it. They had a lot of problems during that game and they weren't able to skip any of them. Because most of the time when you don't know the answer to a problem, you skip it. Then you pick C or skip the problem and wait for the other questions. You might find the answer onto the other questions, right? So
definitely
that might be the answer for Grindsky here. One problem at a time.
Yeah, I guess Grindsky Esports is going in for the next problem first and then going back. But if that's me, I'm just going for C. Next one. Move on to the next question. I'm done.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, C is for correct, right? That's why C is always the correct answer. Yeah, it's been working so far. So everyone right there, pick what Infinity said a while ago. Pick C if you don't know the answer to the problem. But again, back to this game.
Don't do that in real life.
Yeah. It might be hard, but Fennel Adversity just showed their best right in this game. I mean, they've been on, it's like a boss battle. Grindsky versus Fennel Adversity has been a boss battle for quite a while now. Fennel Adversity has just been waiting in the throne room against Grindsky. They lost before, they're losing again. And look at this fight. It's just that Grindsky wasn't able to get early game advantage with their comp, and that's why FLA just used that against them.
Yeah, and this is just the Fennel Adversity that we all know and love. The controlled aggression. Like 0 kills with 0 deaths rather, and 0 kills. Wait. It's 1-2 basically in the first couple of minutes, right? And then what we're looking at it right now, the ratio is just too different. And what Fennel Adversity does, they get a pick off, but not let their opposing team get any trade back. So that is just the core playstyle of Fennel Adversity, and those objectives are the key points here. Infernal Dragon, Ocean Dragon, consecutive objectives, they always get a trade no matter what.
And also what I like about the Corky pick though is, honestly, Corky only works in niche situations in where the team has a full AD comp. That is when Corky shines the most, because everybody forgets about you. Everybody forgets that you're a threat in the late game because of the full AD comp, because of the Zed and Lee Sin early game advantage. They are incentivized. The enemy team is incentivized to build armor. So that they did. They built a lot of armor. They forgot about Danny, and that's why the damage of Danny during that whole game was just so much. He went legendary that game.
Yeah, pretty much if you have a Corky in your team, you're gonna ask the question, what is armor? What's armor? Corky doesn't have that that word in his dictionary, because you have the Gatling gun that can shred the armor of the enemy team. If that happens, 80 damage gonna hike up, and just so much raw potential, raw damage coming towards Grindsky Esports.
Yeah, and you forget entirely that he deals magic damage, right, during that game. That's why it's super hard to
Absolutely.
itemize against him, because of the hybrid potential of the Corki, it's just so hard. And look at this, 42k damage. That's just so much. I mean, that might have been the biggest number that I've seen today.
Yeah, I think a while ago, Tatsuri using the Ziggs has 30k damage,
Yeah,
and
30K.
Danny upped that by 12,000, 13,000 if we round it up. But something that I'm interested of, aside from the KDA, aside from goal per minute, all these stats, I'm looking at the items. Look at the items, all crit rate, crit damage. This is not Trinity Force. What's Trinity Force, right?
Yeah.
Essence Reverse, Charge Blade, Infinity Edge. These are the 3 core items at the beginning of the matchup. And then you have Sustain. You have Phantom Dancer, and then you have Bloodthirster. So that's extra lifesteal, extra shield, alongside with the Ocean Dragon, alongside with the Infernal Dragon. What more can you ask for when it comes to sustainability plus damage on a Corki?
What I like about that is that he's super confident with his teammates, so that he went in for the full AD. He went in even nothing, didn't even went for the Guardian Angel.
Yeah.
That just shows how confident he is on how his teammates is going to defend him whenever that fight happens. And that they did. The tidal wave was perfect from Rafe. I can also give the honorable mention onto Rafe during that game, just because he was able to defend just because of the tidal wave and the bubble every time. Perfect timing, perfect placements every time for Rafe.
Yeah, and if the tidal wave misses, you zone out the enemy team. If it connects, it's a good setup for Fennel adversity. But we're going to see more of that later on. For the viewers watching at home, don't go away. I'm Infinity and this is Dash. We're going to take a short break. After we come back, it's Game 2 of Fennel adversity versus Grindsky Esports.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Can the curse be broken here today for game number 2 as Fennel University constantly brings down Grindsky Esports even in past tournaments, and here today once again. I'm Infinity and this is Dash alongside with me, casters for your game number 2, series number 3 of today. And Dash, just have to ask you this, any expectations, immediate fist bump here for game number 2?
Yeah, I'm kind of expecting, even though that it's a 1-0 in favor of Fennel University, Grindsky might go with a wild card here. They might pull out a joker somewhere on this game because they lost the game. They have a chance to adjust on what Fennel University did during the past game, so they can work on their mistakes. That is me actually hoping right there, but I'm not really sure because Fennel University looked really strong during that game.
Hopium? Hopium maybe?
Yeah, yeah.
But absolutely, I'm looking at this game number 1. This is not Grindsky Esports that we know. I think Grindsky Esports has more to show us, and I think they could bring it out for game number 2. If this goes game 3, I'm gonna be so excited. It's gonna be Fennel University, Grindsky Esports bringing this battle across a lot of games. And Grindsky Esports, I'm still looking at you. Are you going to break your curse that happened? Because in the prior series, in the prior tournaments, it's Fennel University that keeps hindering you down, especially in the final stages of these tournaments.
Yeah, Fennel University has always been that wall for Grindsky that they need to climb, but now, right now, they might have a chance. Again, if it's a 2-1 later on in favor of Fennel University, that is a good step for Grindsky for the future. Because remember, it's a double round robin format, so they still have a chance to get against FLA. So this is not their last chance to fight against them. So this might be testing the waters at the side of Grindsky.
Absolutely, it's not the last chance for any of these teams. Yes, Fennel University has lost yesterday. Won yesterday. Grindsky Esports won yesterday as well. If they lose one game, there's a lot more series to go. There's a lot more days to go, weeks to go. So a lot more opportunities then. And of course, these early days, this week number 1 is more so testing the waters, testing the surface of this matchup. Who has the lead? Who is the throne holder temporarily? And who's looking at the meta Like, what is the champions that a certain team is good at? What is a champion that is strong against a specific team? These are the things that all of the 8 teams here today for WCS is looking at, is testing, is calculating, so that they know what to use in the following weeks.
Yeah, honestly, this week 1 has been quite a roller coaster for me. I mean, we've seen a lot of EMEA, even the WCK, when it comes to their games. They have a different meta compared to us. They have champions that they ban that we don't ban here, which is really interesting to see, honestly. I haven't seen a lot of Corkis. I haven't seen a lot of setups coming out in the game. And that's why I'm kind of interested here. Again, here's the meta bans that we've been seeing. We've been seeing a lot of Fiora bans, a lot of Camille bans. They're taking a lot of those late game junglers away from each other.
Yeah, and this is pretty much similar to what we saw last game in the draft. That is really just a pound for pound when it comes to a mini game before the game begins, wherein you have Galio, you have Fiora banned away against Fennel University to target Horizon, to target Rafi, and set exactly the same first 3 bans from Grindsky Esports. And now Fennel University banning away Camille, banning away the Gragas. So a lot of disengaged champions removed away from Grindsky Esports.
They're taking a lot of the flex picks though, which honestly I like. They're taking off a lot of the options, and now they opened up a lot of possibilities again. They picked the bow. They're really pushing the boundaries here with bow, picking the trash every time. It's always gonna be the first pick for Grindsky.
Yeah, and this is interesting. Are we going to see a run back from game number 1?
Yeah. This is a Renekton again. Yeah.
Right? The side selection is the same. The bans are pretty much the same. The first picks is the same. What else? Is the result of match going to be the same? I don't know, but we're here to find out who is Fennel University going to second pick in this early phase, in this first phase pick.
I mean, if it worked during the game 1, they can still make it work in game 2. That could have been the thinking here for FLA. That's why, they picked Elisen again. Would Shianese go with the Kazakhs? So that is going to be the question if they're still going to go with the same lineup here.
But that's a difficulty, though. For game number 1, they brought out the Kazakhs, but Kazakhs had a hard time to assassinate Danny, to assassinate Arise. But they're bringing it back again. What? So, are we going to see the same exact lineup? Are they not going to change anything for this game number 2?
I don't really know. Would Grindsky go for it again? This might be, this might be the bane right here. FLA could go with the same lineup. If they go for the Darius again, this just says, okay, at least they took down the Zed away from Arise.
Yeah, and that forces Arise to pick a different champion. Right? It's no longer that option for Arise to have that Zed split pusher. Now the question is, what is he going for? Ziggs is available. Morgana is available for their team. They still lack on the AP aspect of things here. And Cork is still available if they want to bring it back for Danny. But Garen having the priority here, having that safety for Horizon, Doming, Rafi, any of these teams, this can be flexed anywhere for Fennel University.
What I like about this is because Senna is open, the Garen can still be flexed in the bot lane if they want to. So they need to ban that. And also, they need to ban the Corki because that is what steamrolled them during the last game.
Yeah, and I like how you mentioned about Senna. Because Senna has been constantly banned 7 times in day 1. And so far here in day 2, I don't think it's banned or picked in any of these games. So it is quite an interesting scenario for both these teams at the moment. But Fennel University now banning away the Morgana, the champion that we talked about a while ago, that has that big potential and is part of the meta. And if Grindsky Esports has seen it open, they could pick it up because they're still lacking on the AP side of things.
You don't have a lot of AP potential, but because of this, even if they're going to be going, especially for Grindsky, they banned the Morgana on the side of FLA, which is great. Honestly, they're taking a lot of potential AP options for Grindsky, and this is going good because Corki, I'm afraid that Corki is going to come out here. I'm afraid.
Ziggs is open.
Yeah.
And if Fennel University doesn't ban it and Grindsky Esports doesn't ban it, Fennel University could pick it up because they have lacking on the marksman role in the bot lane. And look at that. They banned away the brand because they know they could pick up the Ziggs after. If it is left open and Grindsky Esports has to decide who they're gonna ban. Is it Corki? Is it going to be Ziggs? because both these things can work. Because what Fennel University is thinking at this point in time, protect the king composition. You have two frontliners. You have Domeng as the jungler for this team that can impact that early game. And with Diana being banned away, this is quite an interesting scenario that Grindsky Esports has brought to the table.
Yeah, they banned. Senna is up. Corki is up. Ziggs is up. There's a lot of options for FLA to take. But maybe what Grindsky is thinking, whatever they pick there, we're gonna be picking the other two that we left open. So that could be a possibility for Grindsky if they want to. But
Ziggs.
okay, FLA went
This
for
is
the
it.
Ziggs. That's good. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because it's so perfect for the lineup of Fennel Adversity. You have two bruisers, one that can CC, and now what they only need left is another strong peel. Alistar is up. You have a lot of these strong champions that can peel for Fennel Adversity, and they can run it back with Inami as well because they already have so much frontliners that they can bring out more AoE CCs that is lacking for this team.
Yeah. If ever what they are losing on the side of Grindsky, I hope that they go for a front line. The Darius could be an answer here for this composition, considering that they have the Vayne already. They have the constant DPS. They have the damage from Zed and Kha'Zix. Just one front line. That could be good for Grindsky.
Yeah, and Grindsky picking up the Vayne is quite an interesting scenario for some viewers, for some people, but the tactical on this specific champion can shred the HP of Garen, can shred the HP of Renekton because of the true damage built in. And we've seen Vayne being played at the highest level yesterday, winning a lot of games. I'm going to look at the stats because Vayne is such an absolute winner champion, winning 3 games out of 4 picks. And this is its power. If Grindsky Esports can utilize the Vayne to the highest level, similar to some of the teams that played it yesterday, they could just shred Renekton, shred Garen, and having Ziggs, Rakan, and Lee Sin as a squishy champion, they could easily damage this out, but they need to go late game.
Yep. On the side of FLA, they have a small margin of error when it comes to compositions like this. You have the Mega Inferno Bomb to the Grand Entrance. That's the only combo that I can think of that they can pull off on their side. But on Grindsky, they can make a lot of mistakes. It's okay because they have the Vayne on their hands. They just need to hold off until the late game, and that is a better hand on their side because FLA doesn't have constant DPS. After just one burst, they won't have any damage anymore.
So exciting, Dash. I'm so excited. I'm waiting for this game number 2. Grindsky Esports FLA. We're looking at the early phase. Same bands, same picks, and now they brought out a whole different baggage here for their last phase bans or picks rather, right? Bringing out the Vayne, bringing out the Zed, and FLA doing the same thing with the Ziggs APC bot laner. It might change the way that Fennel Adversity would play this out, or even in the same manner, Grindsky as well.
I'm kind of, honestly, I'm still at a loss here on what FLA is going to do with their composition. Yes, they're going to be good for early to mid game. They're fighting Grindsky against their own style. They want the early game for themselves. If FLA would be able to get that and find a way to end the game as early as they can, that is going to be the win for FLA. But if this holds off to at least 15 to 20 minutes, this is in the bag for Grindsky.
Yeah, we'll see about that as Dreamman roam immediately for Fennel Adversity in this game number 2 with View and Tactical going into the mid lane as well. So a lane swap has occurred. And for the viewers watching at home, welcome everyone to the 3rd series of the day. And this is the 2nd game of this series.
Okay. This is slow setups for FLA, just clearing the waves for themselves. The Bambi has been pushed back. He has a Living Shadow to work with, and the exhaust has been popped already. This could be a chance for Grindsky to use. They know that exhaust is down. They can go for an aggressive play.
Yeah, and this strategy that Grindsky Esports is doing brings nostalgia to me because I've seen this in the early days of the Icon series wherein you have the early lane swap, only clearing the mid lane, funnel the gold onto a certain champion, and then going back to your respective lanes. And this is what Grindsky Esports has done. You have Bambi going into the bot lane for now, controlling the lane and doing things for Fennel Adversity not to push immediately under the turret. And Tactical from the mid lane going to the bot immediately right after to just get so much more gold than initially expected for an ADC.
Yeah, what is great about Tactical here, especially when they drafted during that last part for Grindsky, they baited the Ziggs out. Whatever they're going to be pulling out, we're going to be pulling out the Vayne if ever they went in with a very conservative bot lane. And that they did. Danny is very conservative in the early game because he doesn't have any damage, but Chianese, okay, they're going for the Scuttler.
Yeah. But interesting enough, they went in for a 4-man roam just for a Scuttler.
Yeah. Giving all the XP.
When Fennel University has an objective in mind, 100%. They're not going for 10%, 20%, 100%. All out.
Everybody, yeah. Everybody's there. And that's why Grindsky right now, it's going good, especially for Tactical, that he's just pushing out Danny. Because as we said, you don't have a lot of damage as a Ziggs. But right now, Tactical is just ramping that up, making the late game menace accelerate his damage. But playing much damage from Tante.
Ooh, and good clear from Horizon because we've seen it. There's a huge backlog of minions.
This is a deja vu.
Against Fennel University. And then Horizon just jumps in, clears out the wave easy. And now Doming goes on top lane. This is what we saw a while ago from game number 1.
Yeah.
If they could replicate what happened, Tante is in danger.
Oh, but the timing is right for Chianese. If they want to go for a fight here, they're going to be going for a bait. Doming's going to come in. They have the dominance to work with. That's going to be a kill. A first blood already for Horizon.
Great start for Fennel University here, having that kill on top lane. And once again, Tante will have the disadvantage on the solo lane. And this is the weak side of the map. And Horizon is such a great player. If you've given him an opportunity to scale, he's going to scale. And he's using Renekton in this game. And Darius, as we all know, is a snowball champion. So this is such a huge deficit for Grindsky Esports in the early game phase for this game too.
What I like about the Darius is because at this point in the game, in the first objective, even though he's quite behind, it's okay. Because after he gets a 5 stacks onto someone, he's still going to be dealing significant damage. So that's why Horizon, that was a good play. At least he decelerates the item coming from Tante.
Yeah, it don't matter. It don't matter. We're going to scrap your items out. We're going to have that goal lead in the early game, have that advantage so that in mid-game, late game, it's going to be such an easy breeze playstyle for us to do. And I think that's the important thing for Fennel University as well. Because remember, they have Lee Sin. A Lee Sin doesn't really scale the best at the late game, so they have to just force things out in the early game, get the advantage, and get the gold necessary for them to match against Tactical with Vayne as a late game champion. Such an obnoxious champion to go against.
Yeah, but what's great about Danny though, he can still burst out, dish out a lot of damage in the late game. Look at Grindsky though, they're steering clear from FLA on what objectives they're gonna go for, because they know, let's just play late game, let's wait for it. But Chianese is going in with the sun.
Who got it?
Oh, no.
This is an interesting scenario, but Fennel Dragon went to the side for Fennel University and they shook hand. You know, 1 for 1, Chinese 1 died, Horizon died, Infernal Dragon for the Rift Herald. Although I think this is a clever move for Grindsky Esports, right? Because remember, they have Vayne. So if they force out that contest onto Infernal Dragon, is not looking that great. But down here on top lane, it's going to be Rakan in danger, but easy out with that grand entrance. And now, with that bump, push away Tactical away from danger. And now it's Fennel University safely away with that 1.6k gold lead, or 1k.
Oh my.
Rather, not 1.6.
Yeah, they forgot about Ralphie's second pick from his skill though. That's why he was able to come back. But the flash and heal from Tactical, that was so crucial. On the next fights, FLA could just capitalize on the loss of flashes from the bot lane of Tactical and both. They could even go all in against mid lane if they want to get the kill on both of them, because they don't have any flashes anyway.
Yeah, and what I believe to think here for this draft is when we're looking at it, right? A while ago, we only have Chinese 1 with that Kha'Zix as assassin champion.
Yep.
But now we have Zed as well. So Stasis and chat is going to be so important for Fennel University. But now we're having another fight with that quickness onto that fight. Easily CC's view and get that kill for FLA.
Yeah, a lot of pick potential from FLA working out in their favor. Even if the grand entrance wasn't able to hit, it's okay, because we have a lot more CC to pull through. And they're really slowing down. They're stabilizing the balloon and the goldie that they have, but they're taking down the tower and top side.
Tower First Blood for Fennel University brings them more gold. Now 3k gold advantage. The Tactical on a bad position. Only 1 hit left. But no. Chinese 1 is there to save the day.
Oh, wow, the Sonic Wave. I thought that's going to be it. Horizon. Okay, he smelled blood. He wanted more. Chianis is going to be the target. He was able to get the Cerebrum. King was able to pop them down. And that's going to be at mid lane. Look at this. This is going to be a good fight for them. Tante is going to take down the Noxian. Gilligan wasn't able to get anything.
Yeah, and no trade for Grindsky once again. This is what we talked about for Fennel Adversity, having a lot of objectives in mind, and they're going all in. And they're not letting their opposing team to get the trade. No kills, no turrets, nothing for Grindsky.
Yeah, 2 towers down, 2 kills on their hands. FLA is just so happy about how this is going on their side. FLA, they're just happy that they have the gold lead, 5k gold lead. That is the bare minimum that they could get in their team composition because they need to get this early advantage bound on the vein as long as they can. And looking at the replay, that was so aggressive from Horizon, and that it just snowballed in favor of FLA.
Yeah, Horizon was just ready. I'm gonna use my ultimate. I'm gonna dash into the mid lane. I'm gonna smack this turret down and get another turret for our team. And when you talked about objectives, well, I like how you talked about it. But before then, woo, that lantern saved Bambi's life. And going back, talking about the advantage the Fennel Adversity has to get, I don't think there is a lot more ideal situation for Fennel Adversity in this early phase.
Yeah.
Because when we're looking at the items a while ago, there was already, what, 2k, 1.5k gold lead for Horizon as an individual matchup against Tante. And that comes along and coordinated for each and every role that Fennel Adversity has been playing in this early matchup with 4k gold lead. So it's so much stability in this early game for Fennel Adversity that I don't think Grindsky Esports is gonna have an easy time in the state game, even if they have tactical with Vayne.
Yeah, they had 3 people here. Horizon needs to back away. The Apprehend was able to get him. The Dominance was at least able to help him out. Here comes the teammate. The Grand Dantas was able to get it down together with the Dragon's Rage, and that was great, but at least they were able to take a 2-for-1 in favor of FLA.
Did you see that? Dash? Like, Rakan went in, sticked onto his teammate, used the flash with the quickness and immediate grand entrance to go for the 2-man knockup that is now changed with Tante and Bew being dead. And now they transfer that, capitalize that, kills into Rift Herald, and now towards Mountain Dragon as well. So much security that Fennel Adversity has taken from that just one mistake from Grindsky Esports.
Yeah, they're just capitalizing on this. FLA, they really need to double down on the Strix and also the Rift Herald, because this is really what they need. They need extra stats because later on Tactical is just going to shred them down. So they're scared. They know what's going to happen, and that's why they're preempting everything against GS.
Yeah, and now 5k gold lead for Fennel Adversity. Mountain Dragon for their team as well. So those burst damage coming from Kha'Zix, coming from Bambi is going to have a hard time. And now let's look at the replay. This is what I'm talking about. Look at that. Quickness, dashed into Daming, grand entrance with a flash onto that specific pit, and they went in for the 2-man knockup.
Yeah, they even exhausted the Chianese to force the flash away from him. But it's a good thing that Grindsky was able to take the tower in the top side. But remember, as long as mid lane turret for FLA is up, they're going to be taking more of yours. And that's why they took down the bot lane turret, even with Dame onto this bottom side.
Such a wonderful scenario here, Dash. And now it's going to be much more difficult. We have the same scenario from game number 1, right? Having a huge deficit for Grindsky Esports and having a massive lead for Fennel Adversity. And now we have 6k gold lead for FLA, Infernal Dragon, Mountain Dragon, 4 turrets in the bag. And look at the items, look at the gold distribution here. And now the question is, how will Grindsky Esports make a comeback if there is an opportunity to do so?
Yeah, how are they gonna go for it? Wait for the Bane to get the 3-item power spike that they're waiting for since a while ago. Good play on the Wit's End, but because of the Wit's End pickoff that they did there, it's gonna be halting a bit of the damage potential coming from Bane. Yes, they have a bit of attack speed, but if they went for full crit onto Tactical, that could have been better. But because they need to defend from Danny, who is now 2 items on the block, that is just also good for Tactical.
Yeah, and also the big question is, can Tactical even do damage? Because Vayne's range is short, and you have a lot of CCs coming from Fennel Adversity. A lot of single-targeted as well. Horizon, Doming. So a lot of things that can hinder Vayne. In this specific game, he's going to have a hard time.
Yeah, what I like about that is he went Wit's End, right? But because he went Wit's End, Arise, Doming, and Horizon are the problems that he needs to face after. And yeah, he might get bursted down by this full AD composition inside of FLA.
Yeah, and the fight hasn't even begun. And Danny has already damaged Chinese 1 and also Buell, and having that HP advantage, they can easily clear on the next turret in the bot lane. And the only tier 2 turret left is top lane. Inhib turret is open for mid and bot. So a lot of problems here for Grindsky Esports that they need to solve.
Yeah, and I'm really afraid of how Tactical would be able to at least help out his teammates later on. That is going to be the question, because they put all their money on Tactical. Because if Tactical won't be able to pop off in the late game, what's the point of what we did? We went in for the late game comp. We're waiting for him to pop off. If he pops off, that's good. But if he doesn't, we're left alone. Because for sure, Bambi and Chianis won't be able to burst down these bruisers on the top side, though.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Forcing out the shadow for Zed. He's back to safety. But look at the wards there for FLA, right? So much deep wards, so much vision on the jungle. It's clear on whether Grindsky Esports is rotating. It's clear that what they're doing is basically just defending, but now it's FLA going all in, getting the kill. In a millisecond, he's gone.
Oh no, Bambi just disappeared to oblivion. That was just unfortunate. Tante tried to find his chance onto Arise, but because Arise used Flash, that was so good. Now they can take the Baron without any contest from the members of GS.
And now this is such an important objective for Grindsky
Debating.
Esports. Are they going to contest it? Are they going to go in for the double bluff of FLA? Because now it's going to be a more difficult time if they get the Baron Nashor for Fennel University, right? Because you have a lot of control in the mid lane, bot lane, and even now top lane because they've cleared the turret. And with Baron Nashor, they could pretty much open the whole map for Fennel Adversity in their favor.
Yeah, that's a lot. They have the Ocean Drake coming out, and the Baron hasn't been taken by FLA. They went to the conservative route, considering that they don't have constant DPS. That's a good call, honestly. But Ocean Drake is sticking down. A lot of towers are down. We're still 13 minutes into the game, everyone, and almost every second tier turret is down already.
Bambi. Ooh. Just trying to get a steal. Great effort, but not enough damage. Fennel University gets the smite, gets the Ocean Dragon, and now more sustain. Even much more than what we saw from game number 1. Having the Mountain Dragon and Ocean Drake in the same lineup gives you extra defense, extra shield, and extra VAP. But now we're going to talk about the Baron Nashor because Grindsky Esports has their eyes on the prize.
Domeng, he needs to safeguard the way, but at least now Grindsky has vision onto Baron. Actually, they don't need to be afraid of this Baron takedown because it'll take a long time for FLA to be taking this down because they don't have an ADC to work with to take this Baron down really fast. What they need to be afraid of is if GS tries their hand on that Baron. They could take that down really fast because they have the Bane.
Yeah, and I just think FLA is pretty much baiting to get a pickoff and then start the Baron. Right? That's what they're doing. They're going for the bait, and now quickness for Rafi goes in with a 2-man knockup with a grand entrance. Massive, and Chinese 1 gets eviscerated, and FLA tries to go for more. They go in for the flag. They go 1 by 1, and now 1, 2, 3 left, and now Tactical, the lone wolf. He survives, but not for long, as Arise has punished the whole team of Grindsky Esports.
Oh, that's an ace for FLA. That was a good play, and this might be the end of the game. 10k gold lead. They're taking down the last turret, and they're going to be taking the Nexus next. Grindsky tried their best to get the win there, but it was just good timing. Good timing on the side of FLA, and they worked it out. They didn't drag the game. They got the win against Grindsky.
What a great series that Fennel University has shown us. Playing to their playstyle, playing to the strategy of having that controlled aggression. Their counter picks as well was phenomenal. And you already know the Fennel University has gotten the Ziggs. So when it comes to the early matchup, Vayne already has a disadvantage innately. And batting against the Ziggs much more deepens that disadvantage because he can't really come in or else you're going to get damaged constantly.
He wasn't even given the chance to actually get into the late game where he pops up, and because Danny was so far ahead, he was forced to build Wit's End, in which actually decelerated his active power spikes. onto his side. That's why he wasn't able to deal a lot of damage onto the late game. Even Arise was face tanking him, and it's okay. He was able to get the kill anyway in the end. That just says a lot on how Danny became a big threat against them. And even with a full AD composition together with Danny for the magic damage, they had a hard time itemizing because there's a lot of pressure from everywhere.
Yeah, pressure on the bot lane, pressure on the top lane, even at the beginning of the game, wherein Doming was, I think, able to roam top lane, right, and get that first blood. And then after that, they were able to secure the tower first blood on top as well. And then immediately after, like, what, 30 seconds, 15 seconds, they immediately go mid, secures their second turret. So there's so much pressure from the draft, from the beginning of the game, from the mid phase up until that late game wherein Tactical wasn't able to scale, and Fennel University just had a great time from that game number 2.
Yeah, they had a lot of hard times, especially with the rotations coming in from FLA. 5k gold lead was the bare minimum for FLA, and they ballooned that to 10k onto the end of the game. And that just says a lot about how FLA plays the game. They can play early right now, and even the late game, they can play that. Even different play styles, they're working on it. That's why right now we're seeing a fresh FLA taking down Grindsky again. They're still on the boss room. Right now, I think Grindsky needs to find a way, or at least find the Excalibur to answer back against the members of FLA.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very clean. And I guess, Autolus Premonition, the signal, the signs have been mistaken. It's FLA still taking the top. The top 2 Icon Series players, the invited team in WCS PH, has prevailed for this day number 2 against Grindsky Esports.
Yeah, I'm kind of scared on how everything is going to turn out. Well, we're waiting right here. We're just excited to see on how FLA is going to pair up with the other teams. That's what I want to see onto the next stage, onto the next stages of our WCS. So right now, it's just that FLA is just built different against Grindsky, and Grindsky needs to double down on their playstyles. They just need to work on a little bit of things, a bit of ironing, and they can be golden right here.
Yeah, and I guess it's the story that we keep on going back to. If Chinese one has a great day, he's gonna have a great day. But when he has a bad day, he's gonna have a bad day. And I think Chinese one in this specific series didn't have the greatest of all days because he cannot jump into the back line, always going front to back. And there's just clear front line protector for Danny, and Danny is just able to free hit time and time and time again. And this is what we referred to a while ago, right? 8 minutes into the matchup, 5-1, only 1 crate for Grindsky Esports, and that is towards the objectives that they were looking at. And I just commend Rafi's initial setup there. The response is just so quick.
Yep, Rafi every time. Look at this. Bambi wasn't even able to react. He wasn't even able to use the flash during that parts of the fight. But what I like to commend here, though, during that this last fight, in where FLA had all the chances to go for, just because they all had flashes, they all use it. That's why they were GS was caught off guard during that fight, because the flash from Rafe to the quickness to the grand entrance was enough to take them down. And yeah, that just ended the game in favor of FLA.
Yeah, just a lot of peels coming in from Fennel University, protecting Danny, and of course, that MVP from that game too is Rafi with that Rakan with sleek movements, absolutely amazing responses, and quick judgments into shot calling, what's happening in the game, and what will go on in those specific matchups.
Yeah, and the setups coming in from Rafe has been super great every time. He doesn't even hesitate. He goes for the flash, he goes for the grand entrance. As long as he hits one, it's gonna fall down for sure. And I like the fact that FLA, whenever they see Rakan, this is what I like about Rakan every time. The team wraps up on how Rakan would play the game. If he gets the grand entrance, it will all go in their favor. And that's what Rafe did. He was able to get a lot of grand entrances into the quickness. Even if it doesn't hit, he'll use the quickness to double it down, to at least get a bit of CC for them to burst down the target.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Rakan is just a champion with a lot of CCs, with a lot of engages, and basically a lot of sustainability as well in form of his shield, in form of his dash. Yeah. So a lot in store for a Rakan champion in the Rift at the moment. But we have to give a kudos to Grindsky Esports still. In day number
Yeah.
1, they showed up big time up against SUNSPARKS, right? They dominated that game, and I want to expect a lot more things for Grindsky Esports in the following weeks, in the following days. But that's it for now. I'm Infinity, and this is Dash, your casters for series number 3, day number 2, and that was Fennel versus Grindsky Esports. See you guys in the next one. Don't go away.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge. The Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clear perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome back to the WCS, guys. Fennel Adversity takes Series 3, and we really have to applaud these guys. Our favorite underdogs once again pulling through. I really have to applaud them with how comfortable they've gotten with their playstyle. And Autolus, I think I'm okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay-ish. It's still like
I
1
blame the
point.
metaverse. Metaverse.
You believe in
Playing
you believe in
right
the
now.
metaverse, man.
Yeah, I feel that the next time I shouldn't be, trusting premonitions for predictions. I don't know. I think it's so Filipino for us to do it. Like if we see a sign, even for lottery, right? We ask
Yeah.
for birthdays for us to put in the lottery numbers. And yeah, man. All right, this is a good reminder that I shouldn't do it, and I won't do it anymore. Okay.
Maybe the metaverse said, okay, here's your sign. Only one of these is correct.
Oh yeah. We were talking about that too.
That's it. But of course, congratulations to Fennel Adversity. No matter what sign, Boss Pal might have gotten, it's really just a testament to how this team has really improved. And Autolus, we have to give it our boy Danny. My goodness. This guy and the way the team just plays around him is just incredible.
Oh yeah, I missed his quirky. Again, when the first time we saw Danny during the Visayas group stages of summer season, it was his quirky that was very formidable, highlight-esque, I should say. And this is a welcome back moment for Danny's quirky. If anything, I didn't expect that Grindsky will let go of the early game 2 games in a row. And although this was actually a very good steal, Tactical was overeager. This happens to the best of us. You know this, Crazy Apple. If we get the Elder Dragon, tempers, emotions could flare up and you will just flash in for the kill. Well, let me just remind everyone that if you are so behind, even if you get the steal, it's not going to be plus 1,000 stats or an execute immediately for your team. I feel there was a chance for them to at least be for Grindsky Esports to at least close the gap during game number 1, but that overeagerness, that small mistake that they have to clean in order for them to no longer be inconsistent, right? And that's the thing. For game number 2, here, Crazy Apple, I feel that the draft is a fair bit questionable. Picking up Vayne, and this is an all AD composition, and you actually have a Garen that's so tanky on the other side. I don't know how to solve this problem, and it just showed all throughout the game that basically Tactical had no room to play.
Yeah, and Tactical really had no room to play there, because usually when you have a Vayne, you try to have either an Enchanter or even a lot more tanks or Juggernauts in front just to allow the Vayne to do the front to back. But the thing is, they went for 2 assassins in their composition. They could have tried to go for maybe a 1-3-1 tactic where the Kha'Zix and the Zed could initiate the split push. But the thing is, early game, as you mentioned, 2 games in a row, it was FLA all the way when it comes to the early game. Unfortunately, even though we did predict Grindsky to win the series, they weren't able to adapt to the style of Fennel Adversity, and just goes to show Fennel Adversity
right?
again. Yeah, the streak continues for Fennel Adversity being again the biggest adversity for Grindsky.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I love that. But on the side of Grindsky Esports, we do know them as a team that can be very strong. But like during this series, like for I guess for both game 1 and game 2, Crazy Apple, I'll throw this question to you. At what point do you think they could have turned it around, and what would the ideal scenario for them? What would that have looked like?
Sorry, is this for game 1 or game 2?
This is
Or
for
for the whole
both.
series?
Yeah.
For both. I think their best chance was really in game 1. They were behind early game, but the thing was they had that miracle steal on the Elder Dragon buff. Elder Mountain Drake to be exact, and I think they were just too aggressive. The positioning from Chianese, he was in their jungle. Even though you did get the Elder Drake, it doesn't mean that you're already at par against Fennel Adversity.
Like Anlu said,
at that point, they had too much of a lead. I feel like if they got game 1, Fennel Adversity would have thought, hey, maybe we could change. Maybe we need to change things up. But the thing was, even in draft for game 2. It looked almost the same with a bit of changes, but I don't think the changes were enough. It wasn't as thought of yet for the side of Grindsky. I think they would still have a couple. They still have a couple of weeks to change things up. It is a double round robin, and we'll see how Grindsky can grow from this series.
Yeah.
Game number 1, again, the Elder Dragon tactical flashing in. I feel that had he not flashed in, there is a threat for Fennel Adversity to not start the Baron. And having the permanent buff over to your side, again, I'm not saying that Grindsky Esports would have that auto win in them after that steal of the Mountain Dragon, but the chance will be there, right? They could have easily closed the gap from that point moving forward. But on game number 2, Wildrift, I think it's going to be.
I agree.
That's easy.
Yeah, I feel like Grindsky Esports knew it too. There was in terms of the momentum and I guess the energy of the game, Grindsky Esports was a lot more conservative in game 2. Less of that risk taking, so to say. But on the side of Fennel Adversity, of course, job well done to them. And let's actually bring over our representative from Fennel Adversity, or again, it might be the whole team because they're all there together. Let's bring on over Danny from Fennel Adversity to our panel desk. Hello, guys. It's everybody. There we go.
Hello.
Hi, everybody. Congratulations to you guys once again. Job well done. And again, our favorite underdogs. All right, you guys. This question is for Danny. Of course, Danny, you are definitely known as one of the best ADCs in the league right now. Who do you think is your biggest competition?
Para po sa akin, lahat naman po siguro threat para sa akin. Sadyang ginagawa ko lang po yung best ko. Saka, nirespeto ko po sila pero di po ako natatakot sa kanila.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing at he's like, hey, show your face over here. Now, this one is a bit of a fun question for the whole team. Now, I think Fennel Adversity, apart from being, the most improved team, you have also been called the most foggy, or have won the most foggy award. I wanna ask how you guys feel about this. How you guys feel about this, particularly for, I think somebody nominated. May nag-nominate na si Rafi and si Calm. I think yung mga hard carries dito sa most foggy award.
Gusto ko na mga pogi po kasi mga kasama ko eh. Rapi po talaga. Si Cal pinag-aagawan pa eh. Wala pa, hindi naman pa namin inaanap ko yung sa amin. Wala nang pogi-pogi, basta magaling maglaro. Sila.
Well, so it's just a bonus. Bonus na lang yan. Bonus na buff for Fennel Adversity. To lose.
Okay, so I want to replay a scenario from yesterday in where you were like 10, 18, or 15-0 ahead in kills against Cerebrum Esports. I noticed that Rafi went for Warmog's armor on the Lulu, and a Guardian Angel was placed or was built for the Garen. Did you have like a mini game as to, okay, kung sino mamatay, pangit meron na kayong ganon?
Actually po yung sa kahapon po, nagagano na talaga po kami ng item sa mga Lulu or sa Garen po. Tapos kahapon po, parang still ang linis po ng laro namin. Parang gusto pa po namin mas linisin. Kaya po, lahat po disiplinado.
So it was an intentional buy. So the Warmog's armor on my Lulu. I think I have to change my item path if that's the case. Congratulations, by the way, Fennel Adversity. Crazy.
Yeah, my question for you, Danny, is in game 1, before the game ended, you were already at the quadra kill. You were about to get the penta. What are you feeling? Nanakaw ba sa'yo yung unang penta mo pa sa season na to?
Actually po nung kanina po, yung sa penta po, yung mga kasama ko nagsasabi na penta. Kaso po sabi ko, tapusin na natin. Okay lang yan. Pero kung mabot ko man po sana yan, okay po sana. Mas maganda po.
Galing. Yeah, galing. The eyes on the prize, going for the win right there. Yeah, thank you so much for that answer, Danny.
Yeah, the discipline before the glory. Gotta love it. All right, you guys, let me hear your shout-outs or maybe your messages for all of the fans of Fennel Adversity.
Shoutout po pala sa management po namin sa Fennel. Kay Sir Endo po, kay Sir Max, kay Sir Reggie, kay Coach Lination, kay JLC, kay Coril, and kay sa manager po namin. And sa lola ko po sa Iloilo, sa mga ate ko, mga tita ko po, saka po sa mga kakampi ko po ng Pogi po, kay Carlax sa kay Miguel, kay Domino, saka kay Alay po. Ayan po. Salamat po sa mga support na po sa amin. Thank you po.
All right, thank you so much, Danny, and the rest of Fennel Adversity, and congratulations once again on your win.
Thank you po.
Right, there you have it, guys.
Love you. Shout out from Fennel Adversity.
Bye, guys.
Love you.
Look at that, Fennel Adversity, really, putting it out there for all of the fans. They know their strengths.
Fan service. I tell you.
Yeah.
Yep. Gotta be so proud of them. And of course, on our panel predictions over here, we have like this like really low budget Tita Mika prod over here. We have Infinity and Crazy Apple. I just put Infinity and Beyond over there just because in the lead, but there is a chance that this fourth series might be able to maybe tie things up or something. But I think like Otto and I should already get ready for what is to come. The original dare, of course, was to read out the last text message that we sent, but we're trying to adapt to pandemic times, I guess, because mostly people now just use the text message to answer deliveries or anything, so it might be a little bit boring. Autolus has suggested an alternative for this, which is basically...
I regret that. Okay.
No! Don't take that. Joke.
We have an alternative, but we might fix it up. We might be sending a random message to a person. We're still deciding that, but we'll get it for you. And it will have to do with sending a message somewhere, of course. But that will depend on this series. And I know that this, our final series of the day seems to be a little one-sided. Now, of course, though, there is a little bit of history here as we head into our final series of the day. Team Underground versus Cerebrum Esports. Now, Autolus, you mentioned that there's something interesting here. It looks like Team Underground is the clear favorite and, definitely the next big powerhouse here at the WCS. But there is a big but here, isn't there?
Yeah, the big but is during the qualifying round, the Swiss format did see multiple teams go at it for 7 rounds, and there was a round wherein Cerebrum, Wildrift, and then AXS met each other. There was a very interesting development because Cerebrum was actually able to take a game off Team Underground. Now, is that a sign? Okay, we're going back to the
Oh, here we go again.
Is that a sign that maybe Cerebrum Wildrift is like Dark Horse, the Achilles heel of Team Underground? We will see.
Interesting. Crazy Apple, what do you think? Is history going to repeat itself here on the WCSH?
The thing is, we've seen Cerebrum yesterday, Cerebrum Esports, and as much as we were hyping them up, especially with Evalis, I'm thinking that it's gonna be the more improved Team Underground compared from the qualifiers from before. Team Underground yesterday also showed us that they are really in the top in the conversation as the best team right now in the WCS. And I don't know, I still think as you said in the intro, between these two teams, it feels a bit one-sided, but there could always be a surprise for
magic.
anyone. Yeah, magic in this series.
Yeah.
I think that magic will start in the mid lane. Pago, I just would like to highlight this person. His time with Jamie's Esports, I was a big fan of his fizz. So if there's wait a minute. Okay, so my Rengar is actually just going crazy right now.
Oh,
But
your
Pago
Rengar. Your Yumi.
Pa-
The meow
Pago
meow.
is just-
The meow
Oh my
meow.
God. Pago is the fizz player to watch out for. The meta really fits him well right now, and I just can't wait for him to be in action against Mitsura.
Yeah, Crazy Apple, do you have anything to add to that? Especially since, Fizz is a pick that we haven't exactly seen, I guess in recent time, but this definitely is one of Pago's specialties.
Yeah, and we didn't see him play any of these like big time assassins. Like the Fizz from yesterday, he did use the Garen and the Irelia. But the thing is, if you do have a pick that also the other guy is really proficient at, like Mitsura, their tendency is they know how to deal with the matchup, and maybe Mitsura has pocket picks on his side. Like we've seen yesterday how Mitsura just 1v1 Tatsuri in that game 1 from yesterday with the Fizz and Set matchup. So it's gonna be hard. I feel like this is gonna be kind of litmus test for Cerebrum Esports. Yes, they were able to take one game off of at that time AXS, now Team Underground. But the thing is, it's kind of really it's really hard to tell. I feel like we might need to look at maybe a different lane. Mid lane would be something that we're very also looking at, but I just think that maybe the bot lane from Cerebrum might show us something. Maybe how and Floor might just surprise us today.
I love how that confuses just a bit. Floor?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it's Floor. I'm sorry. My French is bad.
I think One Piece is the best reference for this. Nico Robin, Fleur. No idea. Crazy
I'm
Apple?
sorry, I haven't watched One Piece. I'm sorry, man.
Okay, all right. You're missing out. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I do agree. One Piece is definitely something that has been recommended to me for so many times, but as friends will know, I'm a little poor on the anime side. I don't know. I'll get into that a little bit later, but of course, Cerebrum here. Yeah, sure, they might be a little inexperienced as a team, but they do have experienced players on the roster. So the big question for this is, is the experience of somebody like Evilis going to be enough against Team Underground? Now, these players, this roster, Team Underground, it's like they never left, I guess, the professional scene. It's like they never took a break. It's like they came from an international match, Autolus, just last week.
And it's kind of expected that. Again, there's a hype revolving around this set of guys, and the question yesterday was the hype. Were they overhyped or were they legit? And I feel that the series yesterday we already got the answer, right? They are legit. They're a contender here for WCSPH. And Mitsura in the mid lane, again, I did mention that him being the innovator, being able to just be the first person to pick Darius, to pick Garen in the mid lane, and now he's showing another side of his champion pool. He now has an assassin that's so deadly to a point that he got a solo kill against Tatsuri. That's actually a very, very incredible feat, and I don't think it's going to happen again. Like, I know Tatsuri is not going to just sleep on it calmly, but Mitsura again, with Larawan, with Orthros, even with the addition of Dawn and Sayonara, I feel that they are so solid right now, and they're clear favorites in this tournament.
Yeah, I'd also like to add, there's one thing that I always look at the team, especially when the team has a lot of these like superstar level players, really, really good carries. And what I've observed from at least the games that we've seen yesterday for Team Underground, I feel like there's Sayonara, Mitsura, Larawan, and Orthos, who look like these very flashy players, right? But Don has been on this, Garen has been on this tank, and he's just been absorbing all the pressure coming from the other team. And I feel like that's a bit of an underrated thing when it comes to teams like these, where they have a lot of carries on their team. I think that the balance with Don just absorbing all the pressure while letting Mitsura and Orthos just make plays around the map is something that Team Underground already has in the bag, has this innate chemistry that I'm just looking forward to seeing what other things they can do across the tournament, as well as Larawan and Orthos having this long history already playing together. Their chemistry just really shown yesterday, and especially with the Yumi picks coming from Orthos.
Yeah, speaking of which, I wanted to ask you guys if you think, you know, the Meow Meow connection from yesterday will make an appearance once again. I know teams are on the lookout now for the Yumi, especially on Arthuros. But do you think that we're gonna see it in this series? What do you think, Autolus?
You have to take it out of the equation. It's so hard to play something that you are not accustomed in playing against. And I know that these teams, they have favorite screen partners, and I doubt it that they have a screen partner that really favors Yumi over everyone else. So if you are not used to playing against this set of strategy, I guess it's fair to just ban it out and play normal Wildrift.
I love how I say normal Wildrift before the Meow Meow connection ever became a thing, right? Just a few weeks ago. Now, over of course, on our solo player highlight, we have to highlight Mitsura over here, who is just basically one of the best mid laners that we have in the league right now. And Crazy Apple, you know, you did highlight how Dawn was, you know, the stable sort of hand for the team, and Mitsura, along with Larawan and Orthos, you know, they're more for the flashy plays. But given that our league right now is such a mid lane sort of like superstar, you know, there's sort of like mid lane meta coming out and everything. Mitsura, he's really making his mark, you know, in the Wildrift scene. And I guess, you know, this is going to be really exciting if we think of this going over on the road to Worlds. And, you know, just seeing Mitsura's place over here in the, you know, in the rest of the Wildrift esports scene alongside these international mid laners.
Yeah, and right now Mitsura is really showing himself that he's still continuing his legacy in sort of way from being in the Icon series from last year, and now still being the top mid laner. It looks like he is the top mid laner right now in the WCS, and it's gonna show. Let's see what other champions he has in his pool. Yes, he is very, very good at this assassins, but the thing is, when the league is like this, there's a lot of weeks, a lot of months that we're gonna go through. What are the new meta changes? Will there be any balance changes to take away the strength of assassins in the current moment? Will we go back to control mages? Will we go back to more AD centric metas? We're not sure yet, but that will prove how good this guy is. But right now, from week one, I think Mitsura is gonna be the best mid laner here in the WCS.
Yeah, wow, that is pretty incredible indeed. Especially since we have, like, on the other side, we do have Exosen, we do have Tatsuri as well. But as of course, judging from yesterday's match, Mitsura definitely making his mark here. I think another interesting matchup that we should keep our eyes on as well is, of course, Sayonara versus Zaupi here. And Autolus, you know, we chatted with Sayonara yesterday. Oh, he's such a humble, you know, very humble guy. And you know, at the same time, that jungle performance was definitely one of the best that we've seen so far, you know, throughout, you know, I think, like, at least for me, the entire year of Wildrift Esports.
It's kind of a cheat code though, because you have a cat that really buffs you up
Meow.
to the second level, right? The
Meow,
thing
meow.
here is, what I'm really amazed about Sayonara is his background. He is also from Iloilo, so we know that, yeah, just earlier today, Fennel University did shout out Iloilo. Danny is from Iloilo, and if I'm not mistaken, even Dame is actually from Iloilo.
Oh.
So what do they eat in that region?
Lot of
To the
bachoy.
point that they could produce a lot of quality Wildrift players and League of Legends players. And this matchup against Zaupi yesterday, I feel that Cerebrum, they were nervous. I guess that's to say the least, right? On game number 1, they were not able to make even one play, make even one kill. And Zaupi has to level up. Zaupi is a former jungler for DR Esports, so the experience is definitely there. He played with Brox, he played with Adaf, so you could say that the fundamentals should be there. Against Sayonara though, I feel that Sayonara, again, with or without Arthros backing him up, can stand on his own.
Yeah, I think so as well. Definitely one of the strongest jungle performances that we've seen so far. And now we're gonna head on over into our predictions. I think we're pretty much in agreement here. Let me just double check. Crazy Apple? Crazy Apple?
Yes. Just yes. Yes. I whatever you guys are going for, I think we are all in the same vein right now.
Okay, so I think
Okay.
we're all basically going for Team Underground at this
Underground,
point.
yes.
Yes.
Should we
The question
take
is the record.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, if I'm Team Underground, me and Infinity are safe. So it's just gonna be between you two.
Oh yeah.
on
So you
the
don't want to
tiebreak.
vote? Okay.
The score
Be the
though.
umpire.
I think I can just say that I think it's gonna be Team Underground 2-0.
Okay,
Yeah.
Mika.
On my end too. I think we're all in agreement here again. Otlus? Check it.
All right. Yeah, it's 2-0. It's hard to predict otherwise because of how solid Team Underground is. I feel that Team Underground has read the meta to a point that ahead of the competition. Remember, Yumi has just been released, and it's not just Yumi that is or that should be considered in the current meta. We also have to consider the amount of nerfs that has been attached onto the core members of patch 3.0. Set is one of them. Set has been targeted a lot by the nerfs in 3.0a. You also saw Jace and Morgana being targeted by those nerfs. So for me, if you are ahead in reading the meta right now, I feel that you will just steamroll everyone, and Team Underground already has a read on the meta right now to a point that I don't understand how they draft. I will be honest with you guys. The way they draft yesterday, I was having a hard time. The other teams, I could follow them closely, religiously, but the way Team Underground drafts, it's so out of this world. To a point that even Chewy did say earlier this morning or earlier this afternoon, they were surprised by the drafting of Team Underground.
Yeah, and you know what? Not a lot can, of course, Otalus definitely has a big brain over here, and so if he's befuddled by the draft, I guess pretty much everybody is, including pro players alike. We might not be seeing the Yumi right now because Cerebrum, if they are if they are smart, of course we'll ban that, but it's gonna be you and me, Otalus, over in our little challenge, so we'll get that ready over there.
Okay, we'll get that ready.
We'll
later.
get that-
We'll talk it.
Yeah,
we'll
yeah,
talk
yeah,
about
yeah,
it.
We'll,
Okay.
we'll talk it out behind the scenes and get that ready for you in our post show. But of course, Team Underground is looking like we were pretty confident over here, especially with what we saw yesterday. Now, of course, this is our final series of the day. We're gonna see though if Cerebrum can pull out those big brain plays, especially since their namesake is the biggest part of the brain, which I just had to Google, by the way. Final series of the day: Team Underground versus Cerebrum Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
One team has already proven themselves to be the best team here in WCS, but the other one, though, still trying to find their niche in the competition. Will we ever see some magic here in the series? Good evening, everyone. This is going to be the last series, Team Underground versus Cerebrum Wildrift. My name is Dadai. Together with me is Infinity, and we will be your shoutcasters for today's series. And Infinity, this is going to be the first time I'm going to be casting with you, and I'm very excited, of course, for this matchup.
Yeah, it's such an honor. It's such a pleasure to be casting with you, Deadeye. It's our first time. It's going to be a banger of a series on what we're casting. It's going to be UDG, the Kingslayer, as of yet in the WCS.
And now, of course, our panels have mentioned, of course, Team Underground, their drafts is now up to date here in the beta. And now this is going to be an interesting, of course, matchup as well because Cerebrum Wildrift, their performance yesterday there, I think there's some overhype we're mentioning there, but that is still their debut game. We can see something here, maybe pocket pick soon, but for me, Team Underground is really somehow in the upper ladder here, and of course, Cerebrum Wildlife will be, of course, the somehow the strong somehow challenge for them here in the series.
Absolutely. I think UDG at the moment is at the tip of the top rather of the WCS when it comes to pound for pound talent alongside with Team Secret. And I think Team Secret yesterday was not at their best shape, so I think we can't really decipher UDG as to be the stronger team against Team Secret. There are a lot more weeks to come, but having that state that UDG has defeated even at least in one series against Team Secret has this sort of empowerment, right? They have defeated one of the best teams in the international stage, and I think if their performance has the same fragrance from yesterday, they could easily take this out of the bag, especially with Sayonara. 10.25 KDA from UDG. It's such an amazing stats to see for the jungler of UDG.
Yeah, exactly. And in the interview yesterday, he is here to prove that he is going to be the one of the best junglers in the Lopan Seal, and of course the whole sea. And let us see here in our last series. Here comes the drafts, of course, Infinity. So far, AP champions here are being banned, prioritized here by the side of UDG. Cerebrum, though, the Yumi, the Meow Meow. So we are not going to see it this time.
Yeah. And I love to see it because when we look at the stats, once again, we're basing it from yesterday's matchups and series, UDG has the first pick on Yumi. Game 1, Game 2, Yumi first pick. And that is on Arthros. And there is just 100% win rate so far for Underground using this specific champion. And I think banning it away is a clever move from Cerebrum Esports alongside with Camille and Garen, because we've seen Garen being played out by UDG as well.
And they do have now the set. What's great about set here, and they can utilize this champion as well for this objective contest. We have seen that one on this previous series. When it comes to objective takedowns, you can just use the showstopper to, of course, stop the enemy jungler here to go for that objective takedown. However, on the other side, though, Thresh and Riven, hard engaged champions being locked in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when battling against UDG, you have to have a lot of safety. And Ivalice, or not rather Ivalice, but Fjord picking up the Thresh has a bit more power in the ball, a little bit more leeway to actually play out with How in the dual lane, have more safety, and having Riven in your lineup. You have that mid scaling as well. So I think this is some of the great picks for Cerebrum Esports. However, we're looking at Set, we're looking at Galio for Underground. Really strong CC so far for Team UDG.
Exactly, and great follow-up here with the Ziggs lock-up as well. This is a very strong lineup already coming in from side of UDG. Team fight is great there. But Cerebrum Esports, though, will they be able to go for the brawl here? I think Riven and Fresh is not enough. They need another one to follow up through as well. The Darius here, close quarters combats. I think Darius will be having an upper hand here.
Yeah, so now the role is going to be Darius more or less going to the top lane, Riven with the jungle, and then Crush going to support. And now we're lacking into the mid lane and also the dual lane that Cerebrum Esports has to lock in. And now UDG is just going all out of the gate here because they're going for a lot of flex picks, right? Ziggs can go bot, Ziggs can go mid, Galio can go support, can go mid, Set can go support, can go top lane. So a lot of flexibility that UDG has.
but it is going to be Cerebrum Esports now priority to pick off that Ziggs on the back lines here. So I think this is going to be the front to back composition right now for Cerebrum Esports. I don't know if they're going to lock in an assassin here to go for the flanking maneuver just to pick off that heavy power that Ziggs could contribute with junior team fights, but it is going to be possible here. But here comes the last phase of our bans here. Singe has been taken down. Interesting. I'm not somehow familiar with the UDG using the Singe, but they don't want this kind of champion to be joining in the Rift.
I mean, Singe is actually a strong champion as well with the poisons and the knockups. There's a lot of CCs involved in playing this champion as well. So maybe that's the reason why they have to ban it away. We don't want to play with this champion because we want our ADC to have an easy time. And now with Morgana locked in for Cerebrum Esports, it's more likely to go mid lane.
Wow. Oh, really? All right, Ash. I think this is gonna be the first time we're about to see an Ash pick here, Infinity. Wow, they do have now the crowd control, indeed global presence here for that Ash. Crowd control is there, but I'm really curious because of course the Orthros and Lara One's chemistry here is very good. If they'll be able to pull through another one somehow, chance no, it is gonna be Galio though for the support and an Ash on the bot. Interesting.
Actually, there's a possibility. Like looking at Morgana, it can go dual lane, it can go mid lane. This is the flexibility of this champion. And now the question is, what will be the mid lane or the last pick for Cerebrum Esports is, so that we can decipher what role, which is which, what champion that these players are going to pick in. But UDG taking in Ashe is just a mind-blowing pick, and Kha'Zix is just important so that you have that pick of potential. With Fizz locking it for Cerebrum Esports, this looks like Fizz mid, Morgana bot, Thresh support, Riven jungle, and Darius top.
And of course, Autolus mentioned this one that Fizz is one of the comfort picks of Pego. So this is the assassin that we have been looking for to pick off the backlines here. And you know what? I'm still surprised with the side of UDG having this Ashe here. We are now going to dub them as the meta makers here. If they'll be able to pull this through this kind of composition right now, somehow we can verify that there are really indeed the meta makers here in our competition.
We'll see how they would turn this out, because I think it's really hard to decipher who, which is which, right? But at the moment, I think I agree with you. UDG Metamaker is bringing in the Yumi in top lane, or not top lane, but rather for Orthros, having 100% win rate so far, and being so strong with the Meow Meow connection, and bringing in Sett, bringing in Galio in the same draft, and having Sett once again in the top lane is a confident pick. Because as we all know, Sett has been picked 4 times, has been banned 2 times, but his win rate is a bit low. Only won 1 times out of 4. So 25% win rate is not really the best thing if you're picking a champion here. So it might be UDG having that great confidence for this game 1.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the start of our last series. Game 1 between Underground versus Cerebrum Esports Wildrift. And no, the Ashe and the Galio combination on the bot side. With regards to the wave clear here, I think it is very clearly that the Morgana has the advantage here, Infinity.
It really depends, right? It's really hard to tell who has the clearer advantage, because yes, you have Morgana having the root and having the black shield, and you also have Thresh into the vault lane to have some peels for that Morgana, but you have Galio that can dash in, goes for the taunt, and you have the follow-up for Ashe. So much damage coming through, and we all know Sayonara has high kill participation for this team, so if ever you're looking at 3v2, you can't stop a UDG having so much damage in this early game.
And indeed, this is also a great protection with a taunt coming in from Orthros, just in case Fleur on the Thresh be able to go for that aggressive play on the bot side. Meanwhile, on the top, though, this is an interesting 1v1 between these two. Now, Dawn sets here on the top lane. They have used this usually on the supporting role, but this is going to be, so far, I think, the first time we're going to see a Sett top side. Correct me if I'm wrong, Infinity.
It's not the... Wait. I have to look at that. I have to double check. Because we've seen a lot of sets yesterday, but for the most part, we've seen one top, one support, and then we have another top lane. So pretty much it's not support all the time. It's not the first time that we've seen it go in top lane. It's just that it's not that successful.
So against Darius here, I think this is going to be a pretty good matchup again between these two, Evalis here and Dawn. So far here, the Assassin last pick, Pego on the Fizz Comfort pick champion. It's going to be interesting. But meanwhile, on the bot side though, aggressive plays coming in from Underground. Not successful. I think Fleur here with Atlanta as well. Pretty good save in that situation.
That's just what we're talking about. Here in the early game, you have Thresh that's having a hard time, but whoa,
wow.
Dawn just
Wow.
ulting cancels
What
out the
a
ult
move.
of Darius.
Wow! I did not expect that, Infinity. Sorry for that, but wow, what a move coming in from Dawn. Just the timing of the haymaker, just eliminating the Noxian Gulatin coming in from the side of Evalis. That was insane.
Yeah, absolutely insane. And now going back, you have Thresh in the early game. Not that strong when it comes to defensive capacity because he needs to go in for the souls to get more armor, to get more AP, and that is just the that is something that you need to fear for against Lara 1 with the Ashe and Arcros with the Galio because Galio can just rush in, go for the taunt.
Wow, this is going to be hard to gauge with the Lantern here to force the team fight. And meanwhile, Arthros is out of position. The flash has been used, but to no avail. Still, it is going to be a kill for Hao.
Absolutely nice play there from Cerebrum Esports.
Wow. It's just not done yet. I didn't know what just happened here. Just very clean execution for Cerebrum Esports.
Yeah, they went in for the 3-man roam. Absolutely insane. You have a lot of CCs. Morgana goes for the root. You have Thresh to follow up with a Dense Sentence. So that's 2 single targeted CCs to follow up. And there is Riven as well to follow with a knock-up, to follow with a stun. So a lot of CCs that Galio has to conquer from the bot lane engage, and Cerebrum Esports is stating that we can do it too. They now have that early lead with 2 kills in their favor.
And now objectives here now spawning in the pits. Infernal Dragon, the first dragon to spawn here. I think this is going to be the priority for both teams. Look at this one on the mid though. It is going to be a pressure being built up for Cerebrum Esports, trying to provide the space and transition here for this takedown.
Yeah, and Infernal Dragon, as you all know, is one of the highest priority in the Rift, having more damage, scaling for that late game, and now UDG is prepared to contest.
Here comes the arrow. That is going to be a stun. Mega for the bomb to follow up there. But on the sides, though, there's going to be a battle 2 versus 2. Low on life. That is going to be a kill against Ashe. But it is now Orphros here providing the space. 4 versus 4 this time around. How low on life as well. One more poke. That's the kill. Fleur trying to hold his ground. And the rest of UDG will back away, successfully taking that Infernal Dragon, though.
Yeah, 1 for 2, and UDG getting the Infernal Drake is such a great value for this team. You have now Mitsura scaling more in damage, and then you have Lara 1 that can support this type of lineup because the importance of Ashe and the importance of Lara 1 in this specific game is, look at that long engage. Actually, we haven't seen it in the replay, but prior to that engage, you have the arrow of Ashe coming in from far away from the mid lane, stunning the jungler of Cerebrum Esports, and now that enabled UDG to come in.
You know what? I think this Crystal Arrow should be the one initiating the team fight. That was actually perfect. And speaking of which, is now going to be Fleur being stunned down. Going to go back away. Launcher save there. But the showstopper, as expected, eliminating, of course, Zaupi's contesting that one. And it is now going to be Infernal Bomb there for the side of Dawn, securing double there. And Pego backs away. Look at the poke on the back lines as well. A triple for the Ziggs.
Yeah, slow from Ashe, obnoxious. Who wants to? Who wants that slow from Lara 1 alongside with bombs that is placed down by Mitsura? Pego has nowhere to go.
Man, beautiful. I think also we have give credit as well to Dawn. That showstopper is really one of the key to negate, of course, the contest of the junglers there. Time and time again, we've seen that play. And it's very, very effective here. And now, the slows from Ashe. Free hit on the back lines coming from Mitsura as well. it is not going to be, of course, one time only. UDG will take that advantage or to play around the strength of their compositions. Meanwhile, on the top side, though, it is going to be Cerebrum, Wildrift trying to go for the push, but no avail. Still, it is going to be UDG securing the first blood turret.
Yeah, that's the annoying thing about Set. You have a lot of CCs, you have a lot of AoE damage, so when Cerebrum Esports wants to go in and trade top lane, because they know that UDG wants to go for bot lane and trade it and get the tower, they can't. Because Dawn is there, clears the wave, they can't push. No one's gonna attack the damage from that turret.
And beautiful execution here for the side of UDG. Ash Larawan. Man, skill set from this champion as well is somehow underrated here. I really doubted, of course, this pick, but it's just too beautiful for the synergy here for the whole composition from UDG. Now, Cerebrum trying to find some pick-up plays. I think Spider Sense is coming in from UDG, backing away.
Yeah, and what I've seen from that item check is that Mitsura is 2K gold lead compared to Pego. And that damage is absolutely insane because he already has 2 large rods and also the Luden's Echo. So the AoE damage, the ultimate from Ziggs, is going to be so annoying to fight against, especially with the Rabdon set cap now complete.
Oh my, here we go. The burst damage is real indeed. Larawan, of course, on that ultimate follow-up here with the Mega Infernal Bomb. It's gonna be a simple strategy there, but very, very effective for the side of UDG. So much peel, so much damage here. But, of course, it's not yet over for the side of Cerebrum here. They are pretty strong when it comes to team fight as well. But so far, UDG just outplaying them time and time again.
Yeah. And now UDG has the information, right? Cerebrum Esports is waiting on the right quadrant jungler because the Cloud Dragon is alive. So if they want to take it, UDG responds quickly.
Again, we have to look out here for Don. He is ready, of course, for the showstopper. Going to go for that neglect on that contest for Zaupi. Meanwhile here, Fago. Oh, he's been caught. There's a war. Trying to back away. I think to no avail as well. Great pickup for UDG. Numbers advantage. Crystal Arrow. And now the rest of Cerebrum backs away. A free objective once again for UDG.
Yeah, it's a wrong placement there by Pego. I think he was too confident going under that brush. But Don stepped on the brush, looked at him, and said, you know what? This is a kill for us. Let's go for it. And they secured it. And that actually just gave them that numbers advantage to then go for the Cloud Dragon.
Is it so far? Now the Rift Herald is being summoned on the pitch here. UDG is pretty good here, looking in great shape. Look at this one. Infernal Mega Bomb, trying to go for the poke. And it is going to be Evilus and the rest of Cerebrum Wildrift here, trying to go for the contest. Now, it's going to be interesting here because Don is ready here. Oh, look at this one. Showstopper once again. Time and time again. He cannot do any contest there. Every time Don joining in the team fight and the rest here of Cerebrum backing away do not have the answer rather in those objective takedowns.
Yeah, and I think it's just hard for them to contest UDG with 6k gold deficit. I think what would have been better is to clear the lanes so that Rift Herald will be delayed and no more turrets will be cleared that easy, buying them some time to come back.
Wow. Still, it is going to be Cerebrum trying to go fight here. But UDG, too much damage, too much sustain. Double kill though for the Riven. The stasis are up, the box being used. Apprehend here, but Lara wants damage is just insane. Zaupi is here, low and left. What? Look at this one. One miracle play for Cerebrum.
Overextension there by UDG, but the game's not over. You still have long ways to go. You still have 4k gold deficit for the side of Cerebrum Esports, but this is a good start for that comeback play. UDG now loses their mid lane turret, and now opens up the bot and left side quadrant of their jungler.
I think Cerebrum Esports here should take advantage of the confidence coming in from UDG and taking those fights. do you believe now? I think this is going to be the catalyst of their comeback in this game. Bago here, you have seen the damage as well with the with the proper initiation coming in from Zalpi or Ivalis here. Follow up in the back lines. How connecting, of course, your skill shot there for the stun. I think it's going to be possible for Cerebrum to turn this stable around.
It will be, but it is a hard and tall task
Exactly.
to do for Cerebrum Esports at this point in time. However, there's still no objectives available in the map, so this is a lane game. Get some turrets, get some objectives, and UDG is just doing that. Top lane, Ziggs pushing through.
I think they're just giving it away though. There are pings on the bot side. Ego with a trade on a tart as well. However, still it is going to be UDG going to force the siege on the top lane. The defense coming in with Ivalis here with the upper hand, backing away with the satchel charge, and the bombs connected as well for Mitsura. Zalpi though, flanking maneuver. Oh, that is going to be a flanking indeed. No pick up there. Magniformal bomb re-engaged from the side of UDG. Flurry low on life. Box being used to delay the advance. However, here Lara one free hit once again. No one's been able to come through. Bago will be the next target here. Great protections for UDG. They want to target Lara one here in the back line. Story is here, still surviving the lantern there, trying to go forward. And again, it is going to be Cerebrum holding their ground. A 2v2. Dawn turning it around with a haymaker. Still, it is going to be Fleur falling down. This time around, UDG has the ace.
AoE CCs from Dawn. Just absolutely insane. And now with that open, with jungler and top laner alive, Dawn can tank, Sayonara can damage, they can get the Baron Dasher and get that inhibitor turret in mid lane and secure the tier 2 turrets in side lanes.
Oh my. I really thought that was another miracle play for Cerebrum Wildrift Infinity. But no. Dawn here. This is one of the beauty of having a set, to be honest. He just being shocked here on how his capability to turn the team fights around with a simple haymaker here. It shows on the previous skirmish here. UDG recovered from the lost ace that we've seen so far.
Yeah, and this is an interesting case. UDG is playing the set as a champion, which has only 1 win rate out of 4. Yumi as well. He has played him yesterday. Insane type of playstyle. They can master these champions.
Again, team fight. Arrow connects. Showstopper as well. Too much CC, as you imagine. Infinity. And this is going to be a perfect team fight once again for UDG. 2 A's in a row. And I think this is going to be the game.
Yeah, it's a finish. This is it. UDG showing up big time, playing this very safe, very aggressive type of playstyle. And now they've won game number 1 up against Cerebrum Esports.
Exactly, the meta makers, the King Slayers, so many names for this team already, and they are here for the victory. The game 1 is now being secured in the series.
Insane game, insane series, and look at UDG. Their phones and with their faces held up high, they have won that game number 1, and not game number 2. I think Cerebrum Esports showed so much more improvement though. From their day 1 series into today's matchup up against UDG. I'm looking forward for more Cerebrum Esports.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Infinity. This is a better game for them compared to the previous series we've seen on the day 1. They pulled it through in the early game. Give them credit that. And of course, that was also a great re-engage we've seen so far for the ace play against side of UDG. That was an overextension though for UDG, but you can really tell, of course, the composure coming in from this team that they are not giving up. They are not going to give the game easily here, despite, of course, being the underdog in the series. So far, you have to talk, of course, that Ashe connection there. That composition coming in from UDG. The Crystal Arrow was the catalyst in initiating the team fights there. Follow up in the backlines with the Mega Infernal Bomb. And no one's been able to go into the back here. The flanking maneuver for Kha'Zix is not enough.
Yeah, and I think it's just the basis of what we talked about a while ago about the Ash, right? He is the long range setup, and Galio is the AOECC clash setup, right? If Kha'Zix goes in, you have Galio ultimate to follow up from that 5-man knockup, or how many number of players is there as their opposing team, and you also have Ziggs to follow up when it comes to damage. And that damage is not just about any, because Luden's Echo and Rapid Onset Cap already finished in the early phase of the game.
And that was indeed an early game as well. That was somehow a quick game coming in from the side of UDG. They know how to rotate, of course, across the Wild Rift as well. And as you know, this is going to be their game recap here. Early stages of the game, I think Cerebrum Esports has done a better job here, but they just cannot be consistent enough, because once those power spikes coming in from UDG, it's difficult for Cerebrum to just go for the pick off in team fight.
Yeah, and we're seeing the moment's brilliance here from UDG, right? Being very, very methodical in what they want to do, alongside with aggression, right? You have the frontliners going first, as you typically see, and have that massive CC from Don, alongside with massive damage because of his early game kills and win against Evilis in the solo lane.
And exactly, this Dawn, man, I think Dawn's set here just pave way so much opportunities here beside of UDG, especially on the objective team fights. A single showstopper to stop indeed a contest coming in from Zopi is really difficult beside here of Cerebrum. But this was the time where they do have an ace play here against UDG, but look at how the side of UDG recovered instantly and that loss.
Yeah, and look at the backlines from UDG, right? That was a great move from Cerebrum Esports. Penetrate the backlines, go back to front, because the front lines, it's done. It's going to be Orcross, so you don't want to fight those champions. And I think Zalpi, Pago did a great job in connecting onto Mitsura, killing him, and ladder one after. However, they failed in the next part, because Don just came through with a bang.
This time around, this is just the formation coming in from Cerebrum here. It's just very chaotic as well. Taking opportunity for this one, UDG seals the deal. They end the BR, finishing it through, and end the game with style as well. Man, the Ash pick, somehow doubted this one. It's very, very effective in this match. And sayonara, ladies and gents. Person who's proving himself to be the best jungler here in our competition, showing his performance beautifully in the game one.
Yeah, and we all know Sayonara has been this constant team player that he is doing with, for this game, 55% kill participation, and for his previous series, you have around 80% kill participation. So constantly, Sayonara looks to find those respective fights that he has to play a significant part and clear out the backlines to then go for the front lines.
This is the beauty, of course, for UDG as well. I believe their roaming potential here. They really love to go for the aggressive plays. Catalyst for this one is Sayonara. Of course, we've mentioned, of course, the kill participations is just everywhere here in the Wild Rift. And this only shows how aggressive that UDG can be as well. And, you know, Cerebrum Wildrift, yes, they did have some better game here compared to the previous series, but I think they have a lot to prove more against UDG in this matter. But anyway, that was still the game one, ladies and gentlemen. We will still be having the second game, the match point game. Will we be able to see a miracle play here for the side of Cerebrum Wildrift against Team Underground? So this have been your casters data here together with Infinity. We will be right back after a quick minute break.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 of the series between UDG and Cerebrum Esports. I'm at 50, and this is Deadeye alongside with me, and we are going to be your shotcasters for the last series of the day. It's going to be an exciting one, Deadeye, and you've seen the game number 1, Deadeye. We've seen it through and through. What do you expect here for game number 2? Any thoughts coming into this next game?
You know what? That was comfort picks already coming in from the side of Cerebrum Wildrift. We've seen Pego on the Fizz. But again, those global champions being locked in for the side of UDG, Team Underground, surprised me a lot. And they're just playing it very effective against the side of Cerebrum. But, you know, I don't know if we'll be able to see another spicy composition here for the side of the UDG. But, you know, Cerebrum in here for the win. They're proving themselves every game. And what I love about them is they're improving every match.
Definitely, right? 2-digit kills for Cerebrum Esports, slowly going down behind against a UDG from the game number 1. So absolute improvement there for Cerebrum Esports here at day number 2. And I like how you mentioned about proving themselves, right? Because right now, I think they will have a really, really hard time to do that. Because you now have to look at Set, you now have to look at Yumi. What is going to be the priority bans for this game number 2? There are only 5 bans available for your team to utilize in that mini game in the draft.
It only shows as well how deep the champion pool for the side of UDG. Besides the meta champions, there are also some pocket picks to be noted for this team. very difficult to outdraft indeed. So I think we can also say that this Team Underground, is one of the best drafting teams here. Not only they do have the pocket picks, they know how to play around those compositions, and what makes them a dangerous team here in WCSPH.
Yeah, and throughout day number 1 and throughout day number 2, we talked about experience. We talked about their past endeavors here in WCS or the Wildrift Esports in general, and majority of the players here from UDG has played from the summer season last year in the Icon series. So that, I think, puts them at the edge of having experience against Cerebrum Esports, which I believe is its first time here in WCS Philippines, aside from one player that Otlus has called out a while ago, which was priorly the R Esports, which I believe to be Zalpi. So I think there is just a lot of experience difference here, but I think as the days goes on, Cerebrum Esports might just get the hang of WCS Philippines and the players here in total. Fennel Varsity, Team Secret, UDG even. Although this is really going to be a hard task for them. But moving on, as we are moments away from game number 2 here, any champions that you're looking at or any bands that we could look at for UDG as we keep on talking about the same team time and time again?
I don't know, for UDG, I don't seem to find any problem for them when it comes to drafting here, but it's the other way around. Actually, Cerebrum Esports here, they have to look up so many right now against UDG. Yeah, Yumi is one. Those shall not give that meow meow in here for the UDG. That's true, and we have seen the connection yesterday, and this time around, I'm just looking forward to what UDG will be able to bring to the table here in the game 2. Another experimentations here, another meta somehow composition we're about to see. There you go, Cerebrum Esports solidify their ban on the Yumi for sure.
Remove the cat! Yumi, get out! We don't want to fight against you. We don't want Archers on this champion. We want to play it a little bit more safer here and untraditional, because I've heard from Otlus, right, throughout the watch parties that we've done a while ago when looking at the first 2 series, we've talked about if you don't know how to play the champion and you don't know how to play against it, ban it away. And Yumi, I think, is the most unorthodox picks that we have here for WCS Philippines. And yes, it might show up in certain cases, but UDG, Ortros, the best support, or one of the best supports in the Philippines at the moment, has probably practiced this time and time again. And that is the important thing. What is your active practice champion pool? Because if you don't practice it, why use it?
Exactly. So I think this is going to be one of in Cerebrum Esports draft here. I think this is more on the comfort picks here. Somehow we are now seeing Cerebrum Esports going to go for their comfortable champions like this one. We have seen, of course, the side of the Thresh in that game 1. They're still going to choose this one, though it's very effective though. But however, UDG here still find some mystery around this team. You're really not gonna know what is going to be the next step, and that is going to be the Senna.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Infinity. This is gonna be the first time we're about to see this guy.
Absolutely. It's the first pick champion that we've seen, or Senna rather, for the whole entire WCSPH so far in 2 days. And yesterday, it was banned 7 times. Just a quick review for the viewers watching at home, for those who have not watched day number 1. And now with Senna being left open, UDG is going to pick it up. So a lot of sustain and a lot of late game potential with this champion. And now that it is locked in, it can go support, it can go ADC, it can go for the infinite scaling. It's just so much built into a Senna that you have to look out for this in this specific game.
And we have now seeing global ultimates as well. Heroes entrance here, Downing Shadow as well. And you know, Senna is one of the signature champions when it comes to Filipino teams. International teams respecting, of course, Filipino teams in using these champions. They usually ban the Senna here, but this time around, pretty much open. Mitsura here on, of course, they are going to use as well the Renekton. And the Renekton against Darius, this matchup, Infinity, we've seen them time and time again. So far, bruisers are up for the side of Cerebrum as well. You have the Darius, you have the Fresh, and you have a great follow-up for this Lux as well.
Ziggs is open once again. If CE doesn't ban this, it's a great potential for UDG to pick up, because there is a lot of flexibility in the first 3 picks here for UDG. So I'm actually quite interested what the last pick or what the last ban would be, so that we'll see what the placing and the pathways for the picks here for UDG would be. And the Corki is banned away, so Ziggs is left open. Now the question is, are they gonna lock it in?
Yeah, and I think the priority for the side of UDG as well is to go for the assassin here, to go for that Lux pick of. There you go. They are going to go for this Akali as well. So far we are not seeing so many Akali plays this time around. Yeah, they've been used here, but I think Akali is pretty good as well to go for the takeoff on the back lines. This is a front to back composition for Cerebrum, Wildrift. If they're going to secure this, another mobile champion here, just pick off the back lines here against Senna. Again, they have to look out for this Galio. There you go. Kha'Zix's been locked in, but remember, great protection from the Galio if this is going to go for the support.
Lux APC again. It's going to the bot lane, and then maybe the mid lane is a question mark. I don't know what's going on there. It's probably going to be either Riven or Darius, so it's going to be an interesting play here from Cerebrum Esports. And UDG answered that with a Fiora. You're going Bruiser,
Jungle,
and Lux with being the ranged only champion. We're going with the same thing, with Senna being the only one range, and we're playing with Fiora to match up against with so much bruisers from your team. So a lot of counter picks, massive plays here from both teams.
These champions coming in from UDG, though, these are hard engagers as well. I think Darius here will be having a good time. But, of course, Fiora, this is probably a jungle Fiora about to expect here from the side of UDG. Fleur, of course, on the fresh, Darius in the forward. I think they will be having a vital role here to go for the brawl against the side of UDG. But Lara won as well. Great protection with the Shroud. Pick-off play. Very dangerous, though, for the easy pick-off lineup for UDG.
Yeah, and that is what I was about to say, right? With having Senna and having Galio, you just have these two, the dual lane and Akali into the mid lane. You said, as you predicted, Fiora jungle. And I think this is an absolutely great setup. It's been quite a long time since I've last seen this type of play from UDG, but they're bringing back the Fiora, and I'm excited to see what will go on here for game number 2. But ladies and gents, we're a bit moments away from this game number 2 and CE versus UDG with a match point for UDG.
And the first time we're about to see the Senna in action here in WCS PH. Oh my, it has been banned frequently here by the teams, but this is going to be the first time we're about to see her in the Rift. Meanwhile, of course, Mitsura against the Riven mid here. I think this is going to be a pretty good matchup because Riven here can go for the hard engage despite the Shroud coming in from the Kali. But we have to look out for this Kha'Zix as well, because this is going to be Zhao Pi's job to pick up Senna on the backlines. Without, of course, her in the picture, I think the front to back, the hard engage for Cerebrum is quite effective.
Yeah, and I believe, looking at this specific game, it's going to be a very slow game one. Right, because Akali, Riven are scaling mid game, and you also have 2 barrel laners, which also scales late, and Snowball. So this is going to be quite an interesting game. But we had the first blood for Cerebrum Esports.
Now this is great. You need to shut down as early as possible Lara 1's, of course, progression on the Senna. And you know what? This is also the beauty of Cerebrum Wildrift here. They have not acted this kind of aggression on the previous series, but now against UDG, showing somehow their comfort plays right now in this series. But let us see. Evil is here, noting, of course, that aggressive rotations coming in from UDG. But go back away.
And that is what I was looking at as well. I was expecting it to be a little bit more safer for UDG because you're playing with the Senna and you're playing with a Galio. And you have Lux and Thresh as your enemy team. So I didn't expect it to be that aggressive in this early game. Maybe Cerebrum Esports just lucked at an opportunity, goes for the root from the Lux, followed up with a death sentence from Fleur. It's GG. So Senna died. First blood for CE. Great start from Cerebrum Esports.
Yeah. I think UDG should, of course, should be passive here because you need those ultimates here for Arthros. You need to ultimate those for Lara 1 as well. And I do commend, of course, Flora here. He needs, of course, to be very aggressive. I think this duo here, How, but hold, I thought this is a good team fight.
Overextension for Hal, but great lantern there. Now he's back to safety, so no trade so far, but UDG.
Yeah, and now I think the Lux and the Thresh, as I've said a while ago, is very aggressive in the early stage of the game. You need to capitalize that, but now the ultimates are up in a while, and it's going to be dangerous for Cerebrum Esports in facing those kind of synergy of skills here. We are seeing going to go for the UDG. Meanwhile, Sayonara has a job to do as well to pick up that Lux. Without Lux in the picture as well, because the AP reliance, of course, on the composition for CE is going to go for How here.
Yeah, and I like how you pointed that out, because pretty much every single champion that CE used is AD, aside from the Lux that you stated. So there's a lot of dependency of CE going into the later stages, and UDG just have to play this through because they have a lot of bruisers. So it's going to be hard to bring them down and burst them. So it's a hard task for How for this game too.
And I do love now the positions coming in from the side of UDG. They are not overextending their bot side here because, you know, they know the victor conditions here, Infinity. Cerebrum Esports, though, preparing for the objectives to come. Now, this is where our game will start indeed. Slow pace indeed, but the team fight will dictate who will be the better, of course, composition when it comes to big brawl we're about to see.
Yeah. Rift Herald is alive. Mountain Dragon is alive. This is what we are talking about. Brawl. But who will get the objective as UDG? Starting off the Rift Herald, and CE has this information. Are they going to contest? Or is this a shake of hands? Kazik starting the Mountain Dragon as well. Now, the fight starts. Floor low. Very, very in danger as D goes for the death sentence, but connects onto the Rift Herald. Now UDG brings it back, gets a kill, and now number disadvantage for CE.
Now this is UDG's power when it comes to team fight. He needs to respond, but meanwhile,
another kill, another shuriken. It's going to be Mitsura having a lot of space and a lot of damage. Zalpi falls down. Another kill for UDG.
Beautiful for the side here of UDG. They have secured the Rift Herald, but Cerebrum secured the dragons themselves. Summoning this Rift Herald on the top side. This is going to be a siege.
Yeah, but easy clear with Ivalice going in for the Eye of the Rift Herald. So a lot of damage coming through. And now I want to ask you, while we have a bit of a time here, Deadeye, what do you think will be the winning conditions of both these teams?
Of course, UDG, they need to go for the late game capability, but hold that thought.
3-man roam for UDG, now going for the taunt against that trash. No more Lantern, but Ivalice goes in for the Noxian Guillotine, 1-for-1.
That is heavy aggression we're seeing so far for Cerebrum, but then again, they have a trade there for Dawn, and I don't know if this is going to be worth it, but they're still going to go for the prolonged team fight.
Lara 1 is here to respond. This is a 3v2. Cerebrum Esports understands that Luck is not there and Ribbon is not there as well, so they have to retreat under the turret.
There you go. UDG must, of course, secure their late game here. I think when it comes to late game, they have to respect Lara 1's progression here, Infinity. We have seen early aggressions coming in from Cerebrum Esports because they know that they cannot stop this Lara 1 Senna when it comes to end game. To start heavy aggressions here, rotations coming in from Cerebrum.
So much people now here, ready to party in the river. As now UDG starts with the fight. That's a kill onto CE. Jungler down, trading for the Baron laner. And UDG is going to go for more. That's a kill onto Lux. And Ivalice is down for the count. And that is going to be a 4v1. Takes another kill, 2-for-1.
Another beautiful team fight for UDG. The beauty of having a Dawn and Shadow, additional sustain for the shields as well. Cerebrum Wildrift was just obliterated on the top side. And I do love how they're quick to pick off, of course, the Kazakhs on the back lines there. But so far, look at this one. Oh, the taunt connection here. Even though it is going to be Zopi backing away, still being targeted there. And a beautiful attack coming in from UDG. this is going to be an early game domination we're seeing so far, which is now a bad sign for Cerebrum because you don't want an early game going into the side of UDG.
And that is the annoying part on fighting a Senna. The unknown, right? How many people is there on that shadow circle? Is there 3? Is there 5? Is there 1? So that's the unknown that CE has to respect because UDG is playing together. And if you see that circle, you have to run away.
Exactly. Surprises, surprises. And then again, the UDG here holding in the turret. And Cerebrum Esports looking ways to go for the pickoff.
Oh, look at the flash, look at the lantern. He goes under the turret. Now they start to fight. CE is looking to go for a kill. Now ladder 1 falls down. Galio goes in for the ultimate. 1-man knock up. Ivalis falls behind. He goes back, but they got what they came for.
This is what you want for Cerebrum. Dictate the tempo with this aggressive play, but too much resources here being expanded on their side. Look at the split push for Mitsuru on the top, though. Now, this is the cost of having those 5-man rotations. Yes, they did have the pickoff, but that is only Lara 1. And man, I do not think that is somehow a worth it trade because the split push is still there for Mitsuru.
Yeah, and CE is disregarding it. It don't matter. The Ocean Dragon is alive. The Rift Herald is now alive. It's objectives game at this early state. CE has to get something away from UDG to gain back that advantage. Now they're at 5k gold deficit.
Oh, I think there's going to be a 5v5 brawl once again on the DR takedown, but both teams are respecting it this time around. You know, Cerebrum here, they are now in one unit movement. Infinity. I think this is going to be their strategy from here on, but they must notice the split push capability. But hold the thought.
That sentence, along with the ultimate, with the rune. Now stays ancient, buys a little bit more time. He flashes away. He survives, but he gets stunned. Mitsura, you are a miracle player. How do you put yourself away from that fight? And now Pego dies on the hand of Mitsura, and now it continues. It's a 5v4. CE is in a numbers disadvantage. Sayonara, death sentence, but he's alive. That 4-man route from Lara 1. Exceptional play from UDG.
It was initiated there by Fleur, but look at the turnaround on this battle. But still, it is going to continue here.
Now apprehend from Ivalis, 2-man stun. Lara 1 falls down with an action gun 18. And now CE brings another kill with a trade.
Without Lara 1 in the picture, no damage dealer here. It is going to be Sayonara 1 to go for the contest.
Torres here. Looking for the flank. He goes for the shuriken. Will not connect. He has to walk. Now the Galio with the ultimate. Goes for the knockup. But UDG has stolen the Ocean Dragon. How can you put this out there, Sayonara? And now they go away. They're happy with that Ocean Drake. They get another kill with a 1-for-1. And Mitsura gets stunned playing the dance game against CE. And at the end, 2-for-2 with the Ocean Dragon for UDG.
What in the world, Infinity? I just saw Sayonara moving forward inside the Dragon Pit. And how did it even manage to steal that one against Cerebrum? But you have to commend as well the taunt coming in from Offrus. The space being given to take those contests. But now in the Rift Herald side.
Nice connection with the root alongside with the ultimate for Senna. Brings down Zalpino, jungler for CE, and that will follow up for another kill. This is a 2v2, and Floor has to disconnect, has to disengage, and UDG gets a free dominance onto the Rift Herald pit.
Now Arcross with a stun.
Goes in for the taunt as well. Now alongside with the root from Lara 1. Floor brought down into a low HP, and Sayonara gets the Rift Herald on a date.
Oh man, UDG just very quick to respond when it comes to a team fight here. Orfroz, my man, on that Galio, that taunt is just giving so much space indeed when it comes to a team fight. He alone with the tank there. And now, Cerebrum, what can they do? That is 2 team fights in a row, Infinity, that they have been outplayed by UDG. Every kill here counts right now for the side of Cerebrum, but they cannot capitalize on their pick-up play. They are the initiators, but they are the one being punished.
Oh, now he knows. Now he knows that sentence came through out of his body. And now CE. Irritation has been spotted. Now 1v1 though. Bot lane. Consora versus Ivalis. Crowd saves his life. Another gank here on top lane.
Man.
2 fights in the process. UDG now starting to fight. They're going front to back. And now How is in danger. Very low when it comes to HP. Laro1 getting the free hit. Kills down the Kha'Zix. And now this is a 2-for-0. UDG has brought down the party towards CE. And now with a split push from Mitsura, it's a lot to take in from Cerebrum.
Oh my, again, that beautiful taunt. Arthur's on that Galio. Just connecting every time. 3-man taunts there. Laro1 with the Dawning Shadow. And now this is going to be a 4-man hunt for the side of UDG, while Mitsura just going to have that split push strat. Look at this one. Another Shadows here. Another hand for the side of UDG. They are now very, very capable to go for the pick-offs. Cerebrum Esports, their victory conditions was to clear the early game pressure. But look at this one.
Lantern with a death sentence connected and the dash was clean. But UDG's mechanics just on the edge there, goes in with a micro play. But now I gotta ask you, Deadeye, looking at the items that we've just seen and looking at the goal lead, what do you think is going to happen in the next 5 minutes?
Oh my. This, I think, a big skirmish here. Whoever wins this one, she'll change the tide of the battle. It is going to be an endgame for UDG, but here we go.
Arcross goes in for the taunt against Paygo, and Paygo battling against Mitsura. That blast cone saved his life. What a plant there.
Oh, that is the support you want here for the side of Cerebrum. Fleur with a lantern bot.
Fleur going in, but he is in danger. You're on a missing spot there. Now Fleur is still going to be alive, but now the engage from UDG is coming down into the bot lane. Goes in for the kill. Evilis is gone, making another as 4 will fall down. UDG is fighting in the base. They don't care, and they get the ace.
This is it. You have asked me, of course, Infinity, what will happen in the next 5 minutes. A single skirmish win, and will be the end game indeed. UDG Senna pick first time, and it only shows how powerful this pick could be. They will grab the series 2-2-0 against Cerebrum Wildrift.
The Kingslayer, the undefeated team so far in WCSPH. What a series, what a game that we have just watched. A very micro mechanics play of Team UDG was spot on, and we're looking at a face a while ago with those hearts. UDG won that series 4.
Morale is high indeed. And during the interview yesterday, they are here for the taking of the championship here, WCSPH. Considered still as one of the best teams in the competition. It only shows how dominating this team can be with the setup, with the global ult, with the Galio taunts coming in as well. Oh man, that was a beauty to be seen coming in from this team. Good game well played though for Cerebrum Wildrift.
Yeah, kudos to them. They were matching against UDG, not at the highest level, but they improved from yesterday. They were showing up why they are part of WCS Philippines from the qualifiers. They are here because they are of value, and they're just so powerful, and they're bringing here in day number 2. And there's a lot more weeks, there's a lot more days to come for Cerebrum Esports to prove their team that they can be champions too. But looking at the game there, Deadeye, what are your notes? What are your key points? How did Team UDG just won that 2-0 sweep?
And you know, I've seen so far that UDG really has the better mechanics here compared to the side of Cerebrum Wildrift. Yes, comfort picks already coming in from Cerebrum there, still fall short for UDG's performance and dominance in the game. They really know how to play around their compositions in Infinity, and that what makes, as I said a while ago, that what makes this UDG team very dangerous one. Cerebrum, we have to commend them. They're improving every game, but they still a lot to prove here. They're still winless in our day 2, and now it is going to be UDG still on the top of our power rankings here. Still going to go for that 2 wins here in our series.
Yeah, and what a day. What a day. We've seen a lot of games, we've seen a lot of series, and from that finisher from UDG and CE, that was just the right moment. That was just the right series to end this day off. And we still have the panel after. So there's a lot more discussions later on. But from that series, we've just seen how Ortros is playing as a support.
Yeah,
He knows how to play for his team. He knows how to set up for Lara 1, for Mitsura, for Sayonara, and Dawn. And they brought here today a different ball game. Right? Yesterday was the Meow Meow connection. Today was the global connection. Right? What I mean by the global connection here is first game, Ash, Galio. Second game, Senna, Galio. So much global ultimates.
Exactly. And you can really see here in the early stage of the game that Cerebrum is doing their best here to take advantage of their composition, control the early game. But, UDG has managed to outplay them. And those were big team fights on the objective takedown. There you go. They're making plays, Infinity. Cerebrum Esports are making plays, trying to go for the aggressive takedowns. But then again, look at how UDG just turning the battle against them. And this is what's somehow the power spike of Cerebrum Esports falling down in this series.
Yeah, and there are a lot of moments of brilliance for Cerebrum Esports, right? And just don't give the trash to Fleur. Wow. Fleur playing the trash is insane. That is the description that I'm going to say to Fleur playing that specific champion, because those death sentences, those lanterns, those CCs were always on point, and just a great playstyle that Fleur was putting out his team with this trash.
Can we really tell as well that this is somehow a support battle as well? Beautiful taunts there coming in from Offers as well on his Galio. This is just an insane performance between these two teams. Maybe next time we are going to see a player versus player here. This is a very great matchup as well. You have seen Fleur games on the fresh, Galio here for the side of Orthros, and no doubt, man, no doubt, Orthros will be our player of the game.
Yeah, we highlighted it in game 1, game 2, playing the Galio. He always has his ultimate ready per clash, and he uses it at the right moment when CE wants to go for an all-in. And we've seen that a while ago from that wild lane. They were all inning the ADC, Lara 1, and Galio was just quick. Orcus was quick to respond to that ultimate that in turn pushed back away CE. So this is just the power of Ortros, and I'm looking forward for more champions. What else do you have there on your pocket, Ortros?
Exactly, Infinity. Man, oh man. This guy, this is what you want when you want a support. Man, Orthros, carry me in my ranked games. But anyway, this is a beautiful performance indeed for the side of UDG Infinity. I'm looking forward for their future matches as well. Pretty solid team here. Champion pool, mechanics, and also on how they derive their composition into somehow a meta game in our series. Day 1, here in the day 2, very consistent as well.
Yeah, consistency is key, and UDG is also consistent with the wins. 2-0 at the moment is their current standing, and more to that in the following days. But before we go through that, we're not going to end this day just yet. It's going to be the panel after this, so don't go away. We're going to take a short break.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome back to the WCS PH, where Team Underground continues the win streak, still looking like one of the strongest contenders for that championship. Autolus, you know that I love Galio. This was such a treat for me. Come on. Orthros on the Galio. This was
Back to
such a
back,
treat
right?
to watch. Exactly. As we jump into our series highlights, I can just
Mhm.
watch this. I can just watch Arthurs on the Galio all day. But Autolus, what are your thoughts on this? Team Underground, is it all the way for them? All the way to that finish line?
You know what? I was actually talking to the community members, and I was opening the idea of them going flawless for the season. I know it's very premature of me to discuss this because it's just the first week, but the vibe I'm getting from them is just that, right? That they feel so prepared, they feel so flashy, to a point that even those normal skills, you would feel it in your gut. Just the punches from the Galio of Orthros really made it smart. And Dawn on the first game was just impeccable. Sayonara was so steady, and I think Sayonara has found his comfort in this set of guys. That I feel that he's being unlocked on a purpose. He now has a mission. And Orthros, again, being the stable captain of this team, is definitely on the helm.
Yeah, I also want to add in the first game. I was talking in the panel earlier how Don is this guy who's just absorbing pressure, but I felt like in game one, Team Underground overall was playing more fast and loose compared to how they were playing yesterday. And there were moments that I felt like Cerebrum was really creeping behind them. But Don, if you can see right here in the replay, he got that double kill. And after that, he's going to make more plays for the team. And he's just this rock that's just held together the lines for Team Underground to be able to take that first win. And again, in game two, they were still able to change it up a bit with their drafts. They went for this more late game composition with that Fiora jungle and that Senna, along as Nika mentioned, that Galio support. And I just love seeing how flexible this team is.
Yeah, and a crazy apple. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like on the side of Cerebrum Esports, you see some plays. They were able to make some plays, but it seems like it was like a bit too rehearsed in the sense that these are things that should be second nature, I guess, to like more experienced teams. And as a result, it was just way too expensive on the side of Cerebrum.
Right. You could say rehearse. It's easy to read. It's very easy to read
the
for these
theater kid
teams
in me.
because these are like plays that you usually see. It's very step 1, 2, 3, and the thing is when you're very easily read, well they'll just capitalize on that and play around your tendencies, play around what you're gonna do next, and that's how I felt. Yeah, as you mentioned, how Team Underground really took advantage of that.
Yeah. The dancer in me came out, so and I was like, just like to rehearse, to choreograph and everything. 1, 2, 3.
I think if we have a 1, 2, 3 for Cerebrum, we have 1, 2, 1, 2 for
That's right.
Again.
The jabs in there, of course.
Yeah, because the boss,
punch.
right, said.
Yeah.
Justice punch.
Or the Justice Punch, yeah. A lot of punches over there, of course, for Team Underground. And we can welcome them over to our panel desk right now because we have the team once again. I'm eager to ask. I think we're talking to Orthros this time, so let's welcome him over to our panel desk. Congratulations to Team Underground. Congratulations, guys. Hello, Orthros.
Hello.
Hello. Congratulations, Orthros. This first question is for you because I am such a big fan of Galio. I love Galio. I'm basically almost a one-trick Galio right now. I have to say, how do you do it? Those taunts were amazing. Just the chain of skills was amazing. What's your mentality when you play the champion? Is it just go, go, go?
Yes, ano po kasi parang pag gumagamit ako ng champion, parang ako po mismo. And gusto ko po talaga bugbugan eh. And sarap po marami yung pupunta.
Yun eh.
I love it.
Parang enjoy ko po. Yung marami akong nataton, parang ramdam ko yung sarili kong nandun sa sitwasyon na yun. Kaya po, ayun, natuton ko yung marami kasi pinaktis ko din po talaga. Nag-enjoy po ako ng todo sa ganun.
Well, we saw them yesterday, diba? We were like Yumi in real life.
Yeah.
And so it's like method acting. It's really method acting for Team Underground. So you can just imagine Orthros there, he's really zooming in on the Toncha and everything. Anyway, how are you guys celebrating Team Underground? How are you guys celebrating this win tonight?
Ano po, actually po, wala kami tubig. Bibili po kami tubig.
Oh my gosh! Wala na silang tubig, they don't have water. Somebody send these guys some water, please.
Cubao. Sa Cubao. Okay, water, Cubao. Alright, let's go. Apple first before me.
Okay. For me, I guess ang question ko kay Orthos is that ang dami mong pinapakitang champions. You have this champion ocean, it seems like. Could you say confidently that you can play every champion in the game right now, and maybe every support champion we might be seeing sometime in the competition?
Yeah, actually po, dahil po sa team, masasabi ko pong confident ako kasi yung playstyle ko po nag-fit sa kanila eh. And ano po, dahil din po sa kanila, mas na-explore ko yung mga bago kong strength. Actually po, nung una, hindi po ganun eh. Pero dahil sa team ko, na-explore ko po na kaya ko pala. And dahil po, sila din po yung nagtuturo sa akin ng maraming bagay. Kaya thankful din po ako sa kanila.
That's good. That's great. Their team is the one enabling you to be able to be very creative with your picks, and in essence, it becomes a very creative environment for you in the team. Yeah, that's really good to hear. Autolus, how about you?
I have two questions, brother. All right, so the first one is, yesterday we saw you play Yumi twice, and we were joking around in the community watch party, is that when playing Yumi, madami kang downtime eh, diba? So we were joking around, maybe ang ginagawa dito ni Orthros is just looking around the map and doing the shot calls or timing the summoner spells or drafting for the next game. So ano ba talaga yung ginagawa mo as a Yumi kapag ka-idle?
Actually po, iniisip ko na kung ano yung next nakakainin ng mga pusa. Ayun po,
Of course.
Pa din po sa game as much as possible sa communication ko, kung dead air, magsasalita po ako. Yun po yung biggest benefit pag nag-Yumi. Ayun po.
Alright, so kumbaga, you maximize the downtime and still be efficient with it. Second question is, we saw it banned against you twice. Do you expect to still be able to use the champion moving forward, or will you plan as if, hindi ko na mag-pick si Yumi?
Ano po, kahit ano po actually po, prepared po naman ako sa kahit ano and kahit di ko po magamit, alam ko po na yung team ko saka ako is kayang saluhin yung isa't isa. Ayun po.
With Yumi or without Yumi, we can do it. All right, yeah. I love the answer. Mika.
It's you and me and all of the people for Arthros. Arthros.
I love it.
So many puns possible. Arthros, do you have any shout outs that you'd like to give? Maybe a message to all of the fans.
Ayun po, thank you po sa mga sumusuporta. Thank you. Salamat din po sa Cerebrum sa sobrang sayang laro. And shout out po kay Mama, kay Papa, kay Ate, kay Riley, kay Mika, kay Sarina, kay Ate Aubrey, kay Vanso, kay Sir Shinbo, kay Ate Phoebe. Yung double deck po namin na kulang ng tornilyo. Si Tita Romel, si Tita Chen, Percy, Glenn, Chan, Ariel, Jovit, Paul, Bryle, Clark, Chan, Espren Chami, Celia, Kuya Jed, Tita Presi, Rhea, Juliet, and Jay po. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arthros. Oh, go ahead.
The double deck. Okay, the double deck. What do you call that? Tornilyo?
The nail.
Screw.
It's missing a screw.
Not nail.
Not nail. Oh, God.
Oh God. Hopefully that's still safe.
Yeah. Go ahead. We're not done with the shoutouts.
Shoutout po sa family ko, kila Sir Shinbu, kila Ate Phoebe, sa Teletigers, sa XLR8, kila Jiwen at Mark. Yun po. Thank you.
Thanks, Rookies.
Thank you guys so much. Congratulations once again to Team Underground, and I hope you guys get some water and all of the support that you need for your double deck. I'm sure maayos naman yan, and you guys will get it definitely after this win and many more to come. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Such fun guys to interview, I swear.
Yeah.
Such fun guys to interview, of course.
Well spoken. He's been a very well spoken guy ever since we interviewed him from last year, Mika. I feel that Orthros really is born to be interviewed, and that's
Yeah.
the only reason why he keeps winning. Right?
Yeah, and entertaining too. I love that the focus is also on the cats because of course a very strong statement from Team Underground coming back, making that comeback, making that Yumi their trademark, and it looks like now of course Orthos as one of their star players, we're seeing the very familiar stats, the very familiar support, amazing KDA that we saw of course from the earlier C Icon series, and it is nice indeed to have that back. I mean, like of course as a support player too, like I love it. I am so entertained. And of course that about wraps it up for today. But before we go, of course, we owe you something. Otolus and myself come in last. We decided because we couldn't think up of any compromise that we will adhere to the original, which is to send the last text message that we sent. And actually, if I might go first, mine came in during the first series. During the first series.
Okay. Question: receive or send?
Sent.
Let's
Sent.
send. Okay,
Sent.
send.
I think like we'd get a lot of things that we can't say if it was received, I guess. But mine was the last text message sent, and it was actually during the first series because I did get a delivery. So I said, okay po, paiwan na lang po sa lobby pagdating niyo.
So standard. Okay.
Very standard. I mean, Otolus might have something similar.
I'm trying to cover down because again, the things here are mga marites, si Bingo Plus, ay may pa-jackpot, things like that.
Yeah,
there's
the usual spam.
Yeah, there's also we have a job opening. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember that.
For example, their applicant, you are selected as part full-time staff. Now you can work from home and earn 8,000 peso daily. Let's go. Okay. Alright, so there is this message that I sent, and this was February 15. Right? So that's how rare I use SMS. I sent, hi, this is Otolus. Nag-fail yung last email ko papunta sa inyo. Meron ba kayong Messenger Viber where we could communicate? I was talking to members of PLM community. I did a charity cast for them, and for some reason their emails were bouncing back. So that's about it. That's the consequence. And I just couldn't believe, Mika, that we lost. We have to get back on track tomorrow against Sponge.
Yeah, definitely.
Think Infinity.
I don't know. We have to fix this as we proceed, of course, with this panel consequences. We're gonna fix this up and make sure that Infinity cannot escape. I feel like we'd all be entertained if Infinity takes part in all of these consequences.
Yes.
Those were our results as the panel. Of course, let's take a look at our match results for the day. And I have to say there are two teams here that look very, very dominant indeed. Of course, with Fennel Adversity and Team Underground continuing their win streaks respectively. But we also saw the comeback of Team Secret and Oasis Gaming finally cementing that win. I mean, Otolus, I think the revelation and where things went really, really sour for us in our predictions was, of course, RRQ versus Team Secret.
Yes. Aside from the metaverse cursing me, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah.
This is quite a surprise. I expected RRQ to at least get one game against Team Secret, but Team Secret was so solid, not just micro-wise, but also macro-wise. It reminded me how they controlled everyone during the Horizon Cup. That the only challenge that they got was from the Chinese teams. So Team Secret, welcome back, and it's a pleasure to watch them again back in form.
Yes, indeed. And as we check out the standings, our leaderboard next, Crazy Apple, I do believe it's Fennel Adversity and Team Underground here looking very, very clean so far. And, I think we were asked at the top of the, Otolus at least asked us at the very, very top of the WCS, which our top 4 teams are. Is this changing for you? Do you think?
I think with what we've seen earlier with Team Secret, as we were talking about yesterday, Team Secret felt like they really had a hard time against Team Underground. But with what they've shown earlier against RRQ, I really think they have what it takes to be in that top 4, top 3, top 2 conversation at the moment. Oasis Gaming, RRQ, Grindsky along Team Secret. These 4 teams they are tied for a reason after day 2 just because of how close they are. But Fennel Adversity and Team Underground has shown how much control they currently have and their understanding of the game. So I honestly think there might just be small differences here, maybe one or maybe a win or two difference, but overall I think it's just gonna be a bump 1 or 2 up for all of these teams.
I think what Fennel Adversity and Team Underground showed in the past 2 days is that they have their own identity. They have their own way of playing Wildrift. And I expect this to continue to be the trend. I looked at the schedule for tomorrow. I don't think Fennel Adversity will be facing Team Underground very soon. So, yeah, it could be that after this week, we have 2 undefeated teams.
Yeah, and let's take a look at that schedule for tomorrow. I think it's going to be very interesting. I do believe that Grindsky Esports and Team Underground will be facing off. I know these are 2 teams that are very, much connected with each other. On the big question mark, though, is of course Cerebrum Esports and SUNSPARKS. Will they get that W? Check out who they're facing tomorrow. It's a tall order indeed, Crazy Apple.
Yeah, it's a big yikes for
me.
Apple.
Go ahead. No, sorry. Go ahead, Autolus.
No. That's my reaction. It's a big yikes for me. Cerebrum, SUNSPARKS, tough.
I also think it's gonna be tough. I think the most chance here that we might see something different. Maybe SUNSPARKS getting at least a game off of RRQ. RRQ, yes, they are a pretty good team, but they have shown to make mistakes. And SUNSPARKS is this team who is very unrelenting. They keep trying to make plays, even though sometimes it doesn't work as well in the long term. But the thing is, RRQ has made some crucial mistakes. I do remember Exosen TPing into the Dragon Pit for game 1 of their first series. And if that happens again, SUNSPARKS would probably capitalize and at least take a game off of that series.
Yeah, and I know that we have our own mini game here in the panel. I think tomorrow's first series will be the make or break for everyone in the panel because tomorrow is Fennel Adversity, the hottest team, one of the hottest teams that we have in WCS, and they will be facing against Oasis Gaming, which they faced during the CBOL Grand Finals. That was a clean 3-0 for Oasis Gaming. So will history repeat itself, or did the off time help Fennel Adversity solve the problem that they had back then?
I smell another Autolus history lesson for us, but stay tuned tomorrow, of course, on all of the official channels, facebook.com/ppglgg, on YouTube as well, same thing, twitch.tv/ppgl, tiktok.com @helloppgl. Once again, this event is made possible by PPGL, the largest multi-esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
And we would also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner, Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with a 33 watts pro fast charging enabled by the all-new double MT technology and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusements Board.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. That is it for day 2 of the WCS. We've got more for you guys tomorrow, of course, for the end of the first week of the WCS. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and we will see you in the Rift.
future.